morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, so we kind of knew that was coming, but it comes with all sorts of permutations and storylines, which is what we do for a living. Permutations and storylines. Happy Friday, everybody. It should be, first and foremost, remember that it's Friday, all right? Let's get into that. Let's get into the Friday vibe. Number two, don't forget Mom this weekend now. Mother's Day coming up, so don't choke. I ran into a guy, as I say good morning to Marcus. Good morning, Marcus.
Good morning, Murph.
How are you, brother? Ran into a fellow suburban dad yesterday in the grocery store. I said, hey, James, what's going on, man? He goes, he's from Mississippi. Believe it or not, a guy from Mississippi lives in Mill Valley. It's kind of crazy. He goes, it's my wife's birthday tomorrow, and then I got Mother's Day Sunday. I was like, bro, that is a tough double dip.
Got to double down, my man.
He's got to score 100% on the test Friday and Sunday. It's like, bro, you got one A ain't enough. You need to post 2 A's. Anyway, just a little digression for you. So happy Mother's Day in advance to everybody. And, well, happy split in Minnesota Day, Marcus. How we processing our Thursday night?
Yeah, well, I think most of mamas in the Bay Area would be happy with a 1-1 split from the Warriors still in one game out in Minnesota. And it's funny you mentioned Mother's Day. Nothing funny about the topic at all. Everybody should wish their mother a happy Mother's Day this weekend, including my mama. Mama, I love you. I'll see you this weekend. I'm heading up to Sacramento to go check out the Yankees coming to town to take on the Sacramento A's. But sorry, don't want to digress too much.
I didn't know the Yankees are coming to town. Now, is that the kind of thing Mom would...
Mom's all in.
Oh, that's huge.
Oh, yeah.
I got to tell you guys.
Mom loves going to the ball game.
Pause on the Hot Warrior takes for a second.
Okay.
One of the things I've always lamented is that while Candace, kind of enjoys going to a Giants game with the kids, and every now and then says, it's kind of fun to get a hot dog and a beer, by no means is it anywhere on her priority list.
Ooh.
And so I've always lamented, like, man, if only I had that mom to the easy check. Mother's Day, we're going to the game. If only we had that, but
simple.
I do not have that, but you have that.
Last week, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, when I went up for Easter weekend, my mom surprised me with River Cats tickets, and that's when I went out and saw Carson Wisenline carve up another outing with the Sacramento River Cats. So she's the one who actually goes out of her ways and buys baseball tickets. And shout out to my grandma, the one I told you about, the one from Boston, who's a Boston Red Sox fan.
Yeah.
She's a huge baseball fan.
I like
She's
grandma.
the one arguing back and forth with my pops about Ted Williams versus Lou Gehrig when I was a kid growing up. So my grandma was a baseball head. She's who raised my mom a baseball fan. I told you stories about my mama throwing me batting practice in the driveway before Little League games. My mom's all in when it comes to baseball.
Awesome. You got a great weekend ahead of you,
So I thought it was awesome. And I got a good reminder yesterday, sitting at the bar watching the game. There was a lady next to me who already had a bouquet of flowers ready to go. And I said, those are some lovely flowers you got here. And she said, yeah, they're for my mama. And I said, you're smart. You got them early.
Yeah.
You got them in. Make sure you get your mama some flowers and something nice this
we
weekend.
We got to definitely step it up, y'all. Step it up. So it's kind of ironic then. Here's your transition, because at some point last night, did Draymond call somebody a mother?
Oh,
if you know what I mean.
Maybe a father. Maybe a mother father.
Well, it's one of the angles. Listen, if you were under a rock or you were reading a book or something, Game 2 in Minnesota last night, Minneapolis Timberwolves 117, Golden State Warriors 93. So sounds awful, and for the most part, it was mostly very unpleasant. There were times that the Warriors actually had a brief pulse.
And the Warriors have cut it to 7.
They did cut it to 7. And then Jimmy Butler traveled at one point in time. That was very difficult. But they had the ball. They were down 7, had the ball. So we can get into that. But mostly, first and foremost, I guess the question of the day is going to be, bro, are the Warriors cooked? After you saw what you saw last night, are the Warriors cooked? And I bring this question because I got years and years before we had kids, before I even worked here, I used to do hits on ESPN radio with Bob Valvano at night. So I wrote for Page 2 when Bill Simmons was blowing up and I was not blowing up, which has led to my lifelong jealousy and enviousness of Bill Simmons.
But it led you to me, Murph.
Exactly.
Think about that.
And Young Tony.
Yeah, Bill Simmons doesn't have me and Young Tony.
Next thing you know, I got John. My life path led me to John Curley finding me a paper cup this morning for coffee.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that.
So
the butterfly effect.
So that's a good butterfly effect. But anyway, I used to go on Bob Valvano late night, and his producer was a guy named Stosh. Anyway, Stosh called me last night, and he said, hey, man, you want to hop on our ESPN all-night radio show? I said, yeah, for old time's sake.
Wow.
So I did the hit right after the show ended. So at 8:15 Pacific, I did the ESPN radio hit. And the hosts were, their angle right out of the gate was, is it over for the Warriors? Like right at, I was like, whoa. And I was like, okay, I guess this is the national narrative. I'm driving in, ESPN Get Up is on my Sirius XM. And they're basically saying, and they're speaking in hushed tones. They're like, it's just too bad. It's over for the Warriors. And
It's
I was like,
over.
Well, I'm exaggerating a little bit.
Yeah.
A couple times they said, well, can they come back? But for the most part, they were framing things in very, very negative terms for the Warriors. So I'm asking you, is it over for the Warriors?
No.
No.
They haven't even played a game in San Francisco yet.
It's not over for the Warriors.
They have home court advantage after still in one of the first two games.
I had to say to the ESPN guys, I'm like, I'm kind of not seeing what you're saying here because they got 2 games here. If the Warriors get one of the 2, and it's 2-2, and then we're talking about Steph maybe coming back for Game 5.
That's the game plan.
So it's not. Is it great that a lot of Warriors didn't play great last night? No. Is it great that Pat Spencer got, maybe a little exposed last night? But Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, there are a few positive takeaways.
Trace Jackson Davis. But where's playoff Jimmy? He's hesitant. Is he conserving energy? Is he still injured? Is he no longer playoff Jimmy? There were times I was yelling at him. I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
He was being very tentative and hesitant with the basketball.
A few cases, even a few breakaway layups where he had a one-on-one opportunity against Dante DiVincenzo and he turned around and kicked it back out to the three-point line.
What is that?
I don't know. I wish I had an answer for you.
Yeah.
But going into yesterday's game, a big reason why I picked the T-Wolves to win Game 2 is because I had questions about where Jimmy Butler was health-wise, whether or not he is 100%. I mean, again, he was dealing with that pelvic contusion and that sore ass just a week ago. He talked about it yesterday post-game, said he is still feeling it a little bit, so he's not at that level quite 100% right now. And so, yeah, I didn't expect playoff Jimmy to pop up last night in that game, for instance, but I'm expecting to see him over the next 2 or 3 games. I mean, he has to really, because we saw last night the Warriors really don't have too many scoring options out there on the court.
No, guys, Brandon Pajemski continues to be not much of a factor. But he was, he was 5 of 14 from the field, 4 of 9 from 3. He wasn't awesome. He scored 15. Dude, their leading scorer was Johnny Kuminga.
How about that?
He was their leading scorer. And I guess in some ways, that's a pretty big plus. I mean, I saw him smiling a couple times. The body language was pretty good. Maybe he feels like, somehow, some way, the door's opening for him, and he can get back to being the Johnny Kuminga that we all want him to be. 26 minutes, 8 of 11 from the field, hit a 3, 1 for 4 from the foul line. We need to get better at that. But 18 points. So, yeah. So, I mean, listen, my big takeaway for the opening segment is, hey, nation, hey, United States of America, we ain't dead yet. That's all I'm saying.
It ain't over till it's over. It ain't over until the fat lady sings, until Steph Curry steps back on the court, Murph.
And Steph, to be there's body language, there's energy. Him going to shoot around yesterday gave me a little bit of hope. Him being looking kind of cool in his Under Armour sweats yesterday. Him having to calm Draymond down at one point. Him just being there. I got a decent vibe from Steph. I know some of his words that he spoke before the game could be construed as sort of ominous, you've never had this, and you have this opportunity, and you see it slipping away, and that's why he was emotional and all that stuff. But I don't know. I mean, he said just take it day by day, because the guys in ESPN were asking, when's he coming back? Well, who am I? Nostra freaking Dom? I don't know. It's a day-by-day thing. But I don't know. I got a decent energy vibe off of him that he was there. He was present. I don't know. What did you?
Yeah, and I enjoyed seeing him sitting with his buddies on the bench. I didn't like him having to give up and try to calm down at Draymond Green, but it's something I was thinking about watching the game. I'm like, it's going to be weird watching Games 3 and Game 4 and not seeing Steph Curry on the bench, because the reports is that he's going to stay behind in Minnesota and continue his rehab.
Yeah, I want to confirm that. Let me ask Raymond about that. Yeah, that was the initial report. I wonder if they've changed their mind at all or anything, but to me it would make sense. Although he'd miss Mother's Day. And we just talked about not blowing Mother's Day.
Maybe Steph has to come home for Mother's Day.
Get Aisha and Sonia out to Minneapolis.
But I'm thinking can't Steph Curry help you out during a game? Can't he be a player coach on the bench?
Yeah, that's true.
Can't he help with some advice for some of these younger guys? I think it would be important to have Steph Curry's voice around.
I agree.
Even if it's just to be a babysitter for Draymond Green.
It's a very good point. The only thing is it better, significantly better for his health that he doesn't get on planes?
That's the question.
That's it.
And once again, we're not doctors.
Can he FaceTime? during the game there, too. I'll ask Raymond to see just to make sure. But, hey, man, listen, the result surprised no one. But there were things that happened that were worth discussing all morning long. Game 3, by the way, tomorrow. It's bad for the Warriors that these games are so fast. Good for us as fans because we get another game tomorrow night, 5:30 Chase Center. You got baseball tonight, 5:10. Jordan Hicks against, remember the old Padre Chris Paddock?
Yeah.
He's now a Minnesota Twin.
Still hanging around.
Dodgers lost last night.
Good.
Yamamoto gave up a grand slam. By the way, I'd been sleeping on Yamamoto. My kid, Rory, asked me the other day, he goes, Dad, is Yamamoto the best pitcher in baseball? And I confess, I've been sleeping entirely. I was like, no, he's not the best pitcher in baseball. Then I went and looked up his stats. Bro, I owe Yamamoto an apology. I was unfamiliar with his game.
Yeah, no, we talk so much about how bad the Dodgers starting pitching has been this year. Yamamoto is not that guy.
He's been almost unhittable, except for last night.
Yeah.
They got him on a grand slam from some Diamondback. Who hit it? Help me out. It wasn't Ketel Marte. It was, anyway, a Diamondback hit a grand slam. Was it Suarez?
Good,
anyway.
I'll take it. Whoever it is.
And the Dodgers lost. So Giants only one game out in the West as they get back at it tonight. 49ers are down in Santa Clara, too. You got Bob Salah talking. So, listen, tons of stuff. Plus, it's a Friday vibe. Plus, we love our moms on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I love mama.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Good morning. Happy Friday. After what we saw last night, can the Warriors win one game without Steph Curry? Just one game. Can they do it? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Randall just buries his way in. Countdown. That's going to be an and one as Buddy Hield didn't have his heart in it, and Randall will go to the line for a three-point chance. Here's Randall for three. Got it. Julius Randall buries the triple. Randall just backing down. Moody spins and scores. Julius Randall out ahead of the pack. Steve Kerr calls the timeout, and the white flag is up. Warriors will surrender. The Minnesota Timberwolves come back with an answer and a response in game 2, and they win it 117-93. Julius Randall leads the Wolves with 24 points. This one in the West is all even at one game apiece.
Yeah, and you take that, right? A week ago, if I offered you nothing, if you didn't know anything about Steph Curry or anything, you'd be 1-1. Hell yes, 1-1.
Absolutely.
But when I tell you that Steph Curry's out indefinitely, then you say, then give me Reggae Friday, is what you say at this point, too. Good morning to Young Tone. You want to tell me, little Marley always starts us off, right?
Good morning.
Yes.
We got a little Bob Marley. So much trouble in the world. That's exactly what it's feeling like. Bob Marley and the Wailers.
That's what Draymond was like last night. So much trouble. Where was the poise? Remember the poise?
So much
Where's
trouble
my Kramer?
in Minnesota.
I got to tell you, poise matters. He told us he was doing. I mean, I did kind of chuckle when he told us, yeah, I'm going to leave with poise. I'm like, wait a minute, what? wait, what? We've been watching you for 20 years, dude, or 15 years. You don't, poise is not part of your game, dude. And last night. Now, I'm going to say this. I know Overnight disagrees with me. He scowled at me when I said this. I didn't think it was a technical foul. Am I wrong? Sue me. Am I wrong?
I would say, knowing the circumstances, knowing that it's Draymond Green, they're going to call that a technical foul 10 out of 10 times.
Well, there's a lot of people who waking up right now didn't see what happened late last night because everybody goes to bed. They got to take care of their business, tuck in their kids, all that stuff. Draymond continued to be mad after the game.
Yes.
And I guess two things came out of it. One, we're going to play you here real quick if you have it, Tony. Give me the thumbs up when you got it. And two, apparently there was an incident. He was on the stationary bike, which players do when they have stretches of inactivity. They go on the stationary bike in the tunnel. And a fan engaged Draymond, surprise. And Draymond engaged the fan, surprise. And apparently, according to a report from the Warriors security team and ESPN, the fan was ejected for using a racial slur. Now, you found the video, or Marcus Thompson put it up. You found it on Marcus's feed. We can't tell. It's loud, it's muddy.
Yeah, and it looks like the aftermath of Draymond Green getting into it back and forth with the fan. You don't really hear the racial slur on the audio or in the video, but regardless, whatever the slur was, whenever it happened or occurred, it's unacceptable. Like, as a fan, we've seen fan bases go back and forth with the F you Draymond chants and stuff like that. That's fine. That's whatever. But don't take it to this point where you're dropping racial slurs on the guy.
I mean, it's absolutely.
Like, it should go without saying.
Without saying. The fan got ejected. So Draymond, we remained hot after the game and just gave this kind of quick, terse statement to the media before boogieing. Here it is.
Look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. and I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so there's a lot there. He dropped the agenda word. Now you're like, okay, wow. Well, whose agenda? Is it the NBA's agenda? Is it the media's agenda? Is it the fans' agenda? I don't know. He said there's an agenda. I mean, my first instinct is to say I don't think there's an NBA agenda to make Draymond look like an angry black man. That's a big, strong statement. I can't speak to it as a white man, but it's something worth talking about. 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys have thoughts on that. And Golden State Lumber and Showroom and text line 415-808-5627. It feels like we're back to the future. This feels like stuff that happened years ago with Draymond, where that he, got very, very, very upset, would say volatile things. We hadn't seen that of late. Just 2 days ago, we were told he was going to be filled with poise and lead with poise. But he's going to say, if he was sitting right here, be like, it's not my fault. He goes, I did lead with poise. I'm playing the game, and they're still trying to get me with a technical foul. Now, Tony Brothers, who called the foul, is an African-American, right? Assessed the technical. And maybe there was a time where we believed the league was penalizing Draymond extra for being Draymond. Now, I don't know if it's because he's African-American or because he's had too many incidents and the league's sick of him. I don't know. What'd you think?
See, my initial response to hearing that Draymond Green audio last night was, he's talking about the referees targeting him, which is something that Draymond Green's talked about before. But then we see this video of the fan interaction this morning. So maybe that added to Draymond Green's frustrations overall in the way he's perceived. But Murph, sometimes perception is reality. And we know this with Draymond Green. Like when you just asked me about whether or not I thought that was a technical, I said because it was Draymond Green, I thought it was a technical. And that's not because anybody has an agenda to take down Draymond Green. It's because Draymond Green has a history. He has a reputation. We have Harold and Mendocino calling him a dirty player from how many years ago? This is who Draymond Green is as a player. So I don't feel like he's being targeted and trying to be used as an example or anything. I think this is just Draymond Green being the player that Draymond Green has always been, and it led to another technical last night. And it's not like this is the first time we've talked about him getting a technical or him getting a flagrant, because he's the wacky inflatable man with the arms flailing left and right every time he goes up with a shot or like a little dribble through. I understand he's trying to draw the foul there, but when you make contact with someone's face, when your name's Draymond Green, they're going to call that.
Yeah, like if Gary Payton II does that.
Yeah, I think maybe there's a little bit more leeway. Like you can get into the argument whether or not there was intent to hit Naz Reid in the face or not. But again, your reputation precedes you. We've talked about this a million times with Draymond Green. We've asked the question, can a cheetah change his spots? Can a zebra change his stripes? There was Draymond Green, and for the back and forth with the referees after the initial technical, it's something that I actually see a lot of other fan bases argue about, that Draymond Green gets treated differently. The fact that he didn't get teed up a second time for saying that's BS and for cussing out the referees after the initial.
Well, there are
occasion.
rules on what you can and can't say to a ref or an ump. Like there's things, as long as you don't call them something. I think there's the what was that? The old joke about the old joke about the big league umpire, big league manager who comes out to the ump. He says, "Can you throw me out of a game for what I'm thinking?" He goes, "No, I can't." He goes, "Good, because I think you're horse ass." So that's the old joke, right? So Draymond probably is staying within the bounds. If he's not getting teed up when he's right next to him, that means even though he is animated and saying that, he's not crossing that line of "you are a blank" or something. You have to, as long as you keep it on the call. I think maybe
people again will complain. Why does Draymond Green get the jaw as much as he does? Why does he get to talk more than anybody else in the league? Well, it's also because his reputation, not only as one of the best defenders in the league, but also a champion. He's got kind of that ring kind of privilege a little bit to where he does get the respect of the referees a little bit more. And so that's why it's like a little puzzling to try to figure out what he's really trying to say here about the agenda. If he's talking about the referees, is he talking about, I don't know, the fan base? Is he talking about media and the way we cover him? I don't know. It's a little confusing with Draymond Green when, again, I don't think anybody was surprised to see him get a technical in last night's game.
Yeah, in general, all this static and noise is generally bad. Like it shouldn't. Like the Warriors, they beat the Rockets in 7. They stole game 1 in Minnesota, and now it almost looks like 650 writes in on the text line, says it almost seemed like he wanted to get kicked out yesterday. Now that's a leap, but I understand what you're saying. It was sort of like I said, back to the future. It was like the old Draymond that we've dealt with in the past. Here we are talking about him instead of talking about losing game 2 and how do you win game 3.
We've literally gone down this storyline before with the Minnesota Timberwolves when Rudy Gobert called out Draymond Green and said anytime Steph Curry's not on the court, he tries to get a technical so he gets ejected from the game. That was the last time when Draymond Green put him in a headlock.
Wow.
So like that narrative has been out there before. Again, I don't think Draymond's trying to purposely get himself ejected from a playoff game when his team desperately needs him, but that conversation is also out there.
Yeah, and meanwhile, here's the real math. That's his 5th tech. 2 left. He's 2 left, and the flagrant fouls, he has 2 left there. If he gets 2 flagrant ones, he's suspended. And if he gets 1 flagrant 2, because it's 2 points, he's suspended. So he's pushing up and he's pushing up and he's pushing up. And if the Warriors are going to continue to make this run, if they somehow win this series, which I still think they can, then, he get to the Western Conference Finals and the NBA Finals, any of the, all of a sudden he's suspended, but just 2 more techs.
Yep.
So poise. Where's it? Give me Kramer. What does he need? If I told you once, I told you a million times. Poise matters.
Now, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Poise counts.
There it is. He told us he had poise. I thought it sounded funny at the time, and last night it looked like it was funny.
And don't forget, Draymond Green also told us that he only gets technical when he wants to get technicals. Last night he wanted one.
All right, guest list on a Friday, May 9, 2025, 5/9/25. Young Tone, where's your mom this weekend? She's a world traveler. Is she in China?
She's on a safari? Where is she?
She just touched down in L.A. She was in Cincinnati for a Kroger vendor conference. I was just telling Marcus, Shabuzi put on a performance, like a private concert, for a bunch of suits.
Well, dude,
nobody knows who the guy is.
There's a whole culture out there of these guys cashing in of current musical acts getting huge paydays to play corporate events that we don't even know.
Oh, yeah.
Like Shabuzi was in Cincinnati playing for your mom. And he just said, give me the check, man.
Honestly.
He said, give me the loot. Marcus.
That's it. I mean, everybody's looking for that check. I remember seeing Benson Boone like a couple days before he was doing flips off of the piano at the VMAs, performing at a Dreamforce in front of a bunch of suits.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. So
it happens.
Shabuzi said, give me the check, and hope Tony's mom enjoyed the show. All right, what do we got, bud?
All right, we're going to be talking about this Warrior game all day long, but Mike Kruger is going to join us at 7:30. The Giants are in Minnesota. They're 24.
The traditional rivalry with the Twins.
Yeah.
Minnesota.
My blood is boiling just thinking about the Giants and the Twins.
Yeah.
Although my buddies and I, we did this a couple years ago. We went to Minnesota for our dream trip. It was like, hey, we're in Minnesota. All right, yeah.
Let's go get a Juicy Lucy, eh?
I will say one of the best, and we didn't actually.
Oh, wow.
I know. I've never had one. I've been to Minnesota a few times.
Wow. Bad on you.
Our boat ride on Lake Minnetonka that day was one of the best things we've ever done on Dream Trip. One of the best things. It was arranged by the Twins Road Clubby who knew Creative Tony. Wow. He arranged us a super bargain, and we got an all-day boat ride. Dude, who was the skipper? Your boy.
Skipper Murph.
Would you guys trust me to skipper you around Lake Minnetonka for a day?
Absolutely not.
I did.
I'm not letting you put that skipper hat on.
And I even had to back into a tight spot because we went to a waterfront restaurant, and there was a lot of stuff. I got skills you guys don't know about.
Murph out here parking the boat, huh?
In a difficult spot, too. Actually.
I know how difficult it is for you to park in that parking lot.
I ain't going to lie. There's a couple times a couple buddies had to hop out and maybe push once or twice. So anyway.
It happens. Now, the real question is, did you get out and purify yourself in the waters?
Absolutely, we did.
You have to.
I have photographic proof.
There it is.
Yes, we did.
You're listening to a purified man.
I'm a purified man. Yes.
By the way, speaking of Minnesota, I watched Fargo before the Warriors game. Dude, my God.
Well, one of the greats.
My goodness. What a roller coaster of emotions.
Don't you know, Tony?
Oh, yeah.
Come on now,
you
Margie.
betcha.
Yeah, you betcha.
You betcha.
Oh, yeah, you betcha.
It's an epic.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to get into it now. We can save it for later. But yeah, crazy film. The big
By
hit
the way,
is
those people are Timberwolves fans.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Right.
The lifestyle is incredible. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Susan Sluster going to join us at 8:15. We'll have cooler content at 8:30. And then we are efforting Eric Wright, the great Eric Wright. He's going to be enshrined in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame coming up next week, I do believe.
I'll see y'all next Thursday at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. All right, what did the Warriors have to say after the game? And Steve Kerr trying to make sense out of Game 2 and creating NBA history by playing 14 different players in the first half alone. As far back as ESPN could research, it has never happened before in a playoff game. He'll tell you why. Next on The Sports Leader.
Why don't you purify yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka?
Welcome Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Have the playoff punch right now in the building as Gobert, guarded by Jackson Davis, couldn't get to it. Excellent play by Jackson Davis. And now Jackson Davis going all the way to the other end to lay it in, and the foul. Great hustle that time on both ends by Jackson Davis.
All right, we go a little Reggae Friday as you hear a little TJD highlight from Brian Anderson. One of the highlights as we sift through the Warriors losing Game 2, 117-93 to Minnesota, asking the question that the country seems to be asking, which is, are the Warriors cooked? Are they done? Seemed to be the national narrative. I was like, whoa, they ain't done. Win one without Steph in the next two? This thing is very much alive. So that's the question today at 808 KNBR. Young Tone, Reggae Friday, buddy. Sounding good.
Yeah, this is Toast, what the Warriors were last night. Artist is called Original Coffee, spelled with a K.
Was that for Big Face Coffee for Jimmy?
Sure.
For Jimmy,
Original coffee.
Jimmy might need a little more caffeine in the Big Face.
He might need to. He might need to pipe in some of this music into his playlist because this is almost like a little dance hall included with some reggae.
I would agree. It's not like your classic reggae. We get into see the reggae police will come out on you now. Get ready.
Yeah.
Check the text line.
You got to be careful.
The reggae police will come for you.
Yes, they will. They will.
Say, this is not reggae. This is dancehall. This is dub. Dubstep.
There used to be a man in this building that would complain all the time about whether or not it was a reggae song or not.
Exactly. All right, guys. Well, Trace Jackson Davis. You know, it's funny. You know, I make notes for a show and on my little notepad here, and don't get to them all, but one of the ones I had written down was recently, like, where's TJD? Like, sometimes they just forget about guys. TJD can play, and then he fell out of favor, and he just DNP TJD, right? A lot of letters there, right? Well, there he was last night, looking like the guy we remember, which is, they use the word bouncy, right? Bouncy, springy, young, big, and able to at least clog up the rim a little bit. Now, he's not the best rim protector in the league by a long shot. But you know what I mean? Like, I guess if you're going to criticize Steve Kerr for anything, for winning 4 championships and getting this team to the Western Conference semis, is that sometimes he'll put a guy into the freezer and just leave him there.
Yeah.
And he's done that with TJD.
Yeah, and we've seen this before with guys like Moses Moody, and now we've seen it a little bit with TJD when TJD came onto the scene. Remember when he met Victor Wembanyama at the rim a couple times his rookie year? And we're like, damn, do the Warriors have a rim protector? Do they have a guy that can go up and throw down some dunks? And it was actually one of my favorite part about watching the Warriors last year was seeing that chemistry build between CP3 and TJD. Like, I thought their pick and roll game, the alley-oops that CP3 used to lob up to him, was a great part of his game. And we saw a couple of those yesterday from Jimmy and from Draymond Green. But it's interesting because we talked about this yesterday and how the Warriors would adjust their starting lineup without Steph Curry. And I threw out the option. I said it might be Quentin Post. He gives you some shooting, gives you some size, gives you some floor spacing. Well, Murph, I was right that it was Quentin Post in the starting lineup, but I was wrong when it came to finding the right answer for what would work. Dude. Because Post was out there for the first 3 minutes of the game, was a minus 13 because they went down 13-0.
Wow.
So they immediately went to the bench, and Quentin Post never saw the floor again.
That is correct.
Which led the way to TJD after, really, Quentin Post Wally pipped TJD out of his spot in the rotation earlier this year.
Yeah, you nailed it. 19 minutes, 6 of 6 from the field, 3 of 5 from the foul line, 6 rebounds, a block, a steal, and assist, 15 points. Without question, you expect to see this guy be part of the Game 3 and 4 situation here at Chase Center.
And I think that's another thing to kind of factor into the equation. The big reason why Jonathan Kuminga was not getting minutes, was not playing, was because of the lack of fit with Jimmy and Draymond on the court, because we know Jonathan Kuminga is not a floor spacer. He's not a guy that's going to hit a bunch of threes. Yes, he can pull one out of his back pocket whenever he needs one, but think about that same argument with a guy like Trace Jackson Davis. He's not a guy that's going to space the floor like Quentin Post can. So really, it's just more congestion around the basket, and that's why TJD has kind of fallen out of favor and fallen out of the rotation, because he doesn't necessarily fit in with Jimmy Butler either. But hell, at this point, without Steph Curry, you can't worry about fit. You got to worry about how you're going to fit that ball into the basket and score some damn points.
408 says Steve Kerr is going to need to spin that Rubik's Cube faster to figure out how to defeat the Wolves without Steph. That's a great analogy. The Rubik's Cube. Which I, by the way, could never do.
I'm telling you, he might have to go like 3rd, 4th grade water boy and just start taking the stickers off and putting them on the other side. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, Steve. You got to figure out a way to make it work.
Get me to the finish line,
Figure out a way to make it work.
Like you said, just going to cruise history and not go near your side of the building. Here's Steve Kerr about playing a lot of guys and noting Kuminga and TJD.
Well, I think part of the game plan coming in was to play a lot of people, and we did. I think we played 13, 14 people in the first half. And part of the reasoning is, obviously the fatigue of the run we've been on with all the travel and the games, but part of it also is we have to figure out what we're going to be able to do in this series without Steph. And so we gave a lot of people a lot of chances, and then, some guys really stepped up. Trace and JK were both really good in this game. You could see that their athleticism was important.
Hey, yeah, their athleticism was important.
Athleticism and also fresh legs. Jonathan Kuminga and TJD did not get a lot of minutes in that last series against Houston. So when you're thinking about playing 7 games, the travel, only having 1 day off between Houston and then going to Minnesota, and then only having 1 day off between games 1 and game 2. These guys have fresh legs, so you have to kind of utilize them, especially in a game like this.
408 does bring up what we got to bring up. Listen, we glazed the guy all day yesterday. We're going to unglaze him today. Pat Spencer. Not his best night.
I've been waiting for this text from the 408.
Not his best night. There was a night last night, and there was times last night where he looked like he shouldn't be on the floor. He wound up being a minus 20. Listen, most of the guys were minus big, but he was the biggest minus of the entire team.
I mean, he did go up early and try to throw out a dunk. Yeah. That was called a foul, but was actually a block. But yeah, not the greatest night for Pat Spencer.
No,
there's a reason why he's been in the G League for the most of the year. He's been a great success story, but yeah, I don't think anybody was really expecting him to step in and carry the torch for Steph Curry.
It's the classic like change of pace guy that work like a change of pace running back that you bring in for a couple of plays, but then the defense sniffs him out.
He's got those fresh legs.
Damn
motivated.
I want to still believe in Pat. I'm not going to bury him just yet, but I am going to say that was a tough night for Pat Spencer last night. Steve Kerr on learning a lot. Cut L Tony from the game.
We made a really spirited run. Got it to 7, and then we just kind of lost a little bit of composure. We turned it over right out of that timeout a couple of times and gave up a couple of threes where we lost connection defensively. But we learned a lot, and I think this game will help us figure out, how to move forward.
I mean, it's hard to think that the game was like an experimental game, but it kind of was. I mean, of course, it's a playoff game, so it's important, and this is what you play for and everything, but it almost was, okay, we got the 1 in game 1, Steph's out, let's Rubik's Cube this thing and see what we can do in games 3 and 4, because if they win game 3 or 4, and again, we don't know with Steph, everybody, we don't know. We still don't know. We don't know. But we do know that game 5 next Wednesday is a possibility. We don't know. I'm just saying. So if that is a possibility, can that be a 2-2 series? It could very well be a 2-2 series. All you need is one of the next 2. Hell, I wouldn't even bring up the possibility of 2 of the next 2. And I do want to bring this up real quick. I'm still not completely sold on the T-Wolves. I'm still not there. Yeah, okay, respect and all that, but they're beatable.
Well,
they are very beatable.
Can I tell you one thing that does scare me a little? We still haven't really seen Anthony Edwards go off.
And he's in a little bit of a funk because they said at the end of the Lakers series he wasn't playing great. And what was with the whole ankle thing last night?
Yeah, so TJD comes down on top of his ankle. It looked pretty bad. He's limping off, but then third quarter he's out there doing those exercise bands.
He's like 21 years old. I know he's 23. I hate to say this. This is going to sound lame and stupid, but I'll say it anyway. But I was calling, not BS, but I was like, he's fine. I'm telling you, he's fine.
Yeah, I mean, but TJD didn't land on top of his ankle.
I know. It hurt, I'm sure. But when he was limping off, I was kind of like, I'm seeing a little Shakespeare here. And sure enough, the boys on this, funny, the TNT guys actually echoed my thoughts after the game. They were like, man, where was the wheelchair for Paul Pierce, He's a young, springy kid. He's okay. Now, did you see anything hindering him in the second half?
No, he looked fine.
Yeah.
He looked fine, which is also kind of scary, the fact that he has not really gone off yet.
I mean, I'm sure it hurt. I get it. And I'm sure there is a little bit of bruise that would probably put me in the hospital. Mm-hmm. But by NBA standards, I thought he was hamming it up a little bit. That's what I thought.
Yeah, you're telling me an NBA player was hamming up an injury, Murph?
Where are my tough-minded soldiers who just soldier on? Where are those guys?
In the NBA, I've never seen a man get up off the floor by himself.
You gotta milk it. Get some camera time,
That's it.
Right?
I need some help. Somebody grab my my hand.
And one more, Kerr, about rotations with Kuminga and TJD.
Those guys really performed well and showed why they can help us win this series. So they're going to be part of it for sure. We've got to figure out rotations, who we want to start, all that stuff. But both guys are going to play a role.
Yeah. Okay. Well, listen, Game 3 tomorrow night, 5:30. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and I think we saw some of those adjustments early on. I mentioned Quentin Post only getting 3 minutes the entire game. Steve Kerr made the change to start the third quarter when the Warriors really did make their run to cut it down to 7. It was Kuminga with the starting 5, not Quentin Post. So that's something to keep an eye on for Saturday game.
For sure. And then, guys, I'm going to call out 2 guys. Because for our head says, guys, you can't rip the 12th guy on the team. True story. I'm just saying.
12th guy? He's the 14th guy.
Exactly. Might be the 15th. We had to just acknowledge his night after we had gone so deep on him yesterday. So, of course, I remain an ardent Pat Spencer fan. We just had to acknowledge he had a rough night last night. Let me tell you what, 2 other guys who had rough nights. 2 other guys who are not doing their job. Brandon Pajemski, Moses Moody.
Say it again.
And it's been tough for Moody for a while, so much so that I got to quote the great Matt Spider Leland, former KNBR employee, had a great tweet.
Ooh.
He said, I'm looking out there. He said, is that Moses Moody or Jake Moody? Great line.
Nice.
Great line.
Now, when you told me you were going to quote a tweet from Spider, I thought you were going to give us one of his bump list.
That's inside knowledge right there. He would sit in on his board up and throw out his rejoin list
would.
for, at least 8 to 9 people
exactly.
enjoying that.
Those people loved it.
Right, so I appreciated the effort. Moody last night, 0 for 5 from the field. I think I saw a stat. He hasn't made a shot since Game 6 of the Houston series.
I mean, he
is lost right now.
He has zero confidence. And same thing for Pods. There's a couple times he's passing up on shots because he just doesn't have confidence in himself. Where is that irrational confidence that Draymond Green was just talking about a week or 2 ago?
This is the guy who famously, after the Olympics last summer, and somebody put out a 2028 early roster, he retweeted it with the shrugging shoulders where am I? I was like, whoa, bro, you got balls to do that. I like it. Go represent the great United States of America. With that, you can't. No, you're not on the. I was like, where's my Olympic hopeful Pods? Yeah. So that was, dude, you got to deliver. 33 minutes, 11 points. They need way more from him.
No doubt.
Way more from him.
No doubt.
And you're right about
it.
Moody. The confidence is that, man, some of those shots. Some of those shots were some of the least confident NBA shots I've ever seen.
So timid.
Yeah.
It's like, Moses, you've been here before. You do have playoff experience.
2022.
I'm saying he had valuable minutes then. And we saw both these guys. We talked about that starting lineup. Once Jimmy came over, it was Jimmy, Steph, Dre, Pods, and Moses Moody, and it was one of the best starting 5 in NBA history. They started off 18-1.
Yeah.
The winning percentage was unreal, but it's a little different when Steph Curry's not out there on the court.
Maybe coming home will help. I don't know. 831 says no commission check for the solar sales guy last night. Oh, man.
Got to make those sales, Patty.
And this is for the old heads out there, the overnight Daves, the me. 916 says, Pat Spencer reminds me of the old Celtic Jerry Seasting. That's an incredible call. Wow. That's just for the old heads out there. Okay, on the other side, 2 guys we're going to talk about. Draymond Green, where's the poise? Jimmy Butler, where's playoff Jimmy? Next on The Sports Leader.
Minnesota! Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Again, Draymond Green draws the foul. Immediately, Tony Brothers indicates he's going to go take a look at it to see if the elbow caught the face of Reed, and apparently it did by that reaction. The crew chief, Tony Brothers.
Ruling on the floor, foul on number 11. The players will review to see if there's a potential hostile act at the end of the play. Personal foul on Reed, followed by a dead ball technical foul on Green. Minnesota will shoot one shot, and then Golden State will have the ball on the side.
And there we went down the rabbit hole again. Draymond Green, technical foul in a big game. Draymond Green upset. Draymond Green not showing that poise that we heard about a couple days ago and moving closer, actually, to a possible one-game suspension. 2 more technical fouls, he'd be suspended. And 2 more flagrant foul points, he'll be suspended. That's no bueno. We're back into this. Like I said, man, back to the future. But more important, it's a Reggae Friday. And Young Tone, you're sending this one out to number 23, Draymond Green?
Yeah, Draymond, if you're listening, cool down. Kaloe Kai.
Sounds good. I need this because I run a little hot too.
Yeah, you do.
I need to cool down.
Yeah, keep this song around.
Come on.
Keep this song around, Tony.
I am the Draymond Green of KNBR.
Yeah.
That's why I defend Draymond so much.
I know, dude.
I'm like, he's misunderstood.
I know.
I hear your case, and I reject it like Draymond Green. Yes. Yeah, don't get me started. See, when you bring Copes in, I get all addled. He's my Tony Brothers. You know what? I don't think I like Copes. Well, sometimes, so guys, that's the 2 stories here we want to go with. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Draymond Green, misunderstood and maligned unfairly, or Draymond, you're killing me. Stop it. That's the 2 takes you can have. The other one is Jimmy Butler. And playoff Jimmy has not been seen. There is nowhere that Miami Heat, I'm dragging this team to the final. He's dragging nothing nowhere. He's been looking to pass. There are multiple times where he's near the rim and he decides to give up on it. People are baffled. I'm baffled. Thoughts are many. Number 1, is his rear end still hurting him so much that is he shying away from contact because his rear end hurts so much still? That's 1. 2, he knew that this game was sort of a wash and was trying to conserve energy in a smart way. That's another theory. 3, he's a little older. He's no longer the playoff Jimmy who dragged them to the finals in 2020. 4, I don't know. Where are you, playoff Jimmy? Which theory are you going with?
I'm going with the 5th theory, my own theory. I've got a hypothesis for you, and I want to test it out this morning. I think what we saw yesterday from Jimmy Butler was not him channeling his inner playoff Jimmy. I think it was regular season Jimmy, where a lot of people had the same thoughts and concerns about how maybe he was passing the ball too much and not looking to score. Well, if you go back during the regular season, the first couple of weeks, once Jimmy Butler joined this rotation, he was big on trying to be the connector, on trying to get a flow in the offense and kind of establish himself in this Warriors offense with Steph Curry. Now he's out there without Steph Curry. And I'm sure we can get into the sound from Steve Kerr about why he used 14 different guys in the first half, because last night to me really felt like a game where they were just trying to figure out if anything will work without Steph Curry. So maybe my theory is that Jimmy Butler went into this game thinking, I'm going to be a facilitator first because I want to figure out who I can actually dish the ball to in games 3 and 4. Again, that might just be like wishful thinking, like, oh, it was just a bad game for Jimmy Butler. But I think the Warriors went into this game with the mentality of, hey, look, we don't have Steph Curry. We already stole one in Minnesota. Today's game is about figuring out keys to game 3 and keys to game 4. We've heard Steve Kerr talk about the chess match and how you have to make these adjustments moving forward. Maybe there was something yesterday with Jimmy Butler and the pick and roll, throwing a lob up to TJD, or Jimmy Butler figuring out a way to play with Jonathan Kuminga. Maybe that's why he wasn't in that score first mode, because he was trying to get the other guys involved so that they have more of a chance in game 3, 4, and potentially game 5 without Steph Curry.
Yeah, quite possibly, but the problem is it's the playoffs and you got to score.
No doubt.
Like nobody was scoring. And he's got to, in terms of like getting others involved, that's great. But there also is, this is superstar time.
I agree.
Right. And so you got to do your thing. But I hear you.
Yeah,
it's not a bad.
It's just a theory.
I know. But it is tentative. It's crazy.
Yeah, and like people want to see him put on the bat mask and go on and be Batman and be the guy that we've seen drop 56 points in a playoff game. A guy that's dropped more than 40 points 8 times in his playoff career. A guy that's dropped more than 30 points 23 times in his playoff career.
Wow.
So, like, this is a guy that can go out and get buckets.
And last night was 17.
Yeah.
17.
Mm-hmm.
So a little bit, what he have to say after the game? Why, Tony, about the burden of expectation to score 40 here?
I don't have a burden or expectation. I don't. I play basketball the right way. I will continue to play basketball the right way. If that time comes where, you're people that are saying whatever, supposed to score 40 or 43, whatever the case may be, I'm capable of it. I can do it, but I love making sure that my guys are comfortable, passing the ball to them, taking the right shots at the right time. But we'll talk about it. If that may be needed, who knows?
Okay. So that was almost like a regular season answer. Yeah, I want to get my guys comfortable into the game. Here's another theory. Like, if he does become playoff Jimmy, Batman, and leads the way, that would relax other guys. Like, all of a sudden, man, Jimmy's doing his thing. Good. I don't have to be the guy out here, So that's a theory. Like, if Jimmy's going to go for north of 30, maybe Pods feels a little looser, doesn't feel like he has to do as much, or that's another theory out there.
And I like that. And you heard Jimmy even say, like, I want to continue to play the right way. And we know that's Jimmy Butler's game. Even when we had Jeff Teague telling the story about how he beat the Minnesota 2 of starters a couple years in practice with the backups, they talked about him being a facilitator in that game, just finding the open shots. But you also make a good point, because if Jimmy Butler is more aggressive getting to the rim, guess what? There's going to be more people crashing on him. There's going to be help defense.
Yeah.
Then it creates an open shot for Pods or Moody or Buddy in the corner. Like, that's the type of pressure that Jimmy now has to play. I understand he wants to play the right brand of basketball, but the Warriors without Steph Curry need a different brand of Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. By the way, somebody just brings this up, non-Jimmy. I was looking at the text line here. Was Steve Kerr playing Looney for only 3 minutes last night? What was that?
Good question.
Interesting one. I'll just throw that one out there. More Jimmy about the offense without Steph, about being more aggressive.
Be aggressive, maybe even a little bit more aggressive than normal. And I'm playing the same way. My guys is open, I'm passing it. I don't care what nobody says. And I'm going to live and die with us as a unit, us as a whole. Aggressive, like, get in the paint, make plays for everybody. I feel like whenever I'm doing that, it makes everybody else's job easier. They know when to shoot the ball on catch and shoots. They know when to play out of closeouts. When I'm in attack mode, it automatically places them in attack mode.
Okay, well, I mean, man, I don't know, Jimmy. I got to tell you, hopefully he'll watch the film and realize that he passed up a couple of times when he could have tried to score the basketball and draw a foul.
Oh, yeah. There were a couple times where I was visibly upset yesterday. Like, there was one, like, breakaway layup, him one-on-one Dante DiVincenzo. He does a Euro step, then turns around and throws the ball to the three-point line.
Yes,
I'm like,
dude.
Jimmy, at least get the and one, at least get to the free throw line.
Yeah.
And once again, like, his theory makes sense. He does want to get other guys involved. He wants to get them open shots. But the Warriors also shot 28%, 9 for 32 from the three-point line in this game. It was also a game they had 20 turnovers, Murph. You know why they had a lot of turnovers? Because guys were hesitant to shoot the ball.
Yeah.
How many shot clock violations did we see yesterday?
Yeah.
And that's because
Minnesota
Pods. Great defense
cranked
also.
up their D, yeah.
But like Pods and Moody, we talked about it earlier. They look hesitant. They don't look like they have the confidence to take these open shots, even when Jimmy is getting on the ball.
It's funny. I was actually literally saying to the TV, I'm like, what happened to your vlog, dude? Because I watched him in Minnesota working on all those shots, and then he was passing up all those shots yesterday. I'm like, why'd you go to Minnesota? You could have gone straight to Butcher's Cut for your steak that I saw on your vlog, dude. He even posted a vlog right after the game last night with action shots in the game. I'm like, really?
Vlog life.
I don't think I really would have posted about this one. But yeah, so listen, 925 with a theory. Now, he's an anti-Draymond guy. He says Draymond intentionally does this stuff. But he brings up a theory. He says Butler is hurt. He drives with no finish because he is afraid not of the fall, but of the landing. So is that a possibility that the injury plays a role in his lack of aggression or contact?
I definitely think there's a factor of Jimmy Butler not being 100% healthy.
Yeah.
I think that definitely plays into it.
Yeah, so there you go. So that was one thing we wanted to get out here in this segment. The other one was the Draymond. And if everybody's just waking up right now, first of all, good morning. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And I heard it only when I woke up this morning, so I imagine you guys would only be hearing it when you wake up this morning, and that is that Draymond spoke late last night about getting mad. And I guess we're finding out now from Warriors Security, ESPN, Marcus Thompson, that when Draymond was on a stationary bike, he had a verbal exchange with a fan. Never good news. The fan apparently was ejected. According to ESPN, the fan was ejected, and according to ESPN, it was because of a racial slur. So obviously, totally unacceptable. What are we doing here, people? And so Draymond, upset about the technical. Draymond, upset about the fan, gave this statement. Tony, if you have the Draymond postgame, right after the game, just said this and then split.
Look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so now race has entered the chat. Michael Wilbon on ESPN was very strong in support of Draymond, saying being a black American of their certain age, they've lived through things that make them angry. And they, listen, we're not sociologists here. We can't tackle that. Obviously, that's a whole nother issue, right? But if it is a factor in this issue, if the fan did hurl a racial slur at him, and if it's what's in Draymond's brain, then it's something that needs to be talked about or acknowledged. I don't know how he handles it. I don't know how he processes it. I don't know how he uses it as fuel or motivation. I don't know, but all I know is that things just got a little more sticky, and that technical puts him that much closer to an ejection too. So in other words, 2 to 3 days ago we were talking about Draymond playing with poise. Now we're not.
No, and again, this is a tough situation to kind of break down because immediately I saw his comments about maybe the referees having an agenda against him, and that's the way it was reported. I'm reading an article this morning of Monty Poole, and the headline is Draymond Green accuses NBA referees of agenda after Game 2 technical foul. So I said, all right, he's addressing the referees in this instance. And then we see the video, or at least the aftermath, of Draymond Green going back with the fan. And once again, it's completely unacceptable to be hurling any type of racial slurs. I don't get as a society, as a sports fan, you buy a ticket, you can boo the guy, you can heckle him, but there's lines you just shouldn't cross. So I'm sure that also adds to the frustrations of a Draymond Green. But I need some more clarification on Draymond of who's he, I don't want to say accuse him, but where's the conversation going with this? Are you saying that you're being targeted by referees, the same referees who have been teeing you up for the past 13 seasons? This has been Draymond Green's reputation. We can get into the X's and O's of whether or not you thought it was a technical, but beyond the game of basketball, it's unacceptable for fans to be hurling racial slurs at a player. And so I think that's why it led to the frustration of Draymond Green on and off the court. That's the issue here, right?
Yeah, it is. And the issue is there's two issues. One is that we're now back to sort of explosive Draymond where we got to worry. And then two is the actual math of the frickin' technicals and the flagrants. He's getting close now. I'd say there's a chance he gets, there's a chance he's going to miss a game somewhere along the way. Because just in the course of 48 minutes, if they're going to go 7 with the T-Wolves, you tell me he's not getting another tech the rest of the way? I'd like to think so. And let's say they beat the T-Wolves. God bless. And they go on, you tell me he's not going to get another tech in the whole Western Conference Finals or the NBA Finals? He gets one, if you get 2 more, he's suspended for a game. Mm-hmm. And we know what happens there. As I was just saying to my 2016 Warriors playoff t-shirt. Oh, man, man.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. We've seen Draymond deal with technicals and flagrant his entire career. Literally, possibly costing the Warriors another ring when he got suspended back in 2016. So we've been down this road before. That's why we've had these conversations with Draymond Green. We've talked about him being a habitual line stepper. We talked about him being the wacky inflatable man. Anytime he goes up with a shot, arms and legs go flying everywhere. People are getting kicked in the groin. People are getting elbowed in the face. People are getting karate chops. That's just Draymond Green's reputation. So even last night, when he tries to do a little swing through and get a foul against Naz Reid, He hits him with an elbow to the face. So, of course, they're going to call it technical. I don't think it's an agenda trying to get Draymond Green kicked out of the game so the Warriors tank another series. No, but from Draymond Green's perspective, he does feel like he's being targeted, at least by the referees, it sounds like.
Man, oh, man. What Jimmy Butler have to say about Draymond's technicals cut Z, Tony, here?
No, I think he knows. We all know. I thought he got fouled and, maybe he's trying to sell the call. Somebody got hit, but it's crazy. Every time he does something, it's always a review, and it always ends up being something of that nature. But like you said, he got 5. He knows he got 5, so he knows how much we need him now more than ever. So I don't think he gets a 7. It ain't like he's doing it on purpose. He's trying to sell a call or something like that, and somebody just get hit.
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier. I didn't think it was a technical foul. I know others disagree, but I've been watching. We all have PhDs in Draymond Green's technicals. Yeah. That was pretty light in terms of a technical foul, which is why he was upset. But again, we had heard, and this is why I was pretty dubious on Game 7, Houston, and I've discovered poise. And I'm like, well, I'm kind of joking, like, no, bro, you can't really just discover poise. I mean, listen, therapy is an ongoing thing. It's an ongoing thing. And if you have anger management issues or, therapy issues, it's a constant work in progress. It's not like freaking a job that you just finished. Like, oh, yeah, I made my bed. I'm done. No, man. You got to, it's like trimming your fingernails. You got to do, I remember the movie Munich. You guys see the movie Munich, Spielberg's movie on the 72 Olympics?
No, I never saw that one.
At the end, they're talking about terrorism and, the 72 Olympics, the most famous tragedy in Olympic history when Israeli athletes were murdered by Palestinian gunmen. But at the end, they were talking about taking out those terrorists and then the guy's like, yeah, but here come more. What do we do? And the guy says, well, you trim your fingernails, don't you? And it's like a constant battle. It's like a constant. So Draymond, you got to keep trimming your fingernails, bro. You got to keep going to therapy. You got to keep talking to your barber and Tom Izzo and your wife and that buddy, because you can't just think you're there. You got to keep working on yourself. I'm talking to myself right now. Right?
I mean, it's good advice for anybody out there, but it's also like, I don't know if we have the Steve Kerr post-game comments when he says, like, this is a part of Draymond Green. This is who Draymond Green has been. He's a competitor. He goes out there, he's trying to draw the foul, but we also know he's a habitual line stepper. But also look at the reaction of Steph Curry getting off the bench and having to pull him back, of Jimmy Butler walking up to him, trying to pull him back. Like, even seeing in that situation, like, Draymond, you can't hurt the team anymore. You can't get a second technical and get called out now. And there were a lot of people complaining on social media that he didn't get a second technical with the way that he talks back to the referees. So there's actually people saying that he gets a longer leash with the referees compared to a lot of other guys around the league. This is who Draymond Green is as a player. You can call him dirty. You can call him whatever you want. He's a competitor, and that's the reputation that Draymond Green has always had, for better or for worse.
We've got people saying he's taken the wrong strategy by playing the victim. Like, it's a lot. He could just own up to it and say, I got to be better. I got to be there for my teammates. Can't wait for Game 3. That's one way to go. But he's is he playing the victim, or is he reacting to somebody hurling a racial slur at him? I'm not sure. Like, here's a 503 text in, says, as a black man, that soundbite was not about the refs. The pain in his voice is about the disrespect. So, I mean, it's like, 650 says Draymond is easily baited is the problem. 530 says it's a vicious cycle with Draymond. Just like Barry Bonds, he's an a-hole to the media, and so he's not a media darling. Actually, he's not. He has a good relationship with the media. He says he does make bad fouls. The league's on notice, and they look more closely at him. 916 says, can the league rescind this tech? Theoretically they can. Anyway, that's where we're at, guys. We wanted to touch on that. You got one?
Yeah, and that's just the last thing I want to say, too, because, like, we've seen the back and forth with Draymond Green in multiple different fan bases. And if you want to be the Boston Celtics or the Houston Rockets and chant F you, Draymond, that's fine. But once again, you should never take it to the level where you are calling a player racial slurs. You don't deserve to be a fan of any sport, really, but let alone you go to a basketball game, you start hurling out racial slurs. Yeah. What the hell are you doing, man?
What the hell are you doing?
That's unacceptable.
What the hell are you doing is all I can say. All right, so the other thing that happened last night was Steph spoke. And it's true, it's rare that extremely rare that an injured player talks to the media. But that's Steph, man. So some interesting stuff he had to say about his emotional state and his hopes to get back and where he's at with this Warriors team tied 1-1 after Game 3 with Game 3 tomorrow at Chase Center. Steph, next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Eventually there'll be conversations like that. We're anywhere close to that right now, so I'm not rushing it. Because like I said, there has to be a natural healing process that happens, and the body will tell you, even if you're able to do like normal basketball movements pain-free and all that stuff. And I know how tricky hamstrings can be, where they can fool you and think that it's healed even if you don't feel anything. And so that gray area will be confusing, I'm sure, but I'll do everything in my power to get back as soon as possible.
There he is, man. Steph Curry. Like I said, it is not normal for an injured player to talk like that, especially in the playoffs. Usually go underground, kind of hide out, do your therapy, and not worry about what the reporters have to say. Instead, Steph Curry's like, yeah, what do you guys need? Because he just continues to be the greatest human being in the history of Western civilization. And now we need him to be the fastest healer in the history of Western civilization. Tricky hamstrings. We don't know. We had Brandon Payne on yesterday, and he said, literally, guys, it's going to be a day-to-day thing. I took notes here. I was looking at my notes. It's every day as days progress, they'll form their plan. There's no playbook to this thing. How's he feeling right now? It's Friday morning. It happened on Tuesday night. So he's had Tuesday night, Wednesday night, 3 nights sleep, hopefully better.
Yeah.
We're going to hear some sound from him. Reggae Friday, though, Tone, real quick.
Yeah, your house, the house that Steph built. Steel Pulse.
Nice.
I like it. And we'll see if Steph Curry can channel his inner Wolverine, not his Batman, and help him with that recovery process.
So you know about the Wolf. So I guess Wolverine heals?
Yeah, Wolverine and Deadpool.
What's
two
that,
superheroes who have self-healing powers.
What's that?
Actual superpowers.
Deadpool, Rookie Minicamp. What's the animal that you cut off? Is it like a lizard or salamander or something?
And the tail grows back, right?
Oh, man.
I think it might be a lizard.
That's one of those ones that's always freaked me out. Like, whoa, what? And hopefully Steph can be the salamander whose hamstring grows back.
The salamander. Steph the salamander.
Salamanders are gross.
That's a new nickname.
We used to go on, because I grew up in southern Marin, so there's redwood forests near there, and we'd take field trips as kids to like the redwood forest, like Muir Woods or Audubon Place out in Stinson Beach or Bolinas or whatever, and you'd run into these salamanders. You're like, that thing's slimy. Who wants a salamander around?
Well, I'll tell you what. Last night there was a bunch of salamanders on the court without Steph.
Yeah.
The Warriors were struggling.
Salamanders can't hoop.
It was slimy, yeah.
Anyway, so Steph, what do you have to say? Here he is talking about feeling the injury during the game. Cut Z1, Tony.
There were no warning signs or any weird feelings. I felt great the whole game up until that point. I made a little pivot move on defense and felt something. Didn't think it was nothing or anything. Felt like I could just go get it released and would be able to come back out. But with soft tissue stuff like that, it was one of those situations I could have done more damage if I tried to go back out. So obviously a tough break, but hopefully I'll be back soon.
Okay, so he never felt. It's so crazy that in all his years he's never had a hamstring. I mean, he's just the physical. Credit to Brandon Payne. His trainer is taking care of him for this long. Now, again, we asked the questions. Did the rigors of the 7-game series with Houston play a role in this? Probably. And having to get on a plane right away and go to Minnesota? Probably. But that's the deal. That's what happens when you go 7 with Houston after you're up 3-1.
Yeah.
You talked about it all the time. Mm-hmm. They got to get that rest. They didn't get that rest. Now, I can't scientifically prove that he tweaked his hamstring because they went 7 with Houston, but you can kind of deduce, right?
You can assume that it's the extra mileage added up. I've heard some people even throw in the fact that he was out in Paris last year during the summer, putting extra mileage on his legs. So who knows if all of that adds up to the Steph Curry hamstring injury? Who knows if it's just a fluke injury? Who knows if the way the Houston Rockets were grabbing him and tweaking him and hugging him and trying to take prom pictures with him played a factor into this injury also? These are all questions that we have, and I don't think we're ever going to get the answer. We're just kind of speculating on Sports Talk Radio. The bottom line is Steph Curry is the only guy who knows his body. So Steph Curry is the only man who knows when he's going to return to the court. We can guess. We can look at other examples from around the league. We can say, this guy came back in a day or two. This guy took 2 weeks. Steph Curry is different, and we'll see if he can make a comeback differently than other players have.
By the way, prom pictures. Have you said that one before?
Oh, yeah, I've used that line a couple times.
Did I miss that?
Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green, dude, they were like hugging him from the back. Yeah, the prom picture. Yeah, you've seen some of those recently. Yeah. Everybody's trying to square up and take a prom picture with Steph.
That's really good.
It's either that or the jetpack. They hop on him like he's a jetpack.
Cut Z2, Tony, about the target to come back.
This is new, and from all that I'm learning about how quickly you can get back, there has to be a healing process that is just the way the body works. You can't accelerate it more than what it's telling you. So after a week, like really reevaluating every day to kind of understand when it's safe, just to even think about playing, let alone like how much can you push it.
Yeah, he doesn't know, and we don't know. A reporter asked if he had a hamstring issue ever before. Z3, Tony, right here. Yeah.
You've never had any type of hamstring issues in your life?
Nah, it's the first one.
Even like tight hamstring?
Nah.
So clearly he hasn't become a fat A in his late 20s trying to hike over Coit Tower like I did.
I know, it's a sad
Popping
story.
that hammy.
Oh.
When I was like, barely fitting into my pants.
Murph stuck on the staircase, not knowing to go up or go down.
It's like a pinch. You ever get that hammy? It's like a pinch right below your cheek.
It ain't fun.
Shout out to Earl Campbell, just a pinch between your cheek and gum. It feels like a sting, like a scorpion bite below your cheek. You're like, damn it, that's a hamstring. That's a bummer.
Yeah, and especially like it's a good thing that it's only a grade 1 hamstring strain. The worst thing you can do is rush back and injure it even more. Re-aggravate it.
Yeah, the re-aggravate is the word we're in fear of.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like you don't want to get to a situation where Steph Curry pops a hamstring in the middle of Game 5.
Yeah.
But then again, like it's so tough because, of course, Steph Curry wants to be on the court. Steve Kerr wants him on the court. Dub Nation wants him on the court. They want to go out and win a championship while they still have Steph Curry at age 37 years old.
Well, so, I'm reading all the reports, and Slater in The Athletic, who's so good, says he's out for games 2, 3, and 4. Brandon Payne with us said, maybe game 4. Now, that would be a problem because if he stayed in Minnesota, and I'm still trying to nail that down with Raymond about whether he stayed in Minnesota or not. If he stayed in Minnesota, he's not playing game 4 because game 4 is here. Mm-hmm. Not going to fly back. So I'm going to go right now with the 90% theory that he is out for games 3 and 4. And that means that he has a chance to be back for game 5. So that's the dream scenario. So I'm going to lay out the dream scenario. One of 2 goes to the Warriors. Well, the dream scenario is they win 2 in the next 2 days, which, by the way, I'm not taking that off the grease board. I'm going to go back and tell you guys, I am not overwhelmed by the T-Wolves. I'm not hating on them. I don't think they suck. I just think that they're beatable, even without Steph. Now, it's going to take guys that we all have called out. Pajemski, Moody, TJ, all these guys, Kuminga.
Keep going.
On and on and on. And Draymond to poise, Jerry, poise. But let's just say the most realistic scenario is splitting the 2. That's the most hopeful, realistic scenario, is splitting the next 2. You go back to Minnesota 2-2. I think, this is what I told the ESPN guys last night. I'm like, if that's the case, the Warriors will say, sign me up.
Yeah, I'm absolutely down with that scenario. Now, let me ask you this. If they lose the next 2 games and all of a sudden they're down, does that change the way you approach Steph Curry in Game 5?
Well,
you would have to think, right, with the season on the line. But then again, you don't want to get into a situation where we're talking about Steph Curry at age 37 having off-season hamstring surgery because he popped one, trying to force himself back too quickly.
Well, that gets into the part where we just don't know. The doctors are going to have to do the imaging and all that, but it is a hell of a thought. Steph got a little deep here about, when Marcus Thompson wrote that there were tears. Steph did say he was in his feelings, yeah.
When you're 27, you feel like, you're obviously in your prime. Like every opportunity I have now, you don't want it to be wasted on an injury. Like I'm thankful it wasn't worse, and I'm very aware of and appreciative that I have even a chance to come back. There's been injuries around the league that you've seen guys don't have that option. So I'm trying to stay in that mind frame, and hopefully things work out where I can come back and we have a chance to keep doing something special. But injuries are always hard emotionally, just because none of this is guaranteed to be back, in this environment or in the playoff experience and have an opportunity like that. So when you get hurt, you have to be intentional about what you focus on.
Damn, see, he's knowing, like, this is exactly what Brandon Payne talked to us about yesterday. About he knows he's only got X number of time left, and he's got a chance somehow, some way. They're in the Elite Eight. Yeah. They made it to the Elite Eight. And Steph's like, damn it. And they were talking, like next year, they should be good. You're gonna have Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph next year. You're gonna, I don't know what's gonna happen with Kuminga.
Yeah, maybe a sign and trade.
Who knows? But they should be good. But there's no guarantee. The West is going to get just that much better. The Rockets are going to be that much better. The Thunder are going to be that much better. Even these very T-Wolves will be that much better. So this is maybe his chance to make that miracle run. The T-Wolves maybe not there just yet. Maybe the Thunder not totally there if they're waiting. Maybe it's I don't know. So that's why you could hear in his voice, damn, I was in my feelings a little bit. Yeah.
And like Steph does have that realization that we are at the end part of his career, the last dance, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
But I think he also doesn't even think about next season. He's so focused on winning right now and how everything has kind of changed since Jimmy Butler came to town. And the fact that Jimmy's out here talking about winning Steph his 5th ring. They're trying to get Jimmy his 1st. Draymond Green was out here at All-Star Weekend at TNT saying that the Warriors were going to win a championship this year, not next year. So the goal in their minds is probably to win one this year and to win one next year. That might be highly unrealistic, but the way that they played down the stretch with Jimmy Butler gave them the belief that they can win this year with this roster. And now the question is, can they tread water until Steph Curry returns?
Yeah, I mean, I'm even looking ahead if the Celtics get knocked out. I mean, man, oh, man. All right. We are going to take a break for some Giants baseball. Mike Kruko on the other side, but this is what we're doing now on Fridays. We're doing the Bay Area Sports Calendar sponsored by Surfside. Are we swag surfing? Is that what we're doing?
Let's go, Murph.
The Minnesota Timberwolves in town tomorrow night to face your Warriors. Game 3, Saturday night at 5:30. If you want to go there. You want to watch some college baseball down at Stanford Sunken Diamond. Grand Canyon University down there at 6:05. And if you want to go over to the East Bay, over to Berkeley, Buster Posey's Florida State Seminoles face Jeff Kent's Cal Golden Bears tonight at 6 o'clock in Berkeley. Hey, before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball, and that's the Bay Area Calendar brought to you by Surfside. Mike Kruko next on the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we always love our Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays with Mike Krukow talking Giants baseball. Giants at Minnesota tonight, 5:10 first pitch. Jordan Hicks against former Padre Chris Paddock in the Twin Cities. The Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Good morning, Mike. Happy Friday. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, it is a happy Friday. They come out of Chicago, win a series. Nice off day. I know that there were some of the entourage of the Giants that were at the Warriors game last night on an off day. I just don't know how many yet. I mean, that'll come in. That news will come in the next couple of days. But, hey, the best way to go into an off day on the road is when you just come off of a nice series win on the road. So that was huge considering how the Cubs were playing.
Really was. And it seems like after every Robbie Ray start, we keep asking you, Mike, well, look at Robbie Ray. But he keeps repeating his stuff. Are you seeing even more? Did anything happen on Wednesday that showed you even more? Was there a new dimension, or is he just at a cruising altitude right now?
Yeah, I think cruising altitude is a great way to phrase where he's at. I think he's better than he ever has been. Because if you go take a look back, even the year that he won the Cy Young Award, he was basically a two-pitch guy. I mean, it tells you how good his two pitches were and how unique he was. Because if you look at the way he approaches a pitch, I mean, he squares up, and he's standing with his chest completely square to home plate. Then when he turns around, he shows that hitter his numbers on his back. So his back is squared up. That's a big turn. And then he comes right over the top. You don't see him very well, and he pitches up. He pitches high in the strike zone or above the strike zone. And he's always done that. And then he's got this bastard slider that, just comes completely across the plate. If you're hitting from the right side, it looks like it's going to hit your back foot, and guys can't lay off it. Two-pitch guy, Cy Young Award winner. And the other thing, too, about being a Cy Young Award winner, you got a ton of confidence. You don't get to be a Cy Young Award winner if you don't have a lot of belief. And he did. Then his arm broke down. Then he goes through the trauma of a massive surgery and all the doubt that surrounds that particular surgery as to whether or not you'll ever come back. And then when he came back last year, he wasn't 100%. I mean, he came back early, which, you can't win a Cy Young if you're afraid of pain. You just can't. So he gets to a point where he thinks, okay, I can go. And you're so confident that you can get people out. You go back with less than your stuff that you had when you won. And now all of a sudden things change because you're not throwing the same velocity. When you have a high velocity, you can get away with some pitches in the strike zone because it's got velocity. When you make that same pitch in the strike zone, it gets hit. Now you're a different guy. So now when you're a different guy, you're forced to learn other things. So what did he do? After last year, he finds the phone number for Tarek Skubal, and he says, you got the best changeup in baseball. How do you throw it? And he taught him. Then he comes into camp this year, and he's got a curveball that he had a long time ago. He kind of brought that back. Then he's got the changeup. Now he's got a cutter. And guess what? He's got the feel back in his arm. His arm is completely healed, whereas it wasn't last year. And now all of a sudden it becomes a great story. Well, everything happens great in the spring, and then the season starts, and now he's out of whack. His mechanics are screwed up. But yet he's still keeping the team in there despite walking 4 and 5 and 6 guys. But now he finds his mechanics. In these last three and a half starts, he has been lights out, better than he ever has been, with a changeup and a curveball. He's not afraid to throw in any count, and the fastball's back. He can pitch up. That slider's a back footer that you can't lay off. He is a badass on the mound, and he knows it. He's got everything back, and I think because of the 2 additional pitches, he's better than he has been.
Mike, on Wednesday morning, we talked about Ryan Walker's blown save on Tuesday night, and then Wednesday afternoon came around, and Ryan Walker ends up getting the save to close out the series in Chicago. What did you think about Ryan Walker's bounce-back performance and also Bob Melvin's confidence to go back to him in back-to-back games?
Well, yeah, and he walked the first guy, too. We were all just absolutely seeing this whole thing start to just go away again. And, it's the one position on the team where you have to be perfect.
There's no forgiveness if there's a speed bump, and you going out there. It's just that's the nature of the beast. That's the position of being a closer. And when he imploded with Verlander's game, and now it's 2 that he hasn't been able to cash in, it is wearing him out. And obviously he's letting the team down, but he's letting one of his idols down. And that's a bad place to be. It really is. And if you're Bob Melvin, you have options. You've literally got 4 or 5 options where you could close with other guys in that bullpen. That's how good that bullpen is. And yet, in the long run, Melvin knows he needs this guy. He knows this guy could be a bad animal. All you need to do is show him confidence. And he believes in the Giants' ability to overcome another bump in the road. So I love the fact that he went out there. Everybody in the Bay Area was thinking, well, yeah, you've got Duvall, who's been lights out. He's coming off of 12 shutout innings since his implosion, and he's just, he's a bad animal. And you got Tyler Rogers, who's been pitching lights out. He's a bad animal. And you got Miller, and you got Rodriguez, and you got all these guys who are amazing. But Bob Melvin knows he's going to need Ryan Walker. He needs Ryan Walker to get healthy in the head. And guess what that closeout did? After the leadoff walk, it got him right. He's feeling good about himself. They win the series. They go into an off day. They get to think about the good vibe. And now Bob Melvin's bullpen is lights out. Plus, they got Kyle Harrison back. How good did he look the other night?
Looked amazing. And it made me wonder, God, I don't want to be controversy guy, but Jordan Hicks is starting today. He hasn't had a great start to his season. And he sees Kyle Harrison walking into the clubhouse throwing 98 with that deceptive 3-quarter release. My question is there, you always say big leagues is competition, constant competition. So is Jordan Hicks going, man, I got to pitch for my job now? Is that, we're not there yet, but is that something that's in the air?
That's the way you should walk out to the mound as a pitcher every time you take the ball. That's the mindset you should have. If you sit back and you're completely happy with where you are, you're losing it. You have to have that edge. Go out and pitch like your job is on the line. That's how you should pitch. That's how you should live your life every day. And that just makes you better. That keeps the edge honed. And don't take anything for granted. Now, Jordan Hicks, he doesn't have the numbers, but he's got one thing going for him. He's got great stuff. So things can turn around. I think that he has gotten sloppy with a couple pitches. I think his slider is not as quick as it should be. That pitch needs work. The sinker doesn't. I think that he's using that sinker, and it's in the high 90s. That's a bad animal right there. All right, well, start throwing the 4-seamer. Give yourself another look with the fastball. And work on that split. The split's not right there. He's throwing through the split. He's got to take a little bit off. He's an athlete. Finesse that pitch a little bit. So he's got work to do. But I think that his backbone, the fact that he's throwing the high 90s 2-seamers, that allows me to be very patient with him. But I love the fact that there is competition. Birdsong. And what we saw with Harrison was just a 1 inning. But the fact that he's throwing high 90s, we didn't see that. When he came up, we haven't seen that. But now he's got his tools back. So he's in the mix. But for right now, he's coming out of that bullpen, and he's thinking that he's the man. A lot of good things are happening right now. And nobody should feel like they've got it locked, and nobody should be taking their job for granted. Stay on the edge.
Mike, if the Giants were to make a change to the rotation, whether it's now or some point later on the season, do you think Kyle Harrison or Hayden Birdsong would get that first opportunity?
Well, it depends how built up they are. Right now, you could get probably 50 or 60 pitches out of Birdsong, maybe more. But if he went back in the rotation, it would be, short stints until he built himself up to 5 or 6 innings. And the same thing for Harrison. When I look back at his stats down in the minor leagues, he was going 4 innings. So they'd have to build him back up. So basically, if they were to go in and you made that decision to pull the trigger on one of them, it'd be a bullpen game for a while until they got, built completely back up. But they have options, and that's the good thing about it. Plus, they got Weisenhunt down there in the minor leagues who's lights out. He's coming off another 7 innings where he dealt. I think he gave up 2 or 1 runs, but he's pitching really good. And Tristan Beck's another guy. He's throwing lights out, and so is Sean Jelly. You've got options. The Giants are loaded with arms. And from Bob Melvin's perspective, that gives him lots of options.
Yeah, Mike, we're talking about the Giants who take on the Twins tonight in Minnesota, 5:10. Jordan Hicks against Chris Paddock. It's going to be 3 games, and then they come home to face Arizona, who's interesting. It's going to be just I don't know, I don't know, Mike, how much you live on social media, but there's a funny meme of 2 Spider-Mans pointing at each other. What's the background on that, Marcus? The Spider-Mans all pointing at each other?
It's just a Spider-Man and Spider-Man meme, Murph.
Well, I'm wondering if today in pregame warm-ups, out when they're jogging in the outfield, do Carlos Koreah and Willie Adamus point at each other like 2 Spider-Man, because they're 2 guys who the Giants turn to solve their shortstop woes. Now, Koreah, we all know, they pulled the plug. And it seems like Willie Adamus is just basically Koreah, kind of like the replacement. So I'm wondering your thoughts about, when you look at Koreah. So just to fill everybody in, last year Carlos Koreah did play. He got 319 at bats. He did hit 310 last year with an OPS of 905. This year he's off to a cold start. He's only hitting 221 with a 586 OPS. That's Koreah. So I don't know. You think about that. Is there a little kind of, I don't know if they'll kind of look at each other and sort of smile like, hey, I was supposed to be you, right?
Wow. You guys need to check what you're putting in your coffee, man. I mean, you're coming up with things in a different direction. I mean, where did this come from? My goodness.
Well, I thought it was funny that Carlos Correa is playing today. Mike, that's the guy the Giants.
Biggest nerd in the Bay Area right now. You're doing Spider-Man on Spider-Man.
All right.
Oh, my gosh. Right. You know what? I think both these guys are warm weather players. I think they're both clubhouse positives. I think they have so many similarities in their game that you would like to have either one of them on your team. The question mark around Korea was whether or not he was going to be able to stay healthy to justify 7 years. His deal was for 7 years. And I would be shocked if Korea and Adamus weren't good friends. So yeah, they may have a laugh or two about it because I think they would like to put the uniform on and be part of this organization. I mean, Korea, he was disappointed when it didn't all go down, and Adamus kind of won the lottery. I mean, they kind of feel that way. So,
Mike, I'll tell you what, you're gonna hang up the phone. You're gonna hang up the phone and realize, say, Murph had a pretty good riff there. I didn't realize until after I hung up the phone. That's what I'm predicting right now. It is kind of funny that these are the 2 guys, and they are similar players, and they are. You know, it's interesting. I'm looking at Baseball Savant. Do you ever look at that, Mike? The Baseball Savant with all the rankings. Do you look at that?
No, I don't spend a lot of time over there. I'm kind of a baseball reference guy.
Okay, but Baseball Savant is really interesting because it's really easy with the red and the blue and where you rank. It's interesting. Carlos Correa right now, according to the metrics, is like 97th percentile in his defense, which I didn't like when the Giants were about to sign him. Did you think of him as an elite defender?
I did. I liked, what defines an elite defender for me for a shortstop is how well he goes to his right. What's his backhand like? How deep in the hole can he go? What's he like when he's coming across body to field the ball that's coming into him? You know, how good is his exchange when he's going to his right? How soft are his hands when balls are hit off to him? Does he cross over with his left leg and straighten out his elbow and become hard-handed? Or does he take a lead step with his right leg that gives him bend in his elbow to his backhand? I mean, those are the things to me that defines a shortstop. And Korea, he's got it. And so does Adamus. I mean, they're to their right side. I think they're good players, and which when they were going around and bringing guys in and looking at guys, not every guy had that. Not every guy who was over there and took the position before Adamus got there was able to do that. So, I do think both guys are defensively above average, way above average.
The metrics are very bad to Adamus. They say he's in the 4th percentile defensively, but again, I don't know if you can either value these things or not. You know.
Yeah, I mean, they do. They mean something, and there's something you can negotiate on if you're a player. That's for sure. I mean, I think all this stuff is created so agents have a better argument going into general managers, and they start dropping these things on them. You know, you can't argue with numbers. I mean, remember those remember Brian Kenny used to have those debates with Harold Reynolds?
Yeah.
And Harold Reynolds would be old style and talking about, the unwritten rules, and he'd be talking about, the six tool, and then all of a sudden Brian Kenny would come up with all these statistics and would carve him up. and Harold Reynolds was talking about the game the same way that I would. If I was Harold Reynolds taking on Brian Kenny, I would be getting carved up too. But what Harold Reynolds was talking about was about the, like sliders. You can't throw 7 sliders to a pitcher. A pitcher can't throw 7 sliders to a hitter because along about the third one, your arm doesn't come back from it. So the quality of those 7 sinkers or sliders are all going to be different. Well, statistical guys don't want to hear that. And if you say that argument to Brian Kinney, he's going to carve you up. So when you go over and you spend a lot of time going into these data-based websites, that's what you're hearing. You're hearing the statistics that back it up. It's not the common sense. It's not the actual reality and the physicality of a player, a human being trying to execute a pitch or swing a bat, because there's way too many intangibles, physical intangibles, that have something to do with it that never really get brought up in that equation. So I don't spend a lot of time on it. I really don't. I think to me that's like talking about Spider-Man going against Spider-Man.
You're going to love that one. That's going to be a fun one. Hey, just last one. Finally, somebody got to Yamamoto. Finally. Did you see that last night? This guy was unhittable. The Diamondbacks beat him last night.
Yeah, I did. And, it was an opposite field, home run that kind of took him down. This kid is still a kid. And, he's elite. He signed a 12-year, $350 million deal or something weird like that. But he didn't have it. It was a 12-year deal for a pitcher. That's obscene because he's never going to be able to physically justify that. But yet they wanted him that bad. And I think that he's pretty much justified that he's worthy of some bizarre contract. I don't know if anybody's worthy of a 12-year guarantee. But he's been unbelievable. And the fact that they got him, I think, in the way that they got him and how they did it, is going to lead approach suggestions to the rest of the league. I think the way you hit a guy like that, when he has elite command, he throws that hard, he's got a true control of 6 different pitches, is you have to go the other way. So, yeah, it just proved that he's human. It proves that, baseball, no matter who you are, how good you are, it's going to get you, and it got him last night. Yeah. And, it's amazing how everybody in the National League West kind of took joy in it.
He's at 26 years old, to your point. All right, Mike, Spider-Man it is, buddy. Have a great weekend. 3 baseball games, and we'll talk to you Monday.
Thanks, Mike.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow, not a Spider-Man fan, and we will do the big hit on the Warriors. Here's the question. Did you see anything last night that gives you hope for Game 3, or did you see things last night that made you lose hope? That's the question. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Bang the number, 415-808-5627. It's the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Are you losing hope because of what you saw, or did TJD and Kuminga give you hope? Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. Good morning. After what we saw last night in Minnesota, can the Warriors win 1 game without Curry? 1 game. Can they do it? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
All right, Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria, Mother's Day. All right, I've been telling you guys about this all week. Here's the deal. It's coming up on Sunday, and you can do something special for Mom. First of all, you can get her the best pizza in town, Detroit style or New York style. And then second of all, if you tell them you were listening to KNBR and you say, I heard that Murph guy in KNBR say, if I brought my mom or grandma or mom figure for Mother's Day, I get a free dessert or a free split of Prosecco. Boom, we did it. It's just the Mother's Day special at Amici's. Just tell them you heard about it from me on KNBR. Get the free dessert or free split of Prosecco to help Mom feel special. Also, if you want to do it on a pickup order, want to eat at home, watch some baseball, just order at Amici's.com. Over $35 if you use the mobile app and enter the code MOM, M-O-M, at checkout for your choice of the free dessert or Prosecco split. So there it is. Mother's Day special. The rest is all Amici's goodness. The wings, the pastas, the salads, even vegetarian and gluten-free options if you need, and beers and wines. It's Mother's Day. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Randall just buries his way in. Count that. That's going to be an and one as Buddy Hield didn't have his heart in it, and Randall will go to the line for a three-point chance. Here's Randall for three. Got it. Julius Randall buries the triple. Randall just backing down. Moody spins and scores. Julius Randall out ahead of the pack. Steve Kerr calls the timeout, and the white flag is up. Warriors will surrender. The Minnesota Timberwolves come back with an answer and a response in game 2, and they win it 117-93. Julius Randle leads the Wolves with 24 points. This one in the West is all even at one game apiece.
Yeah, Brian Anderson in the call. We've been here 2 hours, and now as I think about this now, I'm like, yeah, you better have won the frickin' game, Minnesota, because if you lost to that Steph-less Warriors team at home, you guys would be in big, big trouble. All stuff to discuss. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It's Reggae Friday. Young Tone, you're always getting requests. What do you got here, bud?
Yeah, so shout out my guy Dustin in Vacaville. Same dude who was sending me a bunch of requests when you guys were in Hawaii.
Nice.
He actually spins vinyl at Berryessa Brewing Co.
Ooh. Sounds good.
Winters, California. Anyway, shout out my guy Dustin. Been sending a bunch of rejoins. This is Feel a Little Better.
Ooh.
Third World.
Dude, there's Berryessa Brewing Company in Winters.
Apparently.
I'm down. I'm interested.
One of those beers will make me feel better
that's
after
on your
last
trip,
night.
buddy.
Oh.
That's on your way to your mom and dad.
I might have to stop by today. Tell Dustin I'm coming.
You take the 505 Hypotenuse, don't you?
That's it. I'm going out of my way to get one of these
Winters,
beers.
So you're going to go to
If I'm getting those beers, if I'm getting these type of vibes with a little flute in the background too, I'm down with it.
That's like a flute chip. Hey, you know what? One of Marcus's bands that I really like, can I just make a request for something from The Green?
Ooh.
I'm looking at their songs right now to try to fit. There's one called What Will Be Will Be. There's one called How Does It Feel? I don't know. Just give me some Green.
Oh, request granted.
Okay, well, I was trying to find a title that fit the Warriors, but we don't have to.
Ooh,
we can just go with The Green.
Are you trying to find
the
a
Draymond
song
Green?
by The Green that represents Draymond Green?
Is there a song called Technical Fouls
Is there a song
didn't need to get?
Is there a song called Poise, Tony? Poise by The Green.
Or Wake Up. How's that? All right, guys. So listen, I asked the question. We've been talking all morning, obviously. Multiple threads this morning. No call-in. Warriors lose 117-93. Lots happened. There was controversy. Draymond Green got a technical foul. He was upset about it. He kind of reverted to the non-poised Draymond and even had a controversial comment after the game saying that he thinks there's an agenda to paint him as an angry black man. Okay, that's strong stuff. We can get into that later. Jimmy Butler was a little passive. We addressed that. But the one I want to address here in the big hit is, because I did ESPN radio after the show. My buddy Stosh, he's been a producer there for years and years, and every now and then he leans on me as a Bay voice.
Hey, Murph man.
And I usually say, no, I'm busy or I'm going to sleep. But this one I was like, yeah, sure, what the hell. So I went on, and the guys came in negative. They're like, how much trouble are your Warriors in? And I was like, well, I mean, yeah, sure, you wish you had Steph, but I'm thinking if they can win one of the next two and get Steph back for Game 5, it's not as bad as you think.
Did they ask you the panic meter question?
They didn't give me that.
Seems like there's always that question. Where's the panic meter at? Where's the panic meter
I'm going to
at?
go ahead and tell you, they pretty much were saying the Warriors were done. They didn't say it, but that was the vibe I was getting. I was like, wow, really? So my question to you is, Jonathan Kuminga and Trace Jackson Davis. Now, Steve Kerr was somebody on the text line compared it to a Rubik's Cube. Steve Kerr was just ripping Rubik's Cube last night, trying to find, and it's kind of interesting that they would take a playoff game and go, let's see what we got, but that's what they did last night. In fact, why don't we play that Kerr cut, Marcus, before you give me your thought there. Kerr cut K, about playing everybody and seeing what they had.
Well, I think part of the game plan coming in was to play a lot of people, and we did. I think we played 13, 14 people in the first half. And part of the reasoning is, obviously the fatigue of the run we've been on with all the travel and the games, but part of it also is we have to figure out what we're going to be able to do in this series without Steph. And so we gave a lot of people a lot of chances, and then, some guys really stepped up. Trace and JK were both really good in this game. You could see that their athleticism was important.
What did you think of the Rubik's Cube there?
I thought it was good to try to figure out if anything's going to work against this Minnesota defense without Steph Curry. Because we talked so much about the Steph Curry timeline, the Steph Curry system, the off-ball movement, the off-ball screens that sets up open shots for Steph Curry. Yeah, you can do a lot of that stuff with Buddy Hield, but Buddy Hield ain't no blanking Steph Curry. This is the Spider-Man meme of two guys pointing at each other, not exactly being the same, Murph, is what I'm saying here. So, yeah, it's going to be more difficult for the Warriors to get buckets without Steph Curry. We all knew this coming into this game, and that's why I think we saw Steve Kerr experiment with different lineups. I mentioned it on the show yesterday. I said, without Steph Curry, who's going to replace the shooting and who can give the Warriors a little bit more size? And my suggestion was to start Quentin Post. Well, Murph, I was right about starting Quentin Post. I was wrong about that being the solution to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves because he only played 3 minutes. The first 3 minutes of the game, he was a minus 13 because they went down 13-0. So Steve Kerr hit the ejecto button on the seat, launched him out of the car like it was Too Fast, Too Furious, and next thing you know, Quentin Post is out of the game, and you never see him again because Trace Jackson Davis, the same man that Quentin Post Wally pipped earlier this season to kick him out of the rotation, stepped in, gave him some more athletic moments, got to the rim, played some better defense, and maybe TJD is something that you found from this game as a key takeaway to possibly get some more minutes moving forward.
Yeah, here's Jimmy Butler cut T, Tony, on what he saw from Kuminga and TJD last night.
Some talented pros always being ready, doing whatever you ask them to do, and doing it at a high level on both sides of the ball. Attack. We need as many individuals attacking as we can. If you get in there and nobody helps, score. If you get in there and somebody helps, pass the ball to the open guy. And a lot of the times whenever you get into the paint, it's wide open to go in there and get a bucket.
Okay, listen, Kuminga and TJD were doing things, let's call it for what it is, things that Pajemski and Moses Moody were not doing. I have to quote the great Spider Leland, Matt Leland, who used to work here, who has sent out a tweet saying, is that Moses Moody or Jake Moody out there? Somebody actually texted in and said it's a real baffling thing because he was part of that surge in the whole second half of the season.
I mean,
he was so good. How has he gone to almost... The guy called him borderline unplayable at this point. He does not look comfortable out there at all.
I would say the same thing about Brandon Pajemski because it was that lineup that they had so much success with. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, Pods, and Moses Moody. That was the lineup that started off, 18-1 when Jimmy Butler first came to town? They were playing unbelievable basketball. And we've seen Moses Moody have clutch minutes before in the playoffs for this same Golden State Warriors team just a couple years ago. So, yeah, it's a little kind of confusing to see these guys kind of clam up a little bit. And we've talked about body parts getting tight in the playoffs. But I mentioned Moses has been there before. I know it's a little bit different for Pods, but the both of them just do not look like they have the confidence. They don't look like they want to shoot the ball. They're so hesitant. They have a couple open shots, and now they're just scared of the own lack of success that they're not even getting the shots off.
Can being at home get them somehow more comfortable, or could they need them?
Yes.
Oh, they need you.
I will say this is a discussion that I've had before with Marcus Thompson when he filled in when we did one of our winter holiday shows, and we talked about home court advantage and the difference between football, baseball, and basketball. And really, the end of the conversation resulted in us talking about what the home crowd advantage does for the bench guys during an NBA playoff series, for your Pods, your Moody's, your Buddy Hills, your role players. because for whatever reason, I don't know if it's the increase in confidence, just having something behind you, but teams usually shoot better at home with their own home crowd around them. So maybe that can spark something. I don't know, maybe. Maybe if everybody wears the T-shirts, Moses Moody and Brandon Pajki will start hitting shots.
Pods has had, and I know I wanted to talk about TJD and Kuminga here, but just a Pods digression. He's had one good game in the playoffs. I have his game log right here. They played Houston. Game 1, 35 minutes. He scored 14 points, 5 of 13 from the field. Game 2, I think he got banged up in Game 2. 14 minutes, no points. Game 3, he comes back 33 minutes, only scored 10 points, 1 of 6 from 3. And then there's the mysterious Game 4, when they won 109-106, the game where I think they stopped Şengün in the final possession. They go up 4. He scored 26 points in that game, 6 of 11 from 3. Since then, Marcus, it hasn't been happening. The blowout in Game 5 when they mailed it in, he scored 8. The one they blew at home, Game 6 at home, he only scored 10. The Game 7 when they did win, he was still quiet. He went 1 of 7 from 3, he scored 9. Game 1 that they won in Minnesota, he only scored 3 points in that game. And then last night, he only scored 11. So he's, I don't know, buddy. I need you.
Yeah.
But anyway.
And I feel like that's why we're going to see Steve Kerr with a shift in his rotation. Because we've talked all season long, especially since Jimmy showed up in town, about the fit in the Warriors system and how guys like Jonathan Kuminga and Trayce Jackson-Davis are not good fits because they can't space the floor. Well, there were 2 of the best guys on the floor last night. So now it's not about the fit because now you need to figure out ways to fit the basketball into the bucket and get some actual points. And maybe TJD and Jonathan Kuminga with their fresh legs can give you some of those scoring options.
The other part of this is, and we're talking about Kuminga and TJD, is Jimmy Butler. And I was as shocked as everyone. Stan Van was calling it out. I was yelling at my TV. I was like, what are you doing? He was passive and tentative. Now, he tells us after the game he's looking to get his guys involved and play basketball the right way, but I'm here to tell him, bro, no, you don't. This is the playoffs. You can go be that alpha and let those guys follow you. At least that's my opinion. Jimmy says he knows what he's doing, but man, oh man, he was like, somebody actually wrote in a serious text saying like, what's wrong with Jimmy? Like, what's going on? Why is he so
He's got a sore
tentative?
ass.
Why is he? Yeah,
what's wrong with
is
Jimmy.
he afraid of contact? Is he? Here it is, 510 says, what's wrong with Jimmy? Has he lost his joy? Air quotes, he's joking. Is he injured? Why is he passing up so many shots? Has he checked out? Is he Jimmy being Jimmy? Somebody let him need to know we need Batman. Is he tripping or is he balking at taking over leadership? What's wrong with Jimmy? I agree. And Jimmy was not, he only took 13 shots last night. Yeah. It was a passive performance.
Yeah, definitely. And it's something that I talked about yesterday before the game started. I don't think Jimmy Butler is 100% healthy from that pelvic contusion from that last series against the Houston Rockets. So maybe that plays a factor. And also, I think when Steve Kerr's out there running 14 different guys on the court in the first half, Jimmy is also trying to figure out who he can play with, who's going to work with him in Game 3 and Game 4. I know that might sound like an excuse, like the Warriors are just waving a white flag to go out and try a bunch of different experiments in Game 2. But here's the thing. When Steph Curry's not on the court, you got to figure out a different system because Steph Curry is the Warriors system.
Here's what Jimmy had to say about not being huge last night offensively. He wound up scoring 17 points. Jonathan Kuminga was actually their leading scorer last night, believe it or not. So here's Jimmy on his game.
I don't have a burden or expectation. I don't. I play basketball the right way. I will continue to play basketball the right way. If that time comes where, you're people that are saying whatever, supposed to score 40 or 43, whatever the case may be, I'm capable of it. I can do it. But I love making sure that my guys are comfortable, passing the ball to them, taking the right shots at the right time. But we'll talk about it. If that may be needed, who knows?
That's the part at the end that gives me, we'll talk about it. I mean, they got to look at the film. He's going to look at the film and see stuff where he passed up shots. He's going to look at the film and say, I'm giving other guys an opportunity, and they're not taking advantage of it, so maybe I got to do this on my own.
Yeah, it's hard to be the connector when nobody is connecting their shot to the basket. Like, that's a problem, but it's also what we saw when Jimmy first came to this team, how he was a facilitator. When Buddy was calling him the connector, and Jimmy said, you can't even spell connector, but that's Jimmy's game. He does want to be a pass-first kind of ball handler. We talk about his basketball IQ, but he also told us during the regular season, when it's time for playoff Jimmy, you'll know what time it is. Well, playoff Jimmy, it's time to show up because the Warriors are going to need you to be Superman, not just Batman, in either Game 3 or 4 if you want to win and tread water until Steph Curry returns.
Yeah, and let's end it on this. And we can, obviously, we got Susan Sluster coming up talking Giants baseball. We have our cooler of content with all the best sound. And then we have a whole 9 o'clock hour to get into all this. But I'll just end the big hit right now by saying this. With all the negatives that we outlined, Quentin Post was ineffective. Pods has been, Moody's lost at sea. All that said, I don't see the Timberwolves as an insurmountable hurdle. They're good, and Anthony Edwards is yet to go off. I get it. But Steph, I think, will return. I'm guessing Game 5 and Wednesday. And I'm thinking if you take one of the next two at home, which I think they can, and I think it might be Butler, I think it might be Kuminga, I think it might be TJD. I'd like to think Pods will shoot better at home. If you get this thing 2-2 with Steph coming back in Game 5, I'm in. So that's my takeaway from the big hit.
I'm with you there, man.
All right, buddy. Here's the deal. Susan Sluster on the other side, cooler at content, and then more of your Warriors takes in the 9 o'clock hour. It's a Friday, fool. It's a Reggae Friday. Tony's taking requests. By the way, these people coming in from Berryessa Brewing Company saying that one guy says he'll meet you there and he'll buy you.
Hey, look at this. Free beer.
He only said the first round.
All right.
How about the first two? How's that?
Second round's on me.
On
Third
KNBR
round's on Murph.
104.5 and 680. These sports leaders.
Minnesota!
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. You just heard the guys break it all down. So after what we saw last night, what do you think? Can the Warriors win one game without Steph Curry? Can they just win one? And then hopefully Curry can get back and stay on the court and stay healthy, more importantly. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Quite simply, Susan Sluster knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle Senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Murph and Marcus on KNBR. Now.
All right, it's Friday. That means the only time we leave Reggae Friday is for the sweet sounds of Susan Sluster's favorite song from the Style Council, My Ever-Changing Moods. Giants baseball time. Susan Sluster, San Francisco Chronicle in Minnesota. She's sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Susan's also sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Good morning, Susan.
Hey,
How are
Susan.
you?
Hello, guys. I'm very well. How are you?
Well, we're pretty good. The weather's great. It's beautiful here. But the Warriors lost, so people are freaking out. And that's where we're at. That's our well check.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly how it is for those of us from the Bay Area in Minneapolis. I'm guessing the rest of the people here are not all that upset about the outcome last night, but yeah, right around the corner, right next to Target Field. Goodness.
Yeah, you can actually give us a little sense of the media coverage. Whether it was just on the streets or what you saw in your hotel room on the local news, whatever. Like, are they hating Draymond Green? Like, what's the Minnesota mood?
Yeah, they're so nice here. I actually had lunch with my uncle who lives in St. Paul yesterday, and he's a Timberwolves fan, but he was like, I'm so sad Steph Curry's not going to play. He's my favorite guy to watch. And I mean, that just seems so Minnesota. Like, I'm not sure they hate anyone. And I don't get the sense, I've been here for a whole day. And going back to when I covered the NBA a million years ago, I never got the sense that the Timberwolves were sort of number one on people's minds here. So it's not quite like it is in the Bay Area, but I'm sure they're very happy in a nice Minnesota way.
Yeah, Minnesota nice. Although sometimes you can dig a little deeper and find Minnesota mean too. But we'll see.
Draymond Green.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Exactly. Well, I said that the Giants winning 2 out of 3 in Chicago to me was my favorite or the most impressive series of the year. Even I'd put it ahead of Yankee Stadium. Marcus brought up new Yankee Stadium is not the same, and it was early in the season. I just think as the season started to take shape a little bit, the Cubs are playing good ball. They stunk it up on the Monday, and they came back and won the next 2. Are you with me? Was that the best series win of the year, or am I forgetting one?
Well, you hit the nail on the head with the first game. They just fell apart. They looked terrible. They looked tired. I don't want to say disinterested because I don't think that that's a thing, but they looked overmatched. They really did. And then they come back and they're about to completely give it up in the 9th inning the next day. Eric Miller comes in, does just this amazing job, and then they score 9. Are you kidding me? In the 11th, that was huge. That if they have a special season, that is a game to kind of remember. Put a little bookmark next to that game because that really showed, I think, everybody a little something. They just came out and were like, oh, we're just going to take care of this right now. One of those little contagious things. And then they just looked really solid the next day. So despite howling winds and freezing temps, they got through and took 2 out of 3 from a really good team with a really good lineup.
Yeah, and Susan, it feels like one of the main storylines from that series out in Chicago is Bob Melvin sticking to his guns, sticking to his closer with Ryan Walker. And we saw Ryan Walker blow the game on Tuesday. They ended up still winning, but then Bob Melvin goes back to him on Wednesday. He gets the job done, gets a save, and then even after the game says, Bob Melvin might have more confidence in me than I do in myself. So what were your thoughts on Bob Melvin sticking with Ryan Walker, but also the confidence or maybe the lack of confidence that Ryan Walker is showing right now?
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Bob did that. Maybe, that right away he was back in, especially day game after a night game. You go like, wow, okay, here he is. It's not even 24 hours. I thought that was great, and it really does show faith in the guy you're going with, right? They always know that they can go to Doval if they want. They've got several different options to close if need be, but they really like what Ryan Walker brings them. And I have no problem at all with what Ryan said after the game. None. I actually think it's really healthy. That there is so much more acceptance now in professional sports of things like anxiety, feeling pressure, stuff everybody goes through. It used to be pro sports, and there's still a little element of this, is you got to be tough. You got to be the tough guy. But I think it's so much more accepted now to be a little more vulnerable, and Ryan Walker is very honest. I love the fact that he sort of said, he kind of went into detail how even going back to college, the mental part of the game was sometimes the thing he struggled with. He's learned to get through that. He knows how to handle it. He mentioned that kind of at length the other day, and going through those sort of things earlier in his career makes him a better closer in my mind than, say, somebody who just says, I'm tough. This is, nothing's bothering me. Yeah, a lot of times there's so much pressure in pro sports. There's so much pressure for a closer in particular when you have just blown a big game pretty badly, and twice now for Justin Verlander. And he owned it. I think that's huge. That's mature. It shows growth, and shows he's learned how to handle it. And the fact that he appreciates his manager going back to him, that's kind of a special bond there. So I thought all of that was really important.
That's all good. I'm going to just, for Sports Talk Radio argument, just push back a little bit with a counter. Now, and it goes into your history. You covered the A's. Liam Hendricks, Grant Balfour. Even, did you cover Eck? I can't remember.
I did a little bit as a backup. I certainly know him very well.
Anyway, but let's go with Balfour and Hendricks. Aren't those two guys like major macho freaking screamers and swearers and all that? And maybe don't you have to have a little of that to be a really good closer?
Oh, gosh, off the field, neither one of them were like that. Grant Balfour was all sort of I don't want to say show. He let his emotions on the field go, but off the field, sort of a funny, cool, just neat Australian guy. And Liam Hendricks, also an Aussie, he is very thoughtful, very, I think he's talked a lot about vulnerability and, just a tremendous guy, especially with some of the things that he has gone through. So I wouldn't say either one of them were guys who would, if you talk to them, would say, I'm just going to tough it out. I'm a big tough guy.
What about on-mound presence, though? Like their on-mound presence was...
Sure.
Yeah. Versus Ryan Walker.
I don't see that Ryan Walker, he's not like a screamer or yeller, but it's not like you stand out there going can I throw this pitch, guys? He's very confident.
Do you mind if I throw you a strike? Yes.
I wouldn't, if I'm standing, I wouldn't want to face a guy throwing crossfire like that. He's got skills. That's really all important. I did love the Al Hrabosky era. I love a guy who puts on a big show, a Brian Wilson. That's fun. But there are a lot of ways to get the job done. I covered Houston Street in Oakland too. Houston was just down to earth, humble guy. He didn't have a big persona, was a very good closer for a while. So it takes all sorts.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Susan. We've seen Camilo Doval have success as El Tranquilo Camilo. Some people complain that he's not the most engaged or hyper-focused on the mound, but we've seen him have success, and we've seen him have success lately also. 12 straight scoreless innings for Camilo Doval. Do you think the Giants are, in the proper spot with how they're using him? Was there any conversation about maybe switching him up for Ryan Walker, or how do you think those discussions are going about Camilo's recent success?
But, Bob Melvin has said several times he feels like they have a few different closers on the team and that he can use any of them in a given situation. So the one thing I would say is I don't think there's a closer controversy that he made that clear yesterday, but he will use other guys to close, depending on matchups, depending on usage. Camilo is going to be in there some, and he's at the ready. So these are all good things, the good problem to have sort of thing. The best thing about this is Doval has not had, or certainly indicated, that he has any problem at all with the way he's being used, which has mostly been sort of the seventh inning. Fantastic. He really has grown. That experience last year getting sent down, coming back since then, he has sort of said and done all the right things. But you're right, exactly, the Tranquilo Camilo. Like, you can't win, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you're too calm, you're too sensitive, you're too tough, everybody's different. Like, these guys are all so skilled at this level. If they're getting the job done, who cares?
Susan, today Jordan Hicks pitches, and if we want to do more hot sports talk radio controversy, Kyle Harrison got called up and looked good in one inning. Granted, one inning. Jordan Hicks is, ERA is over 6. So is there anything in the air that he's kind of pitching? I don't want to say pitching for his job, but feeling a little bit of presence from the Birdsongs and the Harrisons in the bullpen?
I think he's probably got some more leash. He was so good in the first part of last year. The skills are elite. I think he's probably got, weeks, if not more, to show himself still. They were pretty clear when Kyle Harrison came up that a lot of it had to do with wanting a second lefty in the bullpen. Eric Miller, his usage has been kind of strange if you look at it. Like, he's been so good, so effective, but he's often up and not getting used because he's getting sort of almost like used as a decoy. Like, he'd be in there if opponents didn't make the change. But sometimes it's basically a decoy. This guy, now you got two guys. You can use Eric Miller. You don't have to just get him up and then go like, oh, okay, they made the switch, and now we don't need him. And I like that. Most managers want a second lefty, so I think we're going to see Kyle Harrison in that role for at least a while. I kind of like him in that role. He looked great, so maybe see that for a while. I think Hayden Birdsong, how stretched out is he now? He kind of, if there's a need for another guy in the rotation, to me, he sort of has first dibs. I mean, the front office isn't sharing any sort of here's our complete plan for all of this. Here's our list of who's next. But he certainly deserves it with the work he's done.
Yeah, and Susan, I think the biggest positive takeaway so far that we see from Kyle Harrison is those velocity numbers bouncing back up. We spent a lot of time last season talking about the drop-off in velocity. Have you had the opportunity to talk to Kyle about the dip in velocity last year and how he's regained it this season?
Yeah, it was really, that ankle injury he had. He sprained his right ankle. It kind of also messed with his left ankle. He was putting so much pressure on the left ankle. Obviously, ankles, when you're talking about a delivery, so important. That's the foundation. The legs are the foundation. Changed his mechanics a lot, and particularly his arm slot. So what he has really been focused on, and he was so sick before spring training, lost a lot of weight, kind of interrupted some of the things he had been working on, and that put him back a little bit and also affected his velocity, losing all the weight. But the things he was doing have worked. He's regained the flexibility in his ankles and the strength in his legs, and he's fixed the arm slot, and that might be the most important thing. He said, he's had to learn to really work on his posture, too, all those little things, that's everything's connected kind of thing, but the posture he's realized is also a key for him. So little tiny elements all just add up into some pretty big things, and to me it looks like he's really figured it out with all of that.
I tried to bring this up to Mike Krukow. He didn't want to buy it, but the Carlos Correa, I don't know. Do you still get vibes when you see him? And it's like he and Willie Adames are they're like, hey, we could have been each other.
Yeah, I'm with Crook on this one. Not much there. It's been a while now.
Jeez. I'm barking up this tree. Nobody wants it.
Yeah. Were you talking about the Aaron Judge pursuit when they went to Yankee Stadium?
No, but I just feel like Adames is so similar to Correa, and also just like how history looks on the Correa decision, because he's still playing. It's not like he's out of baseball.
Oh, I love Carlos Correa. I wish, Willie Adames is terrific. Great guy. I think a good player. I think he's starting to come out of some of his funk. Carlos Correa is just a great guy, too. At the time, I thought this is great. I was sad that kind of went sideways. because he really isn't an exceptional player. I love him, but he's with a different team. It's been a while. The Twins aren't doing very well. Who cares?
Okay, that's it. I will never speak of Carlos Korea ever again. All right, Susan, enjoy the heck out of your weekend there. We will be reading you. Thanks for hopping on, and we'll talk next time.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
There she is, Susan Sluster. Nobody wants to talk Korea. Do you want to talk Korea?
We can talk Korea.
All right, never mind.
I had a whole interview planned for Carlos Correa. We can talk about that.
Oh, yeah, let's go back to that.
You really want to get into
Greatest interviews that never were.
Yeah.
All right, some incredible cooler of content stuff, including the new Pope. Oh, my God, the hottest sports takes ever on the new Pope. Next on the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, it's a Cooler of Content, which is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. We're wide open after Cooler of Content to riff on the Warriors and get your calls. But we must tell you guys what's going on out there in the what's the Twitterverse, the YouTubeverse, the Instagramverse, the things the people are talking about. And it starts with Pope Leo the 14th. Hello, Uncle Leo. Uncle Leo. Curls, are we down with an Uncle Leo? Is the Pope going to pull a watch out of the garbage, too, and put it on the way Uncle Leo did? My Uncle Leo. Is the Pope going to have his eyebrows done curly like Uncle Leo? Anyway, we digress. Pope Leo the 14th, and we were like just kind of riffing after the show. Is it an American? It's an American. First ever. Then we find out the guy is from Chicago, and the riffs start flowing. Flowing. I mean, people, I got to say, the comedy, the Twitterverse and the Twitchverse and the YouTube and the Instagram, people were on point. I tried to scramble and get out a take on, Duh Pope. All right, Caleb Williams beat me to it.
Duh Pope.
And then I was going to do something about the SNL skit. Johnny Lund, our old buddy, sent out a tweet saying, if SNL does not reprise Duh Bears fans this weekend talking Pope, then I don't know what's going on.
Pope,
I'm totally with you. Although we lost Chris Farley, who was one of the great Duh Bears fans. Young Tony, do you even know that skit, Duh Bears, SNL? Do you know it?
Oh, Duh Bears.
I think so, yeah.
A bunch of guys sitting around eating a bunch of meat and wings and talking about Duh Bears.
Duh Bears, Duh Bears, Duh Bears.
Do you?
I think so, yeah. I don't know. You're not jogging my memory very well, but yeah, maybe.
Go to SNL. So anyway,
Duh Bears, and there were plenty of jokes about Duh Bears and Duh Pope. Like the fact that Chicago got a Pope before they had a quarterback throw for 4,000 yards in an NFL season.
Does Annie Agar get the credit for that? I saw her tweet. She got like millions of retweets.
That was a great tweet. I saw someone else said that the Chicago White Sox got a Pope before winning a World Series.
Well, they won in 05.
Yeah, so that's a bad tweet.
Yeah.
That's a bad riff. There's actually photos of the Pope at that 2005 World Series.
We got the riff off that the Pope went before Shedeur Sanders.
Yes.
We got that. We said that on the air before we got that day 2, before day 3. But then the Cubs put out a tweet of Wrigley Field, and they wrote, he's a Cubs fan. And it says, congratulations, Pope Leo. So I retweeted it and said, Giants just took 2 out of 3 from the Ponte. And
nice.
And then Scott Strazzante, who's a great San Francisco Chronicle photographer, he's he is the only guy who can throw punches. Well, Zagaris too. Z-Man Brad and Scott Strazzante are the best 3 sports photographers in the world. And he wrote, he's a Chicago, and he goes, hold the phone, Murph. I think he's a White Sox fan. I was like, whoa, what do we got here? What's going on?
Pump that back a little bit.
And in a matter of hours, Pope Leo's brother started doing media like crazy. He stood on his lawn. He's like, bring it on. He's like, local ABC, local CBS, local NBC, CNN. And he's like, he is not a Cubs fan. So here he is. Is this a video? You got video? No, this is just audio. This is Leo's brother, Pope Leo's brother. The guy's name is, I'll get you his name shortly. But here's his take.
Yeah, he was never, ever a Cubs fan, so I don't know where that came from. He was always a Sox fan. Our mother was a Cubs fan. I don't know, maybe that clued in there. And our dad was a Cardinals fan, so I don't know where that all came from. And all the aunts, our mom's family was from the North Side, so that's why they were Cubs fans.
But he rooted for the White Sox.
That's right. But where it came from, I don't know, because he would have been the only one.
He was kind of ticked. He's like, he's a Sox fan. He's not a Cubs fan, which, by the way, and then so I deleted the first tweet and went for the second one. It's good to know Pope Leo the 14th has mercy for the suffering. All right, there you go. Right.
See, yeah, I don't even know if the new Pope can save the Chicago White Sox.
His brother's name was John Trevost. Is that the last name? Yeah?
Provost.
I'm sorry. I got that wrong. Bob Provost. They immediately start calling us high school buddies. They're like, oh, yeah, Bob. Bob's the Pope.
Yeah, Pope Bob.
It's that guy from Chicago.
It's
He's
crazy.
Getting a freaking bratwurst at Comiskey Park.
Well, here's the question I have. Is it sacrilegious to have a new Pope out in Rome that grew up on Chicago deep dish pizza?
Yes, it is.
Right? That's got to be an issue, right?
Yeah,
is he going to bring Chicago pizza out to Italy?
The White Sox said they clapped back at the Cubs. And they were like, step off, bro. He's ours. And then they said, we've already sent a jersey and a hat to the Vatican. you imagine if he's like shows up with the first like papal breakfast rocking a Sox jersey?
Yeah, who's he sending?
Is he
Mark
going
Burley?
Paulie Canerco?
Yeah, right.
I'm thinking he's a Canerco guy.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a Canerco guy.
Yeah, all right.
So,
that would make more sense.
everybody, because you know, I have a buddy, Neil Hayes, who I wrote the Stanford book with, Tiger Woods book with. He said they love Paulie Canerco is like the all-time White Sox. They call him Paulie.
No, send him a Yoan Moncado jersey or something like that.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, something random.
I've been to that new stadium. And it's just like, hey, it's the tragedy of the last park built before Camden Yards. That's the whole tragedy of it. Remember, John York told me in that book, he goes, we are determined not to be the new Comiskey. We don't want to be the last park before Camden Yards. Well,
then what happened?
How'd that work out for you?
Now we got Levi's down in Santa Clara.
Literally, the Raiders have a stadium that blows the Niners stadium
Not even
away.
close, and it feels so wrong. It feels so wrong that the Raiders have something that nice.
Oh, my God. Of course we do. Only the best. Commitment to excellence. Okay, but so now credit the internet. The internet went nuts, whether it was, the Pope or the SNL skit or the White Sox logo with the Pope hat and all that. I mean, and then this, I don't know. For me, this one got me. So everybody remembers the 90s Bulls, The Last Dance? They got introduced to the Alan Parsons Project song, Sirius, I believe it's called. So if you have your video, so the audio, you're just going to hear the song. But if this is for the YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter crowd, you can here's the Pope coming out. Here it is. This is incredible. Guy comes out with the cross. And then when Leo makes his emergence here we go. Now he's waving, doing the Pope wave. A 6'2" out of Villanova, Pope Leo the 14th. It's incredible. Now they're showing him from behind. He's still waving. It works.
I mean,
it absolutely works.
This truly is the most American thing ever. We get the first American Pope, and everybody just runs to social media to make memes about it.
It's really funny, man. And so the other connection's Villanova. He went to Nova, got a math degree, so immediately people are like, dude, Spike Lee said, we got Jalen Brunson and the Pope from Nova. We're winning it all.
Dude,
that's what he said.
That's it. The Pope is riding with the Nova Knicks, Murph.
That's what he
Bing,
said.
bong.
Oh, man.
It's funny. Somebody kind of like AI cropped him into that commercial that has all the Villanova boys from the Knicks and then has Dante DiVincenzo.
Oh, is he cropped into it?
And there's like the video of Dante DiVincenzo going a separate way because obviously he's playing for Minnesota now. And they throw him the visor and the Pope is standing right next to Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah, listen.
It's unreal.
Got to credit everybody for doing their work.
The internet is undefeated.
They did incredible work. Okay, it is. Well, let's do. You want to do the Paul Pierce thing? This is crazy.
Yeah, sure.
So Paul Pierce, Celtic champion, of course, LA's own, Inglewood's own. He works for Fox Sports down in LA, and I guess he said after they lost game 1, he said, I guarantee you with everything in my power that the Celtics win game 2. He said, I'll walk to work.
Yeah, real quick. Paul Pierce also guaranteed that the Knicks wouldn't win a single game this series. Yeah. He was talking a load of S saying the New York Knicks have zero chance, they're not going to win a game, blah, blah, blah. Then he doubled down after game 1 and said that he was going to walk barefooted in his robe 15 miles to work if the Celtics lost the game.
And there's no real easy path to go from where he lives all the way to the Valley. He did it on Google Maps and said, I'm going to do it. Now, you got to trust him. He only put random Instagram posts of him walking. Was he getting in and out of a car?
I need the full live stream.
Here it is. Do you have the video here? Here he is arriving at they say it was an 8-hour walk, 15 miles. Check it out. Here it is. You have the video on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, and the audio of Paul Pierce arriving after making good on his bet, a 15-mile, 8-hour walk in a robe.
Look at this. It's crazy. Look at that, bro. I can't believe I'm never doing this again, y'all. I ain't never put no bet like this ever again.
Describe how you feel in one word.
You know what? I feel like I accomplished something great, dog. That was an accomplishment at the end of the day. Like, not everybody had a mental, capacity to like really do it. I got up at 5. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully this can inspire my Celtics that we can get back in this series, man. Pull this series out.
If they see all these steps you ran, they better run some more steps, man.
Man, my feet hurt, man. I need to go see a massage, happy feet, all of that.
Did you actually? Because there's people saying how he's capping, like he must have jumped in a couple Ubers or something. What do you say to that?
I'm the truth.
baby.
No cap.
A lot to dive into.
Do you believe him? That's the question.
I don't know.
Do you believe him?
And even if I did believe him, why is he so braggadocious about waking up at 5 in the morning?
I know, right?
He's like, oh, my mental capacity. Most people don't have this mental capacity to wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning and go on a walk.
Yeah.
That must mean a lot for our mental capacity, Murph.
We have mental capacity.
Yeah, we're up early.
Marcus, we're the truth.
That's it.
No cap.
We're the truth.
Here's my question. What's the longest walk you've ever made in your life?
Oh, now I have referenced
808 KNBR.
a few walkathons that I did back
raise
in
money?
elementary school.
Raise money for the school?
And man, oh man, I was walking. But growing up, dude, I used to walk across town all the time. Like, we'd hop on either the bus, but then we'd get off and walk to the light rail.
Kids don't walk anymore.
Oh, no, dude, I was walking
We
everywhere.
walked all over town growing up. I got kids now like, I can't do that walk. I'm like, what do you can't do that walk? Of course you can.
Yeah, walking's easy.
Young Tony, how about you? What's your longest walk, bud?
Probably like 2 hours. I don't know.
Like, did you walk around as a kid all over your neighborhood and
Yeah, I
school?
would. I'd skate, actually. I was always a big
You're a
skateboarder.
skater.
He was a skater boy.
I think of my longest
Said, "See you later,
continuous
boy."
walk. Well, sometimes do you guys ever look at your miles like on your phone after like a long day?
Yeah, those steps. I don't know if they're accurately tracking my steps.
The kids are Rory's little 7th grade orchestra is in Disneyland right now for a little special treat. They do an orchestra competition thing. That's where you get your steps in. Like Candace said, she had 9 miles yesterday at Disneyland.
Oh, you'll walk a lot at Disneyland.
Yeah. She said her dogs were barking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like when we have like Fleet Week, like I'll leave the studio, I'll walk all the way up to Fort Mason and walk back. Like that's a decent walk. Not too bad though.
Do your dogs bark?
But I will go on like urban hikes too. Like one of my favorite things about having our studio here in San Francisco, not for long, is just being able to walk around town right after work and just go over the wherever I please. But apparently this was a big accomplishment for Paul Pierce walking this many miles. I'm just surprised at one point they did not have to pull out the wheelchair for him.
I was going to say, 209 asked the same question for sure. And then finally, it's Mother's Day. Willie Brown, the former Oakland Raider, Old Man Willie?
Yes, Old
What do we have
Man
I don't know
Willie.
this.
Now, this is a tradition, and it's a tradition that I've incorporated into my 5 to 7 years now here working at KNBR. I make sure to sneak this in every year before Mother's Day because for the longest time, Willie Brown, before he passed away, would show up to do the Raiders draft selection in the second round and would always send a reminder to say Happy Mother's Day. Even though it was a couple weeks away, the Raiders have continued this tradition every year in the second or third round. They have a former player give the same speech or give the same message as Willie Brown. So in honor of Mother's Day this weekend and Old Man Willie, here's Willie Brown reminding you to say Happy Mother's Day this
For
weekend.
every year, I'd like to wish all the mothers out there Happy Mother's Day, which is next Sunday. Don't forget, guys. So Happy Mother's Day to you. So don't forget, guys, go shopping, all right?
There it is, Willie Brown.
That's
I love
it. Had
Rest
to
in
get
peace.
it in for our guy Willie.
We lost him in 2019. And then finally, we remembered with Mother's Day on Sunday. Do you remember when that mini mic that teams do where they interview players, like could 100 men kill a gorilla and all that? The Kansas City the Kansas City Chiefs? They did one with a mini mic. They said, when's the last time you called your mom or talked to your mom? And they got all sorts of different reaction from players. So in honor of mom, and then it ended with one of the coaches at the very end. Take a listen.
Talk to your mom. This morning? This morning. My look. Oh, I ain't talk to her yet. I'm finna come call her right now.
Here was the last bruises. This morning. I'm on. Love you, mama.
I wake up, I say my prayers, and I talk to my mama.
If you ain't talking to your mama, we got a problem.
Don't worry about it.
I'll call my mom right here. Hey, mom. Oh, no, I just want to talk to you. How you doing?
I talk to my mom every morning, and we pray together. Feeling that pray together, stay together. Amen.
Yeah, we talked to mom last night. Y'all know what it is.
When was the last time you talked to your mama?
Yesterday.
I'm
gonna call her when I leave here. I love my mother. I miss you.
2002. Enjoy your moms, man. Call them.
Yeah, there it is. That's a pretty heartfelt ending there, man. But some of that stuff in there was pretty great. I like the one goes, you're not talking to your mama? We got a problem. Then you just get that too. I
love my
But
mama.
that coach at the end was an older guy. And he said 2002. Call your mom. So that's the message for all of us out there.
Tell your mama you love her.
Absolutely. For all of you who still have your moms, God bless. All right, there it is. For your cooler of content, that was fun. All right, now, Warriors, let's go. 808 KNBR is a phone number. The question I'm asking you is this. Are they cooked? Or did TJD and Jonathan Kuminga give you hope? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Bang the number on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk Provident Credit Union. Always happy to talk about Provident Credit Union, a smart, safe, and secure place to make a move with your money. So, making smart moves with your money, obviously these days, that makes sense. So, with Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificate, you can earn up to 4% annual percentage yield and grow your savings safely. So, if you're building an emergency fund or planning ahead for college costs or home projects or just looking for financial peace of mind, choose a term that fits. 3, 6, 9, or 12 months and lock in a great rate risk-free, because where you put your money matters. This 4% offer is only available for a limited time. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch to open your account. Provident Credit Union was recently named one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025 by Newsweek. Another reason you can trust where you bank. This rate is effective as of May 1st, 2025. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Again, Draymond Green draws the foul. Immediately, Tony Brothers indicates he's going to go take a look at it to see if the elbow caught the face of Reed, and apparently it did by that reaction. The crew chief, Tony Brothers.
Ruling on the floor, foul on number 11. The players will review to see if there's a potential hostile act at the end of the play. Personal foul on Reed, followed by a dead ball technical foul on Green. Minnesota will shoot one shot.
Damn, man, as if it wasn't bad enough missing Steph Curry. We return to Draymond drama. Man, we thought we were done with that stuff when he told us he was going to play with poise. Young Tony, Reggae Friday, what do we got here, bud?
What will be the green.
All right, the green sounds good.
Yeah.
Going a little Doris Day, que sera, sera. Well, what will be is that Draymond Green is getting closer and closer to getting suspended.
What Draymond Green will be is what Draymond Green has always been.
Or is that just
Does that work?
A way of saying Draymond gonna Draymond?
Yeah, exactly.
Man, oh man.
You're going to get this podcast. You're going to get this Draymond.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So, yeah, that's where we're at right now. 808 KNBR is the phone number. How you feeling about Draymond Green lashing out? Now, my opinion, I didn't think it was a tech. Is that me? Am I wrong? What'd you guys think? I didn't think it was a tech.
Letter of the law, even watching it live, as soon as I saw Draymond Green's elbow connect to the face of Naz Reid, regardless of how it happened, I knew because it was Draymond Green that it was going to be called a technical. Now, you can discuss whether or not there was intent, whether or not Draymond was flopping and trying to sell the call, but at the end of the day, it's the Draymond Green reputation that's going to get that called on him every single time.
Right. So I hated to see it. I hated to see him then get back 707 text in on the Golden State Lumber and Sherwood text line says the new poised Draymond lasted 5.5 quarters. Pretty much. Yeah. Pretty much. It was like, I did think it was quite unusual. They kept talking about poise. I was like, really? Is he honestly? Bro, okay. Yeah. I mean, listen, if he wanted to, we talked about this earlier about therapy. How he's talked about being in therapy and how it's an ongoing process. You can't think that you're done. Like, I finished my dinner, I'm done. No, it's an ongoing process. And that was a step backwards. Steph had to get involved last night. And then if anybody missed it, it's 9 o'clock right now. Maybe you're just waking up. Or, well, if you're just waking up, by the way, God bless.
Yeah, it must be nice.
So
you don't have the mental capacity of a Paul Pierce.
No cap.
Yeah.
And this is what Draymond said late last night in the locker room in Minnesota. He got pretty heated here, yeah.
Look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
And then he walked away. So he didn't take any questions or anything, but he said, there's an agenda. I presume he's talking about the league. Now, there was an incident. We must add to this. It was reported first by ESPN. Marcus Thompson had it in The Athletic that when he was on the stationary bike trying to stay warm when he was out of the game, he got into a verbal spat with a fan. And according to ESPN, the fan was ejected for using a racial slur. It's like, bro, what's going on here, man? Come on. Absolutely unacceptable. Obviously, I don't know how that's playing into Draymond's post-game comments. How does this affect game 3 and 4 going forward? He now has 5 technicals. He has 2 left. When he gets his second tech after this, he's suspended for a game. He's also pushing up against the flagrant foul points. He's at 2, and if he gets 2 more flagrant foul points, which is 1 flagrant 2 or 2 flagrant 1s, he's suspended. So, like, the odds are that if they make the run they want to make, if they go to the NBA Finals, and I know some people are saying no, they're dead right now, but if they don't, if they win this series and go on, it means he's on the thinnest of margins right now, and that's not a good place for Draymond Green to be.
No, and we've seen him get suspended in playoff series before. We've seen it happen during the NBA Finals. So once again, we've been down this road with Draymond Green. That's why it's hard for me to agree with him saying that the NBA and the referees have an agenda like they're out to get him. Now, I can also recognize the frustration that he's dealing with, not just with the referees and what's going on the court, but off the court. And how this fan saying racial slurs to him is point blank unacceptable and should never happen at any sporting event. Hell, it should have happened in society in general. So for this a-hole to be out here yelling racial slurs to Draymond Green, I'm sure that added to his frustration and maybe added to his post-game comments about being painted as an angry black man. But I think it's also something that we need to address too, because we've talked about this topic with Draymond Green and even the topic of going to therapy. Now, people have suggested or talked about him going to therapy for his on-the-court actions. That's something we need to clarify. Draymond Green does not have off-the-court issues. He's not John Morant, who has gun problems. He's not a guy that has domestic abuse problems. He's not a bad guy. He's a good guy, and he is a smart man, a very smart basketball player. But the conversation of therapy comes into it whether or not he can control those emotions on the court. But my debate has always been, I think some of that fire and energy that Draymond plays with that might make him look like a dirty player is what also makes him the defender that he is and makes him as good as he is for being undersized and still matching up against these bigger guys on the court. So maybe that's the perception of Draymond is given out, is the way that he's viewed on the court is now being viewed as the way that he is off the court also.
It's forever been, I mean, we even had Steve Kerr saying, I'm so sick of Draymond's S back in like 2016, 2017. That was just a moment in time. And they stuck with him after he punched Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they've obviously said whatever he does, it's worth it to us. He's our defensive guy. Before this incident last night, how much have we been talking about his defense? It's been incredible, right? He's been playing so well on defense that's the Draymond that they want to stick with. And we just kind of hope game to game that he doesn't flare up like this, but it flared up last night.
Absolutely. And it was just a week or two ago where Steve Kerr said Draymond Green is the best defensive player he's ever been around.
Yeah.
But it was also last night that Steve Kerr said, this is Draymond Green. This is kind of who Draymond Green has always been. It's a part of Draymond's game.
It's part of Draymond, the same thing that makes him such a competitor and a winner, puts him over the top sometimes. And, we know that, and it's our job to try to help him stay poised, stay composed. But the competition is so meaningful to him that, occasionally he goes over the line.
Operation Bait Draymond, right? Although that wasn't a bait situation. That was just Draymond where he does that flail, and if you make contact with the head, you can get called. But somebody pointed out on the text line saying he made contact with the head, that's an automatic tech. They don't always call that. They don't. In fact, there's conversation going on about Rudy Gobert drilling Pajemski in game 1, and there was no foul or even technical foul called on that one. So they don't do it every single time. He just loves to flail those arms, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's the wacky inflatable man. Those legs and arms are going everywhere.
Like deep down, is he trying to hit him in the chin to make sure that they feel it?
Maybe it's an accident on purpose.
Yeah.
Like he's trying to flop a little bit. He's trying to sell the call. And hey, if my hand ends up slapping someone's face, then it ends up slapping someone's face. But again, there's such a track record with Draymond Green. You can't really give him the benefit of the doubt of just having those wacky inflatable limbs because it happens so often with Draymond. And that's where there does need to be some accountability from Draymond Green himself.
415 says, this is rough. We got Jimmy with a bad glute. Steph is out and Draymond is walking on ice. That is worth looking at. Like I said, I did that ESPN radio last night and they came in super negative. They're like, man, how much time left you got? I'm like, bro, it's 1-1.
How much time left?
Games 3 and 4 in San Francisco.
Quick.
I know.
I don't even know who's going to be alive on Sunday.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
Yeah, including Kyle and Draymond and
I don't even know what Steph Curry's hamstring is going to be like on Sunday.
Jimmy Butler and all that. So I don't know. Are the Warriors cooked after last night? Well, that's something we can get into on the other side about Kuminga and TJD. I want to stay on Draymond right here. And I just, the poise, that went out the window. The angry agenda, that's going to be talked about all day on the national shows. I saw Mike Wilbon was on Get Up, and he addressed it and kind of sided with Draymond. He said being a black man in America means to be angry. So, it's a heavy topic, obviously. And Draymond, if he can somehow use this fuel of that comment into channeling it into playing great without going over the edge, he's done it, 4 championships. But, man, he's getting close to getting suspended. It's a dangerous situation. 925 says, if, and that's a huge if, in fact, the NBA has an agenda against Draymond, he has earned it. It's 100% his own fault. 650 says, if Draymond Green was a Laker, you guys would hate him. I feel like we've gone down this road so many times with Draymond. I've always stuck with him. I even remember writing a jock blog after the Jordan Poole incident saying, I'm sticking with him because he's a winner.
Look, and here's the thing I've always said about Draymond Green. You can go back and have Overnight Dave pull the tapes when I was on the leadoff spot. Draymond Green is the player you love to play with and you hate to play against.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when he's on your organization, that's my guy. That's my bully. That's my tone setter. But when you play against him, he's basically viewed as like another version, an upgrade over Dylan Brooks. They're the same kind of guys, same kind of personality. Some people would call him a dirty player. That's just kind of the reputation that they've built around themselves. And I think there's some part of Draymond Green that might take a little pride in that. Coming from Detroit, watching the Bad Boys Pistons, it's the style of basketball that Draymond Green plays, and it's why he's considered one of the best defensive players of this generation, being undersized, playing the position that he does.
This is just to cut the tension. Harold from Mendocino, this is how long we've been doing this. Yeah. Harold from Mendocino said this back in like 2018.
Okay, get serious. Seriously, Draymond Green, he's a dirty player.
Incredible come out, Harold from Mendocino.
But yeah, think about how long Harold has been talking about this, how long we've been talking about it here on the morning show, how long Steph Curry and Steve Kerr have now seen this. And we just played the reaction from Steve Kerr after the game, saying, yeah, it's part of Draymond. We saw Steph Curry with an injured hamstring get up off the bench and try to calm down Draymond Green. Jimmy Butler had to go try to calm down. Trace Jackson-Davis tried to get in the mix and calm him down also. Like when you see that type of reaction from your teammates saying, Draymond, chill. You just got a tee. We don't need a second one because now you're out here cussing out the referees, which is another angle of this storyline too, how a lot of fans from across the NBA feel like Draymond Green has a longer leash with referees because of how much trash talk he actually has back and forth with those referees.
It depends on what he's saying. Like I said, if you're just talking about the call, there's a leash you get. You can talk about the call. If you get personal, then you're done. Or if they continue to engage him in conversation. But if they say, Draymond, we're done, and then you keep doing it, then you're going to get your tee.
And that's Draymond Green having that experience, knowing the line that he can go up and step on. But again, this all circles back to Draymond Green being a habitual line stepper. He will find that line. He will step on it. And that is what has caused the reputation that he now has.
So Jimmy Butler now has to deal with angry playoff Draymond flirting with the technical suspension. What's his take on Draymond?
No, I think he knows. We all know. I thought he got fouled and, maybe he's trying to sell the call. Somebody got hit, but it's crazy. Every time he does something, it's always a review, and it always ends up being something of that nature. But like you said, he got 5. He knows he got 5, so he knows how much we need him now more than ever. So I don't think he gets a 7. It ain't like he's doing it on purpose. He's trying to sell a call or something like that, and somebody just get hit.
Somebody texted, and I lost the area code, saying, if you keep flailing your arms, you keep getting teased, you might want not to flail your arms.
Yeah, but he's the Karate Kid, Murph. Wax on, wax off.
Here's a defender. 831 says Draymond is the team. He gets fiery, and the Warriors typically respond. Smacking someone in the face here and there isn't the worst.
Everybody's got a plan until Draymond Green smacks you in the mouth.
He says, think about how challenging the Rockets were due to physicality. Make them feel you. Do your thing, Draymond. That's 831 defending him.
Yeah, but also you got to be careful because if you keep walking up to this line and stepping on it, then you are going to get suspended. And one of the main reasons why yesterday I told you that the Warriors can win 1 out of the next 3 games, dropped yesterday's game, obviously, but the reason why they can't tread water and hopefully be 2-2 by the time Steph Curry comes back is because of the Warriors' defense, which is led by Draymond Green. And if Draymond Green finds himself in a situation where he gets suspended, then the Warriors' defense also disappears and gets thrown out the window. Then the Warriors would really be cooked to not have Draymond Green or Steph Curry on the floor.
They were not awesome on defense last night, but they did out-rebound Minnesota, if you care. 916 says, I've never been a huge fan of Draymond, but I can't deny that he's a big game changer, whether it's the team's own energy or frustrating the other team. So, again, it's back to the future, man. Feels like 2016, 2018, 2019. I didn't think Draymond always told us I can get text when I want to get text. But man, he's hot. The Warriors are flying. I don't think they're doing media today, so I don't think there's going to be much to talk about before tomorrow's game 3. But listen, that leads us to the next segment, which is tomorrow's game 3. And do you think the Warriors are cooked after what you saw last night without Steph Curry? Or did you see John Kuminga and Trace Jackson-Davis give you reason to believe the Warriors can get at least one of the next 2? 808 KNBR is the phone number for your opinion on that. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Are the Warriors cooked or not? next on the Sports Leader.
I'm always walk that line. That's who I am. Habitual line stepper. I was just playing.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. And after what we saw last night, what do you think? Can the Warriors just win one game without Steph Curry? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, I think part of the game plan coming in was to play a lot of people, and we did. I think we played 13, 14 people in the first half. And part of the reasoning is, obviously the fatigue of the run we've been on with all the travel and the games, but part of it also is we have to figure out what we're going to be able to do in this series without Steph. And so we gave a lot of people a lot of chances, and then, some guys really stepped up. Trace and JK were both really good in this game. You could see that their athleticism was important.
I mean, it's crazy. We had a texter compare Kerr last night to working a Rubik's Cube. And that's what they were doing. It's kind of nutty that we're this late in the season, we're still Rubik's Cubing it, but
still not solved.
That's how much Steph means to the team, and that when he's gone, like, what do we do now? Plus, it's a new challenge. It's Minnesota. It's a short series. It's a best of 5 now. Look at it that way. It's a best of 5, and the Warriors have 3 home games.
Yes, this is true. And also, could you look at it as with Steph Curry, the Warriors' offense is a Rubik's Cube. Without him, they're basically like a bop it. They have like 3 options.
I like a good bop it.
Bop it.
Yeah.
Twist it.
Yeah.
Pull it.
Yeah.
Bop it. Somebody hit a damn shot.
How about pods it?
Pods it.
Yeah.
Buddy it.
JK it.
Jimmy it.
Something. Young Tony, Reggae Friday. Help me out here, buddy.
Yes, this is Babylon Blues Black Uru.
Ooh.
Yeah, something new. Shout out Dustin.
Babylon Blues.
Another request.
Our guy Dustin.
The guy Dustin who's hot over at Berryessa Brewing?
That's correct.
So sometimes guys, they get a line into Tony, and he starts listening to those guys. I'm looking at last night. Who was it? If I had to just tell you, I mean, I know you know because we've been doing the show for the last 3 hours and 17 minutes. Who was the leading? Hey, everybody in your cars right now or watching on YouTube, who was the Warriors' leading scorer last night?
Ooh, 3, 2, 1.
0-0. Johnny Kuminga.
Are you telling me that last night Steve Kerr got into the secret stash?
You smoke a doobie, play a little Kuminga.
In other words, Rodney.
That's crazy.
Rodney, the question we've asked from Rodney Dangerfield. This was the question that haunted us for the last 2 months. And maybe we don't have to ask this anymore, but I do want to hear it.
What do you want to do with Kuminga? I mean, Kuminga can't stay here. Harry, put Kuminga in the garage. We got company coming, okay?
That made my day. Well, no, get him out of the garage.
Yeah. Bring out Kuminga. We got company coming.
8 of 11 from the field. He made a 3, 1 for 3. 1 of 4 from the foul line. Come on, bro. In fact, the Warriors missed 9 free throws last night. But then again, Minnesota actually missed a lot of free throws too, believe it or not. Minnesota shot 65% from the line. The Warriors shot 64%. So
Gross.
Both teams were bad from the line. Listen, guys, this is the Kuminga. I mean, man, oh man, has this guy been a roller coaster or what? Since the moment he arrived in town, what do we have here? We have this incredible athlete who doesn't really know how to play. And then it was like, does he fit? Yes, he fits. Look at him. He's the future. And then trade deadline. Don't trade Kuminga. Don't trade Kuminga. You got to keep Kuminga. And then, no, trade Kuminga. Trade Kuminga. And then the trade deadline comes, and they wind up making the trade and keeping Kuminga. And we're like, oh, my God, they pulled it off. Mike Dunleavy pulled it off. They kept Kuminga. And then all of a sudden, Kuminga goes into the deep freeze where we're asking, what do you want to do with Kuminga? I mean, Kuminga can't stay here.
No.
And then the playoff series against the Rockets, he barely plays. He has to get out there at one point when Jimmy falls on his rear end and can't play. And then last night, 26 minutes, 18 points. He was a -8, which, sounds bad, but not bad when you lose by 24, So right now, guys, you're looking at this guy as a factor, like a big factor going into tomorrow night.
I mean, it wasn't just Rodney Dangerfield asking those questions. What are we going to do with Kuminga? Kuminga can't stay here. It was literally Steve Kerr a couple weeks ago saying, what are we going to do with Kuminga? Kuminga can't play with Jimmy Butler, and he can't play with Draymond Green. Well, now you really don't have that option because you don't have a lot of scoring options without Steph Curry. And I understand that the fit is different. We've talked about it since Jimmy Butler was traded to the Warriors. And it's also a factor into this equation that Jonathan Kuminga was hurt for a lot of the time where they were getting used to Jimmy and figuring out how he would fit into the system. That fit did not include Jonathan Kuminga. But once again, at this point, when you're in the playoffs without Steph Curry, you got to throw fits out the window. You got to find a way to fit the ball in the basket. And here was Jimmy Butler after the game yesterday saying, forget the fits. We need to figure out how we fit together on the court, regardless if we have the same style of play or not.
We've all seen the stats with you and JK. The minutes weren't real good. But you mentioned attacking. What would it work with two attackers? You mentioned Kuminga can do that. How might that benefit this team?
He's a great basketball player. I can play with anybody. He can play with anybody. It's all about playing basketball the right way. That's all it is. Attack to score, attack to pass. You just make the right play over and over and over again every single time, no matter who you're out there with. Just play basketball the right way, and me and JK could thrive, can and will thrive together on the basketball floor.
Ooh, we hadn't played that one this morning. That's a good. Me and JK can and will thrive. Ooh,
he's almost going like dream it, believe it, achieve it.
Calling his shot there.
It's a good little motivation speech right there.
Okay. The other guy's TJD, guys. Trace Jackson Davis has been, talk about put Kuminga in the garage, put TJD in the garage. And that's been weird because he showed some tremendous flashes last year as a rookie, right? Mm-hmm. And then, God, man, it's crazy. And I don't know if I want to blame Kerr because I am a Kerr supporter, but he does go into streaks where he'll just freeze a guy out. And, Moses Moody was that guy for a while.
Definitely was.
And now it's been TJD, but to Kerr's credit, I guess, he played him last night. You could just see the obvious, what he adds to this team right now, the bounciness, the size. It's interesting, he didn't play Looney much. He only put him 3 minutes last night. So they really do have a big thing to figure out in terms of, where should we put Looney? Where should we put TJD? Where should we put Kuminga? Steph ain't playing tomorrow night. That's for sure. By the way, heard from a little bird, Steph did fly home to San Francisco.
Ooh, good info.
So I don't know if that means Monday's game 4 is like a 9% probability. I don't know.
Well,
I'm just, just telling you. I report, you decide.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that piece of information because it was originally reported that he would stay out in Minnesota. And we talked about it earlier this morning. It's like, we saw Steph Curry on the bench yesterday, giving advice, helping coach out a little bit, even calming down Draymond Green, or at least attempting to calm down Draymond Green. So I do think there's some value of just Steph being around the team.
Yeah, there's no question. I need him in the locker room. I need him at the shoot. He was at shoot-around yesterday, and he looked, his presence kind of lifted everybody's spirits, and they went out and lost by 24. Yeah. Although they did cut it to 7 a couple times.
The Warriors have cut it to 7.
And that needs to be noted. They even got the ball. And Draymond kind of threw a sort of a quick outlet to Jimmy in traffic, and Jimmy wound up traveling. And then all hell broke loose at that point in time.
But think about that third quarter surge where they were able to cut to 7. A big reason for that was because of Trace Jackson Davis, but also Jonathan Kuminga. And Steve Kerr made a change. To start the game, he went with Quentin Post in the starting rotation. That did not work out well. After 3 minutes, he was a minus 13 because the Warriors were down 13-0, which is a big reason why we saw Trace Jackson Davis down the stretch instead of Quentin Post, which is interesting when Quentin Post, Wally pipped him earlier this year and basically stole his minutes because he fits better with Jimmy and Dre because he can stretch the floor. Now you're looking at these fits, and it looked like it worked in the third quarter when Steve Kerr made the change from starting Quentin Post to putting Jonathan Kuminga into that first lineup out of the second half, and that's when they had their most success in the third quarter was with Jonathan Kuminga out there with that starting 5.
Here's Kerr about figuring out the rotations with JK and TJD.
Those guys really performed well and showed why they can help us win this series. So they're going to be part of it for sure. We've got to figure out rotations, who we want to start, all that stuff. But both guys are going to play a role.
Can you imagine just Kerr sitting down at the long table today with Terry Stotts, Jerry Stackhouse, Ron Adams? So, what are we going to do?
So, can anybody here solve a Rubik's Cube?
310 says, Kerr knows more than me about basketball, I think, but how do two guys who haven't played in 2025 score a combined 33 points?
Ooh,
it's true.
Well, I'll say this. They are two of the guys on the team that still have fresh legs after that series against the Houston Rockets. Think about all the extra mileage and traveling, only having 1 day off in between the Houston Rockets series and then going to Minnesota, 1 day off in between games 1 and game 2. Kuminga and TJD were not getting minutes so they have the freshest legs, which you need in a series like this. And I think that's a big reason why we saw them and 14 total players in the first half by Steve
14,
Kerr.
which set a record. For some reason, ESPN could only go back to 98. It hadn't happened. So it's not. I think the key was when did Braxton Key get in?
Braxton Key,
or was it Kevin
he
Knox?
got some minutes. Everybody got minutes last night.
Yeah. And so, the only guy who didn't play was Steph, actually. It's kind of.
I thought I saw Murph out there for a couple minutes.
Hey, man, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I might airball a free throw, but I'll do it.
Yeah, you'll hit those.
4 and 5 says Steph might not be 100% when he gets back. Others have to step up. Who will do it? And that's what we're talking about. Jonathan Kuminga and Trace Jackson Davis. Now, we, briefly before we get out of this segment here, and Young Tone and John Joe, did you let me know about the next segment? We're chasing stuff, guys. It's live radio.
A lot of chasing.
We'll do it live. Let me know as I tell you guys that the guys who did not step up are Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody. And those are two guys you would think would step up. They've been out there this whole time. They've got the reps. They've got the rhythm. They've got the confidence. Oh, wait, they're not playing with confidence right now.
No, I'm not seeing it.
Somebody wrote in and defended, said Pods and Moody hold their own defensively over some of the other guys. But last night, Minnesota kind of got what they wanted.
Yeah, that's fair. But also, without Steph Curry, you need guys to step up offensively.
Yeah.
We're not talking about defense being the problem. Hell, I said the Warriors can tread water in this series until Steph comes back because of that defense.
Except for last night.
But then Minnesota goes out and scores 117 on a night that Anthony Edwards only had, 20?
He had 20.
21 points? Anthony Edwards had 22 points in the second half of the first game alone. We still haven't seen the best Anthony Edwards yet.
Right. And by the way, that whole ankle thing, that was dubious from the jump. I mean, I get it. It hurt, I'm sure.
That's a big man landing on his ankle.
I know, but then the way he was really hamming it up and limping. Somebody sent out a tweet with him limping in there. This is not good. I'm like, he's fine. And he was. He was totally fine.
Yeah, he was.
Came out for the third quarter. He was jumping around like he was in a bouncy house.
He was doing all those workouts.
He did his post-game interview with TNT. He's like, feeling great. So we shall see.
Must be nice to be 23.
Listen, I mean, good news, bad news is that there's a game tomorrow. I'm excited to see how they bounce back. And, Minnesota now. And again, I'm just going to throw this out there, guys. And if Chris Finch is listening, Finchy, bloody good coach.
Finchy!
The Warriors can beat your team. This is not a daunting, crazy, scary team in the playoffs. They're good. Trust me. I got love. I mean, I got no hate. No shade. I have no lifelong beef with the Minnesota Timberwolves. I got no personal grudge like I would with the Dodgers or USC, or I can't even see it clearly because I'm so biased. Listen, Minnesota, I like you, but Warriors can beat you.
You're just not that impressed, huh?
No.
I didn't know I was hosting a show with George St. Pierre this morning.
I'm not impressed by your performance.
Yes, exactly.
I look forward to playing you.
All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number on the other side. Guys, we've done basketball for 3.5 hours. Do you want to do Bob Salah next?
Ooh, we can do a little Bobby.
I think we've touched on all the big stories.
We talking Bob Salah or Bob the Pope?
I want to hear what. Well, there he is, the Sox fan. Don't say "Go Cubs, go" or "Go Pope, go." Let's do it. Robert Salah spoke yesterday. I want to hear what he had to say. I didn't get to hear it. I want to hear it. So listen. If you didn't get your Warriors fix for the last 3.5 hours, that's on you.
And if you missed it, all 4 hours of the Murph and Marcus Show are podcasted wherever you get your podcasts.
And you can even watch it on YouTube. So you can watch when Mike Krukow just absolutely cracks me at 7:40 when I tried to come up with a Spider-Man
Mike is
meme.
not here for your memes.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just had to say, I guess we'll have to move on.
I mean, you hit him with the Spider-Man meme. He almost hit you with the Gabe Kapler.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
He did. But when he did drop the nerd on me, I was like, well, yeah.
Ask some questions about our coffee.
I was like, yeah, and?
Felt like I almost caught a ricochet shot.
When have I ever denied being a nerd? But that's why I took heart in the Happy Days episode when Joni had a crush on Potsy. They were all calling him a nerd. But Joni had a monster crush, and she said, you're not a nerd. You're a dren. He's like, huh? She goes, that's the opposite of nerd. Ooh. Nerd backwards.
Ooh.
I like to think I'm a dren.
I've never heard that. You're a dren in my eyes, Murph.
And then Potsy sang, put your head on my shoulder, and everybody swooned.
And then the Fonzie jumped the shark.
Shout out to, yes, he did.
Yeah.
Literally.
That's where the term comes from, young Tony.
Look at this guy.
Out here jumping the shark.
Of pop culture knowledge, Boucher.
I got it.
All right. What did Robert Salah say? Next on these sports.
This nerd loves data.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Reggae Friday, good last half hour. All right, Warriors, we talked about them for 3.5 hours. Tomorrow's game 3. We'll be in here on Monday morning, man. Who will be the hum babies and who will be the bum babies from that? But, and the Giants, of course. We did do some Mike Krukow and Susan Sluster today, talking about Jordan Hicks against Chris Paddock tonight in Minnesota. Carlos Koreah versus Willie Adamus. Just don't ask Kruk. But I did want to hit one last. I haven't heard Bob Salah. He spoke yesterday.
That's right. They raised the white smoke down at Levi Stadium for Pope Bob.
Pope Robert.
That's it.
Let's bring him in,
Praise
man.
be Salah.
And he was arguably the biggest offseason acquisition. In fact, I think you could say without question, he's the biggest offseason acquisition.
You would be correct.
Yeah.
Not a lot of acquisitions.
He, of course, got 5 new toys. I made him a hum baby after the draft because he got 5 new toys. I mean, the Niners took 5 defensive players with their first 5 picks for the first time since 1981. That was a good year. And by the way, happy birthday to Ronnie Lott yesterday.
Ronnie.
I did text him a happy birthday wish, and he wrote back and said, bro, I'm looking for some great defense tonight. He was looking forward to the Warrior game. They did not play great defense.
No,
they let
not
Ronnie
great.
down.
Yeah, you can't let Ronnie
play
down.
that Ronnie Lott defense tomorrow, boys.
Come on. Put on some of that Janet Jackson in the locker room and let's go. It's Rams week, baby.
There you go. It's T-Wolves night, baby. So Robert Salah, one of the big stories was that it wasn't an X's and O's thing that brought him back. It was an old school word, loyalty. We need to talk about loyalty.
Loyalty.
Do you have the cut?
Who
Tone?
has it these days?
So that, it's his first media, because he got hired in January. God, he's been here over almost 4 months before he does his first media. And they said, listen, you're a hot commodity, because he was in New York, high profile. And, there were a lot of people who thought he got a bum rap from the Jets.
Yeah, he got Aaron Rodgers with the Jets. He's got his quarterback out in Egypt instead of showing up to OTAs.
I mean, he's a promising, energetic, charismatic dude, Robert Salah. So he had options. They asked him, why did you come back to the 49ers?
No, and I mean that. I have a tremendous amount of respect for this organization. Obviously, starting at the top with Jed, he's phenomenal. But, Kyle, his family, John, Prague, they gave me so much. And during the first 2 years, if you think about those first 2 years as the coordinator in 17 and 18, it wasn't easy. And it could have been very easy for them to move on from me, And so I'm indebted to this organization, to those men for the rest of my life. They stuck with me, and we made it happen. We did what we needed to do, and the rest is history. But I'm excited about the opportunity to get a chance to do it again with them.
There it is. So you forget 2017 and 2018, they weren't good, and he was the guy, and it could have been easy to chop that guy's head off and take a scapegoat, as it were. And here it is now, 7 years later, and Salah is saying, those guys stuck by me in my times of need. Little touching display of loyalty here. Now it helps that the Niners made him probably a nice offer.
Of course.
They're going to pay him some money. But, man, oh, man, you just kind of don't really see that word, loyalty.
No, you don't really see the full circle that Robert Salah has completed now to come back to San Francisco, because think about it. If they would have got rid of Robert Salah a year early, maybe that doesn't lead to D'Amico Ryans. And then who knows how that all plays out moving forward. Of course, D'Amico Ryans then becomes a head coach himself. Then they go in a little bit of a different direction with Steve Wilkes. And they said, maybe we made the wrong decision. Even after a year we went to the Super Bowl, we're moving on from Steve Wilkes because he's not Robert Salah and is not running that same style of defense, which once again, they went to the Robert Salah playbook and said, hey, Nick Sorensen was around when we had Robert Salah. Maybe we can just plug him in. Then we spent the entire summer trying to figure out if Nick Sorensen or Brandon Staley was calling plays for this defense. And the fact that you were in a Super Bowl window and you were promoting Nick Sorensen, a guy who's never called plays at the NFL level, as your defense coordinator, and we saw how that turned out with the lack of success stopping teams in the red zone and stopping teams on the ground. So they go back into their old bag of tricks, call up an old friend, and they dial up Robert Salah's number. And Robert Salah made it sound like he wasn't thinking about going anywhere else except for San Francisco this offseason. So yes, it's the biggest signing of the offseason for the 49ers, and it's huge that Robert Salah is back to implement his defense with a new cast of characters down in Santa Clara.
So he, it's incredible you brought up the name Nick Sorensen. There's going to be a time in life when you're going to have to ask a trivia question, who was the Niner D coordinator in 2024? You're not going to remember. And who was his assistant? You're not going to remember either. Because the other thing that happened, and Matt Mayoko mentioned this to us yesterday, is Gus Bradley joining the team. He's a guy who could ready-made step in. If Salah gets hot again and leaves, Gus Bradley's in the building, ready to go. They work together at the Seahawks. They work together at the Jaguars. I mean, this is kind of the Niners sort of refresh, refueled, revenge, re-solid, you know? You had more sound from yesterday, too?
I thought there were some good cuts, too, from Robert Salah. Just don't ask anybody from KNBR to cut him up. But young Tony cut him up during the break. Robert Salah talking about the draft class and how the draft process played out. There were some people who were concerned about the 49ers not going with offensive linemen or offensive players earlier. John Lynch said they stuck to their board. Maybe a couple players got plucked earlier, but here's Robert Salah talking about his impact on the draft, and maybe he was the cool kid in the back of the classroom giving out suggestions.
And I think that's why this organization has had so much success finding day 3 picks that come to fruition, and even undrafted free agents that end up having success in this league. So when it comes to finding players, this organization does a phenomenal job with collaboration, and let's be very real. Like there's still a process that needs to be followed, and the board fell our way from a defensive standpoint. Now, there's a lot of guys on offense that were graded higher than that offense was excited to go get, but they got pulled off the board, and I was standing in the back of the room like, hey, I got a guy. but it happened the way it happened, but there was tremendous collaboration.
He was talking about, at the start of that bite, about how he thinks the Niners outwork other teams on later rounds.
Well, look at the success they've had.
Right.
5th rounders and 6th rounders and 7th rounders.
Purdy. Like a Marquise Siegel, the DB out of Kansas State. Like he was a 5th rounder, somebody you look at for sure. He got, so let's go. It's Michael Williams who arrived, by the way, saying he's saying all the right things. I can't wait to play with Warner and Bosa. Of course, 2nd round, this kid, Alfred Collins out of Texas. Haven't heard much. Has he done much media yet?
I haven't seen too much from Collins.
And then CJ Upton's Stout, who's doing all kinds of, man, they love this guy. In fact, you know what? On a Friday, why don't we? Why don't we give me some let's do it mashups here?
Good vibes.
Well, why not?
Upton Stout.
I mean, the Warriors lost yesterday. Everybody's upset. I'll let you look for that, Tony, while I tell everybody that we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Yes. Yeah, and real quick, even moving on from Upton Stout and the good vibes, did you see any of Nick Martin, the linebacker they drafted, in his shark slippers yesterday?
No.
Yeah, so he calls himself the Shark. He likes to play like a shark. So those are good vibes and good energy, too. But, I wanted to get off a serious riff before we play some of these funny riffs. Robert Salah just addressed it. He talked about their board falling their way. Now, that's key. And maybe that audio clip should be sent to all the mock drafters out there. Everybody who gives out draft grades the day after the draft about, the 49ers reached for too many guys. No, they didn't. They had players on their board that fit the type of player that they're looking for. They were terrible against the run last year, so they went out with the mindset of we're getting run-first defenders. That's why they went with a Michael Williams over a guy like Jalen Walker, the middle linebacker / defensive end from Georgia. That's why they went with an Alfred Simmons. That's why we went with C.J. West. That's why we went with the big guys in the trenches, because that's how their board was set up.
But I'm just saying, what if they picked the wrong guy?
Yeah, see, that's always a question too. But that just shows the perspective of how they rank guys versus how these mock drafters rank guys.
Certainly they picked Upton Stout, who had energy. He wanted to let's do it. I don't know which one you're playing here. You got your choice here, Tony. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah. Nice to know ya. Let's do it. How we did it on a one night stand. Well, I wanna be more than a friend to ya. Nice to know ya. Let's do it.
Hey, that counts as a Reggae Friday. And then one more. We got to get sexy up in here with the Staples thing. This is one that got John Lynch calling in.
Do it. Do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Do it.
We're ready to do it, man. Let's
come on.
I love it.
Do it. Do it.
Let's do it on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it.
Oh, man. I might need that on my playlist. That one,
Let's
Staples
do
Singers.
it.
Our last cut, Tony. Which one is this one from Salah yesterday? You got...
Yeah, so he's got a bunch of new toys in the building, as you said, Murph. And this is what he said, what he wants the rookies to learn during rookie mini camp.
Just come out and compete. No expectations right now. It's they've got a long way to go with regards to understanding what we do. One, the standard at which we play and the style of ball that we expect them to play. And then on top of that, you got the scheme and understanding all the nuance that we're going to ask out of them. And so they got OTAs, training camp, and it's going to be a crash course. And if any of them are worthy, they'll be on the field week 1.
All right. Well, 49ers are here and getting going, and Brock Purdy's still there, too.
Yeah, he's
incredible.
out there. All the boys are
by
out
the way,
there.
the other one thing, actually, Brant Boyer, the new special teams coach, gave the traditional vote of confidence to Jake Moody.
Looking for...
Could have come in hot, be like, I don't know, man, this guy's got a lot to prove. Instead, he was like, this guy's the best.
I just hope he shows up looking better than Moses Moody.
Shout out to Spider Leland with the riff. All right, guys. Well, there you go. We'll find out what young Tony learned on a Friday. Listen, we've dissected the Game 2 loss. It's all up to Steve Kerr and the Rubik's Cube, but it's got to involve Jonathan Kuminga and Trace Jackson Davis in Game 3 tomorrow at 5:30. Giants baseball tonight, 5:10. Jordan Hicks against Chris Paddock. That'll be fun. It's a freaking Friday. It's Mother's Day. We opened the show by that. Willie Brown, don't forget your mothers. Kansas City Chiefs. I talked to Mama. If you're not talking to Mama, what's your problem? All that stuff coming your way.
I love my mama.
And, of course, what did young Tony learn? Then we'll hand it over to Papa and Silver on a Friday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Time for traffic on the sports leader.
All right, Bigelow Tea time. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. All right, because we love Bigelow Tea. It's the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We do it right here at KNBR. Reach for a mug of English breakfast or Earl Grey or you name it. Gets us going. I love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. Perfect for those who make a living behind a microphone. Quite soothing. So keeps me going, keeps you going, keeps us all going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow Tea right here at KNBR. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hamstring strain, and and everyone in there knows. DB, I'm sure wherever he has, he knows. Like hamstring strains, that's not an injury you play with. He's really been limited to just doing treatment, and he's going to be reevaluated on Wednesday, which means he's definitely out game 2. He missed game 3, game 4, so he's going to miss at least 3 games. My understanding is it's probably not going to be at any point until game 6.
Ooh, Shams Charania. Listen, he's pretty plugged in, and there's no predicting the hamstring for sure. And I had been sort of operating today's show under the assumption that he could come back for game 5. But if now you're hearing Shams, that gets back to what we were talking about yesterday with that 3 days between Wednesday's game 5 and Sunday's game 6. Boy, now you're talking about you have to get, obviously, you could lose it in 5. You don't want that. So you got to get 1. And then if you're down 3-2, game 6 in San Francisco, I originally called the Warriors in 7. That's the latest scenario. Now it's Friday. Let's see what happens Saturday. Let's see what happens Sunday. Let's see we know he's not playing through Monday. Let's see what happens Wednesday morning or Tuesday and does his thing. The bottom line is they got to take one of these 2 at home. Hell, I'll take 2 at 2.
Yeah.
It's not likely, but you could. You honestly could. I was reading Kawakami in the SF Standard. He was pretty pessimistic after last night, saying that everything they tried failed. But I do want to remind everybody that for 3 quarters of game 1, they didn't have Steph.
Absolutely.
And they won that game. Now, he gave them a 10-point lead, which was great, and you can't discount that. But the defense was superior in game 1 to game 2. Minnesota had that classic feel of a team cornered and had to come out and kind of save their season, kind of like Oklahoma City did to Denver. That's why that Knicks win in Boston was such a big deal. And in that game, Boston was up 20. Like all these teams that are favored at home, that lose game 1 at home, it's almost a lock they're going to win game 2. So, you can look at it that way, or you can say, man, what I saw last night from the Warriors gives me no hope. I told you, that was the national feed. I went on ESPN all night radio or whatever, and they were like, man, you guys are done, huh? I was like, bro, wait, what? Not done, but that's what people are saying. So,
yeah,
Marcus, when you hear game 6 from Sean's, now are you done? Are you cooked?
I don't say you're cooked quite yet, because I went into this series saying that the Warriors defense could have them tread water long enough to get Steph Curry back. But that's the question. When is Steph Curry coming back? And I'm not breaking news to anybody. It's hard to win a playoff series without your best player, without a player like Steph Curry. And I'm not just overreacting last night. You even mentioned it. The Warriors did play 3 quarters without Steph in game 1 and ended up winning in game 1. But also, look at the second half of the game when Anthony Edwards scored 22 points of his 23 in the second half. Also, the fact that the Warriors only scored 19 points in that 4th quarter in game 1. So offensively, they need guys to step up. They need role players. They need Buddy Hield to shoot the lights out and channel that Game 7 Buddy. They need Pajki and Moody to step up. They need valuable minutes from Jonathan Kuminga, and they need Jimmy Butler to take over. Last night was not playoff Jimmy. Last night was not Batman. Last night was Robin out on the court. He needs to put on that Batman mask. He needs to be playoff Jimmy. He needs to have a 40 or 50-point game for the Warriors to steal one of these next 2.
And we have to remember, and we say it every time, we've got to remind ourselves, every one of these games is its own entity. Look at game 1, and then the Jimmy Buddy post-game presser. My God, we were going off. And you get to game 2, you're like, oh, it's over. Series is over. So, let's not remember. Tomorrow night at 5:30, they will tip the ball off. The Warriors will have figured something out about what direction they want to go. Here's the one thing I could say that's a positive. He ain't going to play 14 guys in the first half tomorrow night.
I don't think so either.
He's going to figure out who he's got. It's likely going to involve Kuminga and Trace Jackson-Davis. And then they're going to try to run that home crowd. Hey, everybody, wear your shirts.
That's it. If everybody wears their shirts, it's a guaranteed win on Saturday.
It's coming down to the shirts,
well,
baby.
I got a good message for everybody out there. I'll be in Sacramento this weekend for Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day to
Mama.
Denise. Absolutely.
So I will not be there on Saturday to not wear the shirt.
Well, good.
So I'm expecting 100% shirts being worn.
Your negative energy is
That's
gone.
it. Yes, yeah, exactly. I'm the reason. I'm the bad guy.
Think about the amount of money you're going to save on beer.
Oh, dude. Trust me. But hey, they ain't giving those things away up at Oakland / Sacramento.
Are they charging you up there too?
Coliseum. I don't even know what the hell they call it up there. Sutter Health Field, right?
Are they charging you up there?
Sutter Health, Sacramento. I mean, Murph, they're charging for beers everywhere. I'll report back the prices. But yeah, even for a River Cats game, it's still like $15, $16.
What happened to my $9 beer? What happened to that?
You won't find those anywhere.
That was hot for like a minute.
Yeah, then everybody got mad about it.
Everybody got really mad. All right, before we get out of here, it's Friday, and I think we've turned into Friday film review. That's what young Tony learned. A new movie. Here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Oh, listen to this. Wait, was this the music from... So tell everybody, what'd you do?
So yesterday before the Warriors game, I watched Fargo for the first time.
Okay, let's back up. Why are you watching Fargo?
Because it's based in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Minnesota. How about those accents, buddy?
Dude. Oh, yeah, you betcha.
So Frances McDormand, I think she won an Oscar.
She did win Best Actress for this, yeah.
What'd you think of her performance?
Unbelievable. Dude, the movie's just wild. I believe
one would say it's a dark comedy, yes.
It is. It's actually somewhat of a true story, apparently.
I think it's pretty much would you call it the Coen Brothers masterpiece?
Oh, I don't know. I've never seen it.
Oh.
Yeah, so this one's over my head.
You're in for a treat.
I need to join young Tony.
I never saw Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, but a lot of people thought that was as good. But this is as dark and trippy a look at sort of modern American society, the dark side of humanity, the weirdness of Minnesota. The Coen Brothers, they're a trip. Big Lebowski, Fargo, they're a trip, man. So what'd you think?
Dude, 5 out of 5.
Wow.
Just as good as Conclave.
It matches Conclave.
Yes.
But what movie is better, Tony?
Well, I mean, listen, you got to have high standards. So, 5 out of 5. Hour 38, by the way, too. Nice, tight hour 38.
Wasn't it hour 38?
A lot going on in that short amount of time, too.
Yeah. Buscemi, right? Steve Buscemi?
Buscemi, yeah.
Fantastic.
By the way, The Big Lebowski, I got to watch that because the Coen brothers are incredible. Also great screenwriters.
The Coen brothers are a trip. By the way, shout out Bolinas. Frances McDormand and which Coen is she with? Ethan or Joel? I apologize to the wonderful couple that they're together, but they live in Bolinas.
Joel.
Okay, she's with Joel. I was once in T&B Sports in San Rafael. They just walked right in. They were looking for shoes. There's Frances McDormand and Joel Coen. Yeah, that's pretty darn cool. I'll just let them do their thing.
All right.
We said, you betcha. And let them. So isn't it a trip that these Minnesota people actually literally talk like this?
It's actually insane. And then how about William Lacey getting the accent down? Like, how do you get it's not even an accent. It's like the dialect.
McDormand does it. As I recall, she's having egg. I remember the opening scene. She's having like egg. She's pregnant, right? So she's puking on the side of the road. Yeah. And then, of course, there's a wood chipper.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into that.
Anyway.
Hey, now.
And I always enjoyed the scene. There's a Japanese-American guy speaking in the accent. It got people a lot of chuckles.
Yeah,
because it was incongruous.
That scene did not need to be in the movie.
But as Jose Feliciano would say, let's stay together tonight. Everything will be all right. All right, well done, kid. You're part of the Coen Brothers army now. Well done. Tony learned that by Bigelow Tea. All right, buddy. Time to get out. Hey, have a great trip to Sac. Somebody sent the prices for beers. Yeah, you're in the $17 range.
Yeah. Well, guess what? It's drinking time with the Boucher family. Tell the lovely Candace I said Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. Yes.
And Happy Mother's Day to all the mamas out there listening
today. You go
today.
give your mom a hug. And Tony, you too. John Joe, you too. Hey, Walt, you too, buddy. Everybody do their thing. Happy Mother's Day to everybody. And I hope the Warriors are some bad mothers on Saturday night. All right, we'll be here Monday to determine who are the hum babies and who are the bum babies. Papa and Silver time when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Yeah, he was never, ever a Cubs fan, so I don't know where that came from. He was always a Sox fan.
I'm the truth.
Atta baby.
No cap.
So happy Mother's Day to you. So don't forget, guys, go shopping, all right?
Enjoy your moms, man. Call them.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Selber.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Again, Draymond Green draws the foul. Immediately, Tony Brothers indicates he's going to go take a look at it to see if the elbow caught the face of Reed, and apparently it did by that reaction. The crew chief, Tony Brothers.
Ruling on the floor, foul on number 11. The players will review to see if there's a potential hostile act at the end of the play. Personal foul on Reed, followed by a dead ball technical foul on Green. Minnesota will shoot one shot, and then Golden State will have the ball on the side.
Julius Randle out ahead of the pack. Steve Kerr calls the timeout, and the white flag is up. Warriors will surrender as the Wolves go up 21, and they're going to even up this best-of-7 series at 1 apiece. And we'll see where this series goes, minus Stephen Curry. The Minnesota Timberwolves come back with an answer and a response in Game 2, and they win it 117-93. Julius Randle leads the Wolves with 24 points. And just like the Thunder and the Nuggets, this one in the West is all even at 1 game apiece.
Well, just was the case in the Houston series. The Warriors take Game 1 on the road. Game 2, the home team responds. And now the difference is the Warriors, when it was Houston, they went back home and they had to play 1 game without Jimmy Butler. The Warriors this time against Minnesota have to go back home and play a pair at least without Steph Curry. 117-93 is your final score. Thanks for hanging out with us, Papa and Silver, on a Friday 10-2. We got the whole deal for you, and happy Mother's Day weekend to everybody, by the way. If you see me in a different location, if you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, well, that's in part because I was out supporting my mother last night and the incredible work she has been doing. So, Papa, good to be with you. We'll have a lot to get into. We're going to have some great guests coming by the show, touch on a little Niners, touch on a little Giants as they get ready to go to Target Field, not Target Center. But the start today is what you just saw in Game 2. And let's just say this, the Warriors offense is a little bit better when you got number 30 out there to space things out.
Well, you sound like Stan Van Gundy. How much they pay you to come up with that comment? Happy Mom's Day to Mama Silver and all the moms out there, you mothers, Bill Lasky in particular. This is a tough time of the year for me. I lost my mom right around this time a couple of years ago, Mama Papa, Mother Teresa. So it's always heavy, but a lot to get to today. But we start with, wow. We knew it was going to be hard without Steph Curry. We kind of predicted that Minnesota would come out in fuego. They played okay. They're not playing great. They're not playing nearly as well as they played against the Lakers, but a 13-0 start. Steph Curry sitting on the bench, and you see his mind just spinning. I hope Derek Papa, D-Pop as you call him, and the Truth Machine comes up with a little thought bubble on what is really going through Stephen Curry's mind, watching his basketball team be rudderless without him. And we talked about it. When you lose Steph Curry, you're losing multiple layers of an offensive basketball player. Don't even get into the leadership and the fight and what he does on defense and how underrated he is. Just as an offensive player, as a 1, as a 2, on the ball, off the ball, how do you replace him? Well, off the ball, they ran action for Buddy Hield. And Buddy Hield came back down a little bit last night. He made some shots here and there. I think it's interesting that Mike Conley, and Mike's not playing heavy minutes and matching minute for minute with Buddy Love, but he's playing better than I thought he was. I thought he was someone the Warriors would pick on, but he's bite, they call him there, and he got off to a good start and just set the tone for them. He's around Steph's age, the lefty from Ohio State, so that's one thing. And then the other side is just Steph doesn't always handle, but he could handle. And I don't often agree with Sir Fat Ass. I do love Charles, and he was great to I lost my brother many, many years ago around Father's Day, and Charles and my brother were really, really close. And so we got to know Charles socially, and a lot of it is just the bombastic Barkley, and he says ridiculous things, especially against the Warriors. But, boy, was he on point. And sometimes these guys, they watch the Warriors, but they don't watch the Warriors the way we watch the Warriors. They have no point. There is no point to their offense. They have no one that can do it. We talked about yesterday Draymond Green, when you get a stop and it's the rip and run. he comes up the floor. Well, Draymond Green's 6'7". He's a point forward. I'm surprised they don't pressure more. And then when you get into the half court, Jimmy Butler can run the offense. Well, Jimmy Butler, he can get you into sets, but he's not a pure point guard. To me, he does play more like a point forward than I ever thought he did. Brandon Pajemski, what are you? You're more of a 2 than a 1. You're more playing off the ball. I mean, that's why we're going with Pat Spencer here. All of a sudden, I miss Dennis Schroeder a little bit. There's just no flow to their offense. They don't know where to go. And they're getting bad shots. They're getting late shots and late in shot clock. St. Lee will join us and we'll talk butter. And when it gets down to 5 or less, everybody's screaming butter. The butter melted. It's you're not getting. I mean, the other night they massaged the clock because they had a lead, so they were trying to game management, time and score, and take it down. This was just, we can't shake anybody. We have nobody who can beat anybody off the dribble until the young man from the Congo came in with a little Rhythm Nation and was able to beat. We'll get into that, and that is a fascinating layer to this whole series. But it's just wow, they were hard to watch. They did fight. They did get back into the game, but getting off to that 13-0 start was just, 20 turnovers. Just they scored 93 points, and I don't think Minnesota's playing nearly as well as they played. But the other side of it is the Warriors, when they won their first championship, it was strength in numbers. Those guys were young. Steph, Clay, Draymond were all young. You had Andrew Bogut there. Harrison Barnes was young. He's Draymond's age. So when you came off the bench, you came off the bench with veterans. You came up when you went strength in numbers. The numbers off the bench were Andre Iguodala, borderline Hall of Famer, Sean Livingston, Leandro, we get to be championship Barbosa, the Brazilian Blur. We know what his role is. Go get buckets, beat somebody off the dribble, turn a corner. Mo Spates, Mo Buckets. Everybody had a role. David Lee. I mean, you're coming off the bench with veteran players. What's this group they're going to now? The Hyenas? I thought that was Diamador Lenore's nickname. No one's laughing at this group. The green team? Where did that come from? They are green. They're not ready for this. What has happened to Moses Moody? What has happened to him? What Quentin Post, and I could see where you would have a discussion about starting him, but that did not go well. He was out there for 3 minutes and 18 seconds, and he was there for the 13-0 start for Minnesota. Never got back into the game.
Literally a 3 and out.
Yeah, I mean, he's lost, completely lost all of his confidence. A lot of these young guys that we counted on, Pajemski's trying. He keeps getting hit by Gobert in the nose. It's unbelievable how often that guy, he's Jimmy Durante. Jimmy Durant, when he gets hit in the nose over and over again, come on, Looney hardly played in the game. You're rolling. They played 14 players in the first half. Is this a Mark Jackson coach team where you're going with the hockey line change? Are we watching the Sharks against the Minnesota Wild? Neither one of these teams made the playoffs, so I understand why he's doing it. But, Steve, this is not Hawaii. You're not in training camp. You're not trying to figure out who. This is the NBA playoffs. You don't have Steph Curry here. Is it really strength in numbers? Are your numbers strong enough? Or you just have to pick a few? They played 14 guys in the first half. No one's ever done that in an NBA playoff game, and it really didn't work. So I don't know, and we'll get into the whole JK thing is wearing me out. And we'll have an honest discussion about where Kuminga goes, and we'll talk to St. Lee. What you're lacking right now without Steph is no one can just beat their guy. Jimmy Butler, and we'll get into it. Jimmy Butler is just layered with intangibles. I want some tangibles from Jimmy Butler, and we'll get into it more. He does all the things you talk about, toughness and setting everybody up and playing team defense and all that. But the tangibles, he does not stop the ball. He won't shoot because he cannot shoot. And he does not run. He does not run the floor. He is Dave waddling all over the floor. Jonathan Kuminga can explode off the baseline. You do not, if you do not shut the baseline, he is by you and he dunks, whether it's on Gobert or whomever. He makes mistakes. I understand that. He does not rotate defensively. He doesn't stop the ball either. They put him on Anthony Edwards. Can you please stop the ball one time on that guy? And at some point, Anthony Edwards, Jim Peterson came out and said he was Michael Jordan comparison. Really? Then dunk the ball, Anthony Edwards. Why does he try to lay everything? He's missing so many chippies around the cup, but that's their problem. They got players that can contribute. We know the three, Dante and Naz and Alexander Walker. Please push him to his right hand and not his left hand. But last night, we kind of braced for it, but just watching it, it's like, okay, what do we need Saintly to come on and cheer us up on a Friday. Open up a bottle of red or white or both and figure out what the hell they have to do here. I don't know. I think coming home will help them. They played 3 games with Jimmy, without Steph, and the 2 on the road did not go well. Atlanta and then Miami was a disaster. They did beat Milwaukee with this group. Can they beat Minnesota 1 time, 2 times, go up? Right now, you're just trying to figure out what's the point. I mean, do we start Pat Spencer? They don't have a point guard. They don't have a quarterback to line this team up. The Warriors gave us the most beautiful offense in the history of basketball for a solid decade. Now their offense, John McKay, is offensive, and we're in favor of their execution of the offense. So I don't know where to go, but D-Pop and the Truth Machine, I do want a Steph Curry little bubble on his shoulder where he goes through the Truth Machine. What was he actually thinking watching the game last night, watching his team be Steph-less, rudderless, just meander around? What was he thinking? And what did I say yesterday about, this series could change. Anthony Edwards could get hurt. And then Anthony Edwards went down. Trace Jackson-Davis stuffed him and stepped on him. And I thought, damn, that ankle's bad. And then earlier he did it against LeBron. And I thought, is he going to be able to come back? And then there he is, and he's not playing anywhere near what he's capable of playing. So you never know where it's going to go. But I do wonder what Steph is thinking. Such a brilliant basketball mind. I mean, you lose Steph Curry, you lose like a whole starting 5. You got like 5 different players to replace. And there's some guys can do some things, but none of them can do enough of it. Wow, we knew that was going to happen. We kind of thought they did push back, but man, that was hard to watch. That is not Warrior basketball. It's not strength in numbers. But then again, you don't have Steph Curry.
You don't have Steph Curry. It all changes. It all goes out the window. It was one giant experiment yesterday. The good news is you were able to take care of business in game 1, even with Steph on the bench and in the locker room for the last 2.5 quarters of that one. So you got a little bit of life, but you got to figure things out, and you got to do it fast because you're traveling and games are every other day at this point. Tomorrow night, then you got Monday night, and we'll see if you can make it 2-2 at that point. We got some sound to play on the other side. Shams with a little bit of update on his understanding of when Steph could return. And give Walter a call, by the way. He's a little bit lonely in the studio today. I feel bad for leaving him. I mean, not really. He's in the YouTube chat. 415-808-5627 if you want to share any of your thoughts on the Warriors and what you saw last night. How dire is this situation? And also, speaking of the YouTube chat, just got to give a lot of shout-outs to our regulars on a Friday. Victor, Bucco, KG, Rockin', X, Pine Needle, I could go on and on. Pat H is hanging in there. Walter's hanging in there, but he can get out. And, of course, everybody's favorite, the new Spencer, just taking the chat by heart here on a Friday. So happy Mother's Day weekend. We're going to have a great show for you. We're going to try to make sense of what this Steph Curry-less Warriors team is. And on the other side, I'll tell you our guest list and how you can win tickets for the last time this week to see the Bay Area Panthers. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
I don't know what was a worse performance in the last 24 hours. The BART trains this morning. What the hell was that about? Or the Golden State Warriors performance without their leader, Steph Curry. But honestly, I got to say, not surprised by either one of those. But sticking on the Dubs, how are you feeling, Dub Nation? Is it panic mode from what you saw last night going into Game 3 tomorrow and Game 4 on Monday? Both will be without Steph Curry. Can the Warriors sneak out just one game? That's all we need, just one game to tread water until Steph comes back. Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627 to join the conversation.
Greg Papa here from my friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. For over 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. Do you struggle with distance vision, need reading glasses, or wear bifocals like I did for years? CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision and do it now. The Laser Eye Center offers LASIK, Smile, Evo ICL, or the procedure I had, CLR, which is custom lens replacement. It's the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you'll never develop a cataract. After tens of thousands of procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center have the experience to tell you which procedure is best for you. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. So book your free consultation today at modernvisioncorrection.com. That's modernvisioncorrection.com.
to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for hanging out with us, Papa and Silver. Happy Friday, everybody. Hope you're making some fun weekend plans, little Mother's Day plans. Got some Giants plans. They got 3 in Minnesota. Lots to get to, and hopefully you're getting ready to watch a better Game 3 tomorrow night than what the Warriors gave the Bay Area last night. It was the typical Timberwolves response. Chris Finch had called them out. And, let's just say they did their job, and the Warriors without Steph Curry not looking so sharp offensively. 117-93. We got some sound from Shams Charania on ESPN this morning. That's coming up in just a little bit. But, Papa, kind of the larger theme today is they got to find sources of offense in any which way they can get it. And last night, it really came from two people who've been out of the rotation, Jonathan Kuminga and Trayce Jackson-Davis. I know that they probably weren't playing a whole lot. If Steph comes back at any point and the Warriors survive, they probably will have a little bit of a lessened role or maybe no role at all. But that said, you got to throw everything at the table when Steph Curry is out, and that's exactly what we saw from Steve Kerr last night.
Yeah, I think obviously Quentin Post can't go back into the starting lineup for Game 3, so you're going to have to make an adjustment. And I haven't talked about getting Trayce Jackson-Davis into the game. His line is way better than he actually played. He played fine. He's having a hard time defensively. Julius Randle goes into his body. He's not able to start the ball. They don't have anything. Now, he is a shot blocker at the rim, but he's been in mothballs for so long. I think he's fine, but is he the answer to deal with Julius Randle and Rudy Gobert and Naz Reid? I'm not sure. Young player doesn't seem as fazed by it as Quentin Post is. So I think he's worthy of rotation minutes. Maybe start him. You can't start Post. I thought they wanted to start with a defensive mentality. I don't know why Gary Payton II didn't start, but in any event, I've been talking about Trayce Jackson-Davis play for a long time, all year. Why is he not playing? And obviously Quentin Post in the stretch 5 and the ability to stretch the ball with a big and shoot it opened up a lot of offense, and he played well. Nick Vucevic was there at the deadline. They weren't going to do that after they got Jimmy. They had to give up, they didn't have a first-round pick, so I don't know if they could have got him for a second. But, Vucevic is a man. He's a pro. He's been around a long time. Quentin Post is just not able to handle this moment. So Trayce Jackson-Davis, there were a lot of unforeseen mistakes, or not unforeseen, but, unfavorable moments. He does give you the vertical spacing in the air. He was talking after, Chris Paul and him were so good together, and Klay Thompson and him were so good together. Maybe they can get a little of that with Jimmy Butler. So I would have a conversation about starting Trayce Jackson-Davis in this game. But the real one is JK. It's Jonathan Kuminga. And it is, St. Lee will come on, and when you start a new series, the line is KYP, know your personnel, which means what's the scout on the other team. And Saint's son, Greg, is an assistant coach for the Lakers. So he's been helping us just know the Minnesota Timberwolves players. That's hard to know them. I mean, you get a scouting report on them, but you really don't see them play every game. So KYP is something you kind of have to figure out as you go. At least we do. The coaching staff and scouts should know, but even then. But for JK, it is JK. It is just know. You should know who your own players are. That one, no one should know more about your own players than you. You drafted them, developed them. You saw the ups and downs. You're there for every single shoot-around, practice game, bus ride, plane ride. You know your own guys. So it's beyond me that they just determined through analytics that Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Jonathan Kuminga cannot play well together. That's what the numbers show, and that's what they decided to do. They also did the same thing last year when they determined Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga could not play well together. So they avoided it like the plague. And then circumstances happen, and they do have to play together. And you know what? I want like 3 more of them on the floor. I want long-limbed athletes that can run and jump. And Wiggins do it all. Kuminga's, he's not a shooter, but he's not afraid to put up a shot. So last night, by necessity, because you have nowhere else to go, going to get a bucket in the half court, you play Jonathan Kuminga. J.K., and it wasn't always perfect. His second half was much better. He made his first 7 shots. The one he missed, Trace Jackson Davis was able to stick back into the basket. He gives you something that no one else can do. Go get a bucket. Jimmy's nickname, he's got a lot of them, is Jimmy Buckets. I don't see that guy anymore. He's not Jimmy Buckets. He does not look to score like he used to in Miami. I mean, the reason he's here is Pat Riley identified last year, we're not supermaxing this guy. He's not getting that money. And Jimmy threw a hissy fit. It's always over money with him. Pat Riley, he may be 80. You think he's completely senile, dementia, Alzheimer's? He knows what he's doing. He's been doing this longer than all of you have been alive. Jimmy Butler's just not the same player. Jimmy Butler is full of intangibles. There's an element to his game. If you're scouting him for the NFL draft, the intangibles are off the charts. Toughness, good teammate, always gets everybody lined up. Able to set everybody up. He's a force multiplier. Everybody gets better around him. He's full of intangibles. Jimmy Butler lacks tangibles. I need tangibles. I need someone that can run the court. Can you run the floor? He doesn't run. And it's not all because he fell on his buttocks. He just doesn't run. He kind of waddles around. I need
but we got to be real in that he isn't himself right now. He isn't 100%, and that does play a major factor.
He's hurt?
Jimmy?
Is that what you watch him earlier in the year? Was he running then? Since he's been a Warrior, he does not run. That's why you play so much zone defense. He does not run. And then as far as his defense, he does not guard the ball. They have put Jonathan Kuminga on Anthony Edwards. Anyone who would suggest putting Jimmy Butler on Anthony Edwards, he can't stop the ball. He can't guard by the rim. What he is, intangibly, is a really good team defender with his eyes and his hands and his reach. And then the shot, why does Jimmy Butler not shoot the ball? Because Jimmy Butler can't make shots. He does not, his misses, they are not short, they are not long, they are not soft off the rim. They are wide left off the backboard. They're wide right off the backboard. They're nowhere close. Look at his last shot that he missed last night, and you can see him lose confidence to shoot the ball. Anyway, we know Butler is. He's full of intangibles. He has no tangibles, or lacks them. Kuminga's the other guy. He doesn't have the intangibles. He doesn't have a feel for the game. I think he got a lot better over time. I saw him late last year develop, and then he got hurt. He lost his way. Same thing this year. He was playing really good basketball. He was handling the split action. He knew the subtleties of the game. You take him out of rhythm, put him in mothballs, all of a sudden the intangibles go away because he's just not playing enough. But he has tangibles. The guy is fast. He can run the floor. Even after a made basket last night, they pitched it ahead to Kuminga, and he went in and scored a basket. Who else on the team can do that? Who else can storm the baseline and just rip the rim down? So, and you tell me they can't play together? And Jimmy said it after the game. Jimmy Butler can set up Jonathan Kuminga and make him a better player. The intangibles of Jimmy's passing and just, quarter of a body to give Kuminga an angle to turn on a guy. It's like Joe Montana. It's beautiful. That's why, Jerry Rice had all those 85-yard slants and John Taylor. Jimmy can deliver the ball as a passer on time, on target, where a guy gets an edge. You take Jimmy Butler's basketball acumen and the intangibles to make everybody around him better as a force multiplier and put him on the floor with a young pup that's a runner and jumper and leaper and whoo. So why did they just say they couldn't play together? They could have been doing this before. Now all of a sudden you need them to play together. So you put Kuminga in the starting lineup. I don't know what you do now. If you start, you change everything and go Trace Jackson Davis and Kuminga, but it's just beyond me. KYP, no personnel, but JK, you need to know your own personnel. Just know your own basketball players. Did they not practice together? They don't practice in the NBA anymore. But to say Jimmy Butler can't play with Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond Green, who's saying that? Because they were on the floor for a bunch of minutes and it didn't go well? Just let them go, like Wiggins did last year with Kuminga. They can play together. And right now, minus Steph Curry, they need to play together. They need to play 35, 40 minutes a game together. It's your only shot.
Well, I don't think that the Wiggins analogy of not being able to play with Kuminga and Draymond and all that, I don't even think that is the same deal as what you're dealing with Jonathan Kuminga right now. I agree. It's now at a point where you need to find offense. You need to find a source of ways to put points on the board, and Jonathan Kuminga can bring something. But we also got to be real in that Jonathan Kuminga, outside of the Lakers game that they won in LA late in the season, last night in quarters 2 and 3, that was the best he's looked in 3 months since he injured his ankle. He was out there looking lost. They don't trust him on defense. He was just a problem with not moving the ball on time. So I'm not saying he can't bring something to the table, but Jonathan Kuminga was providing a lot more negative than positive for this team, and I think they eventually just shortened the rotation. A lot of his minutes ended up going to Jimmy Butler, but now you have Steph off the floor. So yeah, if Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga can't play together, well, you got to go down swinging at this point because it's all on the table. Real quick before we take a timeout, I want to play the sound from Shams Charania about the Steph Curry timetable, and then we can react to it more on the other side. Here is what Shams had to say on ESPN this morning.
Pat, it's a hamstring strain, and you know, and everyone in there knows. DB, I'm sure, you know, wherever he has, he knows. Like, hamstring strains, that's not an injury you play with. He's really been limited to just doing treatment, and he's going to be reevaluated on Wednesday, which means he's definitely out game 2. He missed game 3, game 4, so he's going to miss at least 3 games. My understanding is it's probably not going to be, at any point until game 6. At the earliest for Stephen Curry. And there's actually like a 4-day gap between games 5 and game 6. It's a weird scheduling quirk. So no, the NBA didn't do this because Stephen Curry got hurt. The NBA had already made this schedule. It's some alignment with the WNBA team there in the Bay. But because of that, they're able to have that period of time. So maybe you get Stephen Curry back there. But as I tweeted then, this is the first strain of the hamstring that Stephen Curry has ever had in his NBA career. He's never had this in his life. He's never had a hamstring injury in his life, he said yesterday. So it's going to be a very safe approach I think the Warriors are going to take with this.
Okay, the Valkyries, Shams. It's the Valkyries, and the reason that they're playing Ally before they've even debuted as a franchise, where there's going to be a 4-game gap. So he's saying probably not till game 6 at the earliest, and what that means in its simplest form, Warriors got to find a way to win one without Steph Curry to stay alive. We'll react to it on the other side. Gary St. Jean is going to join us at 10:50, Matt Mayoko at 11:50, and Danny Emmerman from the SF Standard at 12:50. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Greg Papa here, basking in the Golden State Warriors win last night in Game 7, and Golden State Lumber and Showroom has supported Northern California construction for over 70 years, building strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Since 1996, Trex has led the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, offering products that won't rot, splinter, fade or stain. No seasonal maintenance needed. Trex pioneered combining recycled plastics durability with the natural beauty of reclaimed wood. Their sun-comfortable heat-mitigating technology keeps deck cool underfoot, perfect for hot, sunny days. Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand, making it ideal for boat owners considering a new deck. Explore Trek's latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring sun-comfortable technology and a 50-year limited residential warranty. Find Trex decking at Golden State Window and Door showrooms or visit goldenstatelumber.com. With our commitment to excellence, we're here to support your project every step of the way. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pat, it's a hamstring strain, and you know, and everyone in there knows. DB, I'm sure wherever he has, he knows. Like hamstring strains, that's not an injury you play with. He's really been limited to just doing treatment, and he's going to be reevaluated on Wednesday, which means he's definitely out. Game 2, he missed. Game 3, Game 4, so he's going to miss at least 3 games. My understanding is it's probably not going to be, at any point until Game 6. At the earliest.
Game 6 at the earliest, says Shams Charania. Of course, there's a 4-game gap between Game 5 and Game 6. If there is a Game 6, series is tied at 1-1. Papa and Silver hanging out with you. 117-93, your final last night. The Warriors made it kind of interesting there in the third quarter, cutting it all the way to 7 a couple of different times, and then the Timberwolves ended the quarter on a 20-7 run. So that 17-point halftime deficit for the Dubs ballooned up to 20, and it really was just all they had last night. Gary St. Jean going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes or so, and this is a good chance to also tell you about the last chance on our Short Kings Week, May 5th to May 9th. What you can do to see the Bay Area Panthers take on the Tucson Sugar Skulls. You can win 4 tickets May 15th at the SAP Center in San Jose. All you got to do is tune in between now and 1 p.m. And when I give you that cue to call, and I'll tell you when you should call into the studio, just be caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR, furnished by the Panthers. Find official rules at knbr.com. Next time I bring this one up, dial up the number 415-896-KNBR. And if you'd like to join the conversation at all, it's 415-808-KNBR or 5627 if you don't want to be looking at a keypad. We got Saint coming up in just a bit, but back into it. Shams Charania, the Steph Curry, he's off the floor. Might not be till Game 6. If so, what does it look like when he comes back? We heard the Steph sound at shoot-around yesterday. He didn't even want to commit to a timetable because this is the first injury of this sort for Curry in his career, and so it's all about how he responds to treatment while he rehabs in Minnesota.
It's unusual that an injured player even talks to the media, but this is not any ordinary injured player. It's Steph Curry, so I get it. But honestly, he's not playing right now, so they just got to move on. It is a cold business. It is next man up, and he's involved, and I'm sure he's there and giving thoughts and trying to figure out a game plan, but he's not playing. And when he comes back, no one knows. Shams doesn't. Steph doesn't know. It's a hamstring injury that has to heal. When it heals sufficiently, when you think there's no real serious concern about a rupture, he'll come back and play. But it's hard, and how do you test it? So that's a next week conversation. Right now, how do they win tomorrow night? How do they start playing and getting flow? I think it'll help, hopefully, to be a Chase Center, although I'm not sure. Last Friday night, they were there to play Houston, and they had Steph, and they didn't play well. And they dropped some games at the end of the year, obviously. The Houston game on April the 6th, the San Antonio game The Harrison Barnes shot, the 82nd game of the year against the Clippers. They played well that day, but lost in overtime. And so I don't know. I'm normally in the NBA when you come home, especially in a playoff series, things have a way of aiding them. And Minnesota's still a young team. They got some veteran guys with Connolly and Gobert, all the former Utah Jazz players. But really, it's just how do you win tomorrow night? Steph Curry's not playing tomorrow night. Who knows when he's going to play? When he plays, he plays. But right now, Steve's not worried about it. I don't even know if he's talking to Steph. Maybe about what he sees, but beyond that, so what do? Quinn Post can't start anymore. I don't even know if he can play anymore. And I don't know where, he lost his way. They're attacking him. He's not only not making shots, he's not taking shots. So the whole reason you have him on the floor is a stretch 5 to pull Gobert away from the basket. That didn't work. So do you put Draymond back to 5, Jimmy Butler? I think an argument can be made to have Kuminga start the game. You could also make an argument like Trace Jackson Davis to start the game. They like Buddy Hield out there. Buddy's not, if you have on the floor Kuminga is guarding Anthony Edwards. So you don't need that ball stopper, but I think you need, obviously, the whole reason you couldn't play, the analytics people told you couldn't play Jimmy and Draymond and Kuminga together is you didn't have enough shooting. So that's why Post is out there. So if you pull Post, you've got to keep Hield on the floor. And I don't know, Pajemski's not afraid, but he's not making shots. Moses Moody, his line last night is worse than it was because they're giving him late shot clock shots. Like, how many times do you throw him the ball with 3 on the shot clock, Jimmy Butler? Can Jimmy take one of those shots, just rise up and shoot it? He throws it to Moses Moody like it's a live grenade and he pulled the pin. What do you want him to do here? He's not going to hit the rim. He's not going to beat the clock. So he's lost confidence, there's no doubt. But you're throwing him shots that are incapable of even. Steph would be the one guy in the world, maybe in Ice Tray and Dame, to be able to take it. So, and then Looney's not playing. I think the first thing, and we'll get into it with Saint, you can't play 14 guys anymore. You can't play 12 in a quarter. You got to figure it out. So who do you trust? After Butler, Draymond, Buddy, Pods, should GP2 play more? Kuminga? Should Looney play more? Is that it? And Pat Spencer, they don't have a backup point guard on the team. We had this problem earlier this year when Steph was out.
Your backup point guard is your starting shooting guard.
Who, Pajemski? Who's the backup point guard? Well, he's not. He's not. He's not a pure point guard. He's a combo guard. Really, Draymond's your point forward. Jimmy's your point. You don't have a point guard, so you can do that in stretches. Saintly and Nelly came up with the first one of the history of the NBA, and Paul Pressey years ago, and he could run it. The reason why they had Paul Pressey do it, they didn't want him shooting because he wasn't a very good shooter. But I'm wondering why Minnesota doesn't put more ball pressure on Draymond. Right now, it's a roster construction issue. When you don't have Steph Curry, you have no one to handle. So how do you just get in a flow offensively? How do you get in the right sets? The Warriors looked like they didn't know where to go. They're all reading and reacting off of Jimmy. So when Steph comes back, Steph comes back. We can't worry about that today. How do they win the game tomorrow night to get back into the series? Can the energy of the home crowd lift them? Maybe for a point, but they're going to have to just play these guys. And I think Minnesota's not. They've played much better, obviously, last night than Game 1, but they're not playing as well as they played against the Lakers. They went into the Crypto.com and just took that place away in Game 1. They fell behind early and then just outplayed them, and they made threes. So what are you going to get from them tomorrow night? I think the Warriors are guarding okay. The problem is just so many empty trips, the 20 turnovers. It's just a rhythm and flow right now. So how do you start the game with Post out? Do you just put Kuminga in? Then you don't have enough shooting without just Buddy. I don't know. Honestly, you'd have to get into it more. Right now, they're minus a great ball handler, and they're minus a great shooter. Duh! They don't have Steph Curry, Shams. No kidding. And what is Shams telling us we don't already know? He's just regurgitating what's been told day after day after day. We know it's a grade 1 hamstring. They're going to reevaluate him in a week. It's possible he comes back before. No one knows. They're not going to tell you. But it is, it's about a week. It could be 4 to 10 days for a grade 1. We don't have any idea what the severity of the grade 1. Even grade 1s vary in strains. You don't know. He doesn't have scar tissue built up because he's never done this before, but he's also never done this before. So his body, he knows how to deal with an ankle and a knee because he's dealt with them. He really doesn't know, and he's deferring to Dr. Rick. So anyway, and then the other part of it is Draymond taking another tech, and he went off last night after the game. But, I mean, Game 7, he took a tech in that game. There's going to be a point where he's not getting through the entirety of the playoffs without, it could be, you get suspended for each. He has 5 technicals. When they get to 7, they suspend. He also has 2 flagrants. When they get to 4, you suspend. So he's looking at a suspension for a technical and a possible later suspension for a flagrant. And you know what? They don't push reset. You don't get 7 more. You get a couple of more, and they suspend again. And somebody's got to explain to me the difference between a flagrant and a technical. He whacked him in the head last night. Is that a technical foul, or is that a foul again and a flagrant? Why? Some of these that Draymond's taking are, to me, they're calling them technicals. Aren't they more flagrant fouls?
Yeah, both the Van Vliet Game 7 and the Naz Reid one last night. I think probably both should be by the book flagrants, and if that was the case, he would be suspended for Game 3 with 4 flagrant fouls. He'd have 2 fewer techs, but it's all, a little funky. And then you had the whole Dylan Brooks situation, the dead ball, and then Draymond. We thought he was going to get ejected in Game 4 of the Houston series. He did not. It was a flagrant. He already had a tech, so lots of interesting stuff going on. Maybe we'll have Steve Javie back on and ask him about the semantics of all that. But coming up, let's have our first guest of the morning. It is the one and only Gary St. Jean. Of course, we hung out with him at St. Lee's 9 to 9 with Bob Gallo, and now we're going to have him on the Yuma guest line on the other side. It is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. And I'm Greg Silver here to ask, did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area? Some aren't even based in the state. Well, that, of course, is not the case with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They've been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And we are talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you right here where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, had your rights violated, wrongfully terminated, just know that you can go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about the specifics of these rights and how they can be protected. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, chaos, Steph Curry's hamstring, they're all around us. So please, let's be careful and work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. But if you need the help, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, 9 zeros with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And you pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, and most importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Friday, everybody. Papa and Silver hanging out with you. We're going to have Gary St. Jean join us in just a moment. Of course, he was an assistant with the Bucks, the Nets, the Warriors, head coach with the Kings and the Golden State Warriors, and an executive with the Dubs for 7 years. Lots to get into with Saint, and honestly, we just got jealous of the other shows having booked him, and I said, hey, why haven't we talked to this man in the playoffs? You know, everybody's in the traveling world right now, and who better to talk to with the man that we have now made the connection with on the UMA guest line. Gary St. Jean, as I told everybody, bringing you in, Saint. We were just jealous that Dirty Work and Murph and Marcus were having you on. We were feeling left out, so thanks for joining us, and couldn't be happier to have you.
Well, hiya, fellas, and I got to share with you, when you get to be my age, it's nice to get a phone call.
And
hey,
text.
We love a good
old
phone call.
You throughout the series, so you are, and your son. Your son's helping me with the Minnesota Timberwolves personnel, but you are the perfect guy to talk to today, Saintly, with your sunny disposition. Man, without Steph Curry, they looked lost in the wilderness last night. So just your thoughts on what you saw last night. They flew home after the game. No practice, but the coaches are obviously meeting. Lineup changes, trying to pare down the rotation, everything. But what did you see last night, and what do you think they can do to play better?
Well, Minnesota was the team last night, Pop, that popped the Lakers. They're a good team. We can't forget that. And they've got 8 guys, a heck of a rotation. I will talk about some of their individuals, but collectively, defensively, they're strong, big, but they have a little nemesis. They made 16 threes last night, but they're very, very inconsistent shooting team, which gives me hope for tomorrow afternoon. I really think that with the home crowd, role players play better at home, and maybe we've got a nice shot in the arm from Jonathan Kuminga, and his confidence level is going to be through the roof. I'm not down. I know you don't have Steph, but you're capable of pulling off and getting one of these at home.
Talking to Gary St. Jean here, and I want to ask about Moses Moody in particular, because this has been quite the arc where he shifted from a key cog in a starting lineup that was hardly losing any games at all to now in danger of falling out of the rotation. And this skid started well before Steph got injured, because I know that once Steph goes out, everything changes, everything's on the table, and that's why you saw Steve Kerr be so experimental last night in a game 2 in the middle of a playoff series. But what are you seeing out of Moses Moody and how his productivity has just kind of all around dropped even beyond the shooting over the last month or so?
Well, I got to share with you that I love the way he played to close the season. And first, he's a quality defender, quality guy. The stroke has been inconsistent for him, and you feel for him because he's giving you his best. But, they can extend their defense out now to individuals that they define in their scouting report as shooters, because when Pop knows this, with a guy like Steph, everything defensively focuses around him. I was just chuckling on my couch watching. Warriors are running point forward with Draymond, and Steph was coming off a baseline screen by one of the bigs. So he goes off the screen, and his man trails and locks and trails him out there. The defender on the picker, he goes out there. The guy guarding Draymond, he follows the path of the pass. The next thing you know, we got 3 guys on Steph Curry. So the game is easier when you play with a superstar. Now it gets more difficult. And these young guys, some of them like Podziemski and him, we need them to make some perimeter shots. Only making 9 threes, to me, that was the difference in the game. Sure, I'm hoping that Hield can keep this up, but some other guys are going to have real strong performances here at home.
St. Lee, we know when you get in the playoffs, you just tighten up the rotation. I mean, Minnesota is playing 8. They're playing DiVincenzo and Reed and Alexander Walker off the bench, and that's it. That's typically what teams do. Al Attles won a championship in 74-75 with TWO deep at every position. And then Steve, the strength in numbers, the first championship in 14-15. They played, a whole 5-some behind the starters, but those guys were vets. It was Andre and Sean Livingston and Barbosa and David Lee and Mo Buckets. I mean, these guys are green. I guess they're actually called the Green Team, and they're playing like it. So just from a rotation standpoint, St. Lee, he played 14 guys. 14 in the first half. I mean, what? And no one's ever done that in the history of playoff basketball. Now, Braxton Key got in for 5 seconds, but still, can you play that many? What just as far as the rotation, who's in, who's out? Do you have to trim this and just get to a reasonable amount now?
It's kind of coaching by the seat of your pants. You're not sure who's ready to go, and I'm talking about productivity for you on both ends of the floor. Now, though, you pop all the games you've covered, you don't want a first quarter like that. You're swimming upstream. You're down 29-15. Credit to them, they came back in the third, but it's hard. And I'm going to say this. I feel like Podziemski's going to make more shots. Gary Payton, let's define him. Super teammate, super defender, plays the dunk spot at 6'3" or 4. He's not going to make a lot of threes, so you do need a Moody. But here's 2 positives. Instead of playing the pick and pop game with most who only played a little bit, you had 2 guys who were playing downhill. One off the dribble in Kuminga, and the second one, Trace Jackson Davis, in the pick and roll action. So they asserted themselves and went to the rim. What does that do? That opens up space for these other guys. And that's going to be the key here. Maybe Jimmy's going to shoot better. Draymond, for some reason, has been pretty darn good from 3, but, he was 1 for 6 last night. So 3 things. You got to rebound, you got to take care of the turnovers, and you got to make a good number of threes.
No question about it. Gary St. Jean with us on the UMA guest line. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we move on to hour number 2. Papa and Silver on a Friday. All right, so let's talk a little starting lineup here because the rotation's going to get toyed with, and Steve Kerr's got a lot to figure out in a short amount of time. But knowing Steve, I would think that he would go defense-focused on a starting lineup. So you got Pajemski, Buddy Hield, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. Is that fifth person a Trace Jackson Davis? Is that a Gary Payton II? Or would he go less defense-focused but more scoring-focused in a Jonathan Kuminga?
Greg, I'm going to tell you something. Whatever the three of us think, he's probably going the other way. And I
Smart man.
And Pop, you know this. That 7th game against Houston and the first game in this series were two of the most terrific coached games that Steve Kerr has had all through this run of championships. I thought he was just marvelous. And that was game preparation, changes within the game, institution patterns. And I just felt so good in those 2 games. Pop, so many great games you've covered where you just look and you say, gosh, these coaches, terrific job. But they've got a communication level with their players that everybody understands their role and they're all on the same page. It was just beautiful to watch. So, that's the NBA playoffs. That game last night, kind of expected it. And I'm not going to get really upset.
Yeah. And Terry Stotts is doing such a good job, and I know you know Terry well over the years as the OC. And
40 years.
Obviously, Jerry Stackhouse is just doing a great job as the DC. So they'll figure it out. But over to the Timberwolves side, and I want to get your thoughts on some of their players. But this coaching staff, we're learning a little bit. Chris Finch, who wasn't even on their staff before. They took him off another staff and made him the head coach. And he's kind of old school, Saintly. He calls his guys out publicly.
Didn't you like
can
that?
see him. I love it. He scolds them during the game, and they got Pablo Prigioni on the bench, and Elston Turner runs their defense. What do you see from? Because you were confident the Warrior staff would outcoach Houston in the last series in Ime, and Houston did some good things with that zone and stretched that series out. Just from a coaching standpoint, what do you see from Finch and the T-Wolves staff?
I see a team that's led by Mike Conley, and when a coach has a player that just is an extension of him in all aspects, boy, that makes it really positive to work. I don't know if you noticed, but he did a great job defensively, tracing Hield around the first quarter and a half and set the tone. Hield didn't do anything early. And that was a challenge that was presented to him. And, the big Ragu, who the heck's got a better nickname in the NBA? Probably a close friend of the Pope because he's a Villanova guy. I love him. I don't like him. I was sad when he left, but that was
Dante
all about
DiVincenzo you're talking about, yeah.
Yes. And Naz Reid, guys, don't forget now, he's 6'9", about 240, and he can make a three. He's going to be a free agent. He'll be highly sought after. Pop, I'm going to tell you what. We watched a lot of ball together. Julius Randle is playing the best I've ever seen him play. I'm going to go back to the Lakers, to the Knicks. His body looks great. He's accepted his role. Gosh darn it, he had 11 assists. The key guy here, and we all know about Edwards. Boy, the guy that's really impressed me is Jaden McDaniels. This guy's a two-way player in that he can guard your best wing guy and take the challenge, and he's capable of giving you 20 points a night. I'm impressed with their team. We can debate come hell or high water about Rudy Gobert, and everyone game plans for him, but I don't make him a big factor in this whole thing. With that said, this team, it's a terrific team. I have a wealth of respect for him, but I think the guys can bounce back and get this.
Gary St. Jean joining us, and let's go a little Buddy Hield for a little bit, because it's no surprise that he's had his inconsistencies and the ups and downs, and obviously Game 7, and then responding with that second half of Game 1 for them to take that 99-88 win in a nice little low-scoring affair. But what are the challenges for Buddy Hield being defended now by a Jaden McDaniels as that primary shooting option, because you're not going to make up for Steph Curry by trying to play like Steph Curry. He's not the same type of player or even shot creator, but how can he sort of navigate a way to get a little bit better and cleaner looks so that he can provide some of that scoring that they are desperately lacking here?
I think it's a lot of early offense and make the ball change sides and get yourself on the weak side. So the ball comes up the wing, we change it to the top, and then the other side. The defense has to shift early in the clock. They'll have a hard time with him. I don't think he's ever played in a system like Steve Kerr's, ever. And, I always kidded about him. He'll shoot you in or he's going to shoot you out. So in the old days, if he missed 3 or 4, come on over here by the Gatorade cooler for a while. But nothing but praise for this guy. I love his attitude, how hard he plays, and hope he can keep it going.
Yeah, they need him. They need him to make shots, obviously.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, initially in the series he was guarding Anthony Edwards, but Kuminga came in, and Kuminga started the second half, and Kuminga was on Edwards. So just your thoughts on Kuminga. I know you noticed after game 1 when he's up top and you call it dancing when he gets into his bag and he's doing the crossover, he's more likely to just pull up and shoot the 3. To me, he's dangerous when he's going downhill, but he's missing so many chippies around the cup. I don't know why he just doesn't dunk the ball when he gets a running start like that, but how do they keep him from going downhill, attacking the rim, getting that straight line drive to the hoop, because it's all kind of starting from there, and then he can pitch out, find shooters, or they scramble and get offensive rebounds, Saint?
Poppy likes to be up top there, and a little push to the left to get your right leg up there. And I really think this, and I agree with a couple of the guys doing the games. When he starts, jitterbugging up there, he's kind of setting this thing up for the 3. I think the teams have done a good job against him when they get 10 eyes and 10 feet focused really on him, build a wall and make him a passer. Because as you noted, he has the talent to really – he has a quick step to the basket, a Euro step, and I'm just happy he hasn't played terrific. I'm sure he's a little sore today from that Davis falling on him, but he's an explosive young guy. But I look at him and John Morant and some of these guys, Green down in Houston. They all ought to watch SGA. That's the way to play when you're a young player. We don't need all your theatrics and all what goes on there. Just do your job.
Saint, really appreciate you coming by with us today, and it's going to be a lot of information gathering for sure. I know that's what Game 2 was all about for Steve Kerr out in Minnesota, playing so many guys, and Game 3 hopefully going to tell us a little bit more info, because you said it well, the role players usually play well at home, but last time they had a home playoff game in Game 6 against Houston, didn't exactly go to plan, so it's all on the table, and we look forward to continue to take some notes, because that's all we can do at this point.
I love it. You guys are the best. Pop, I've made an executive decision at 11:10 that tomorrow I'm going to have a beautiful bottle of Cab right there on the couch and watch the Warriors win.
5:30.
Yeah,
I think
we're
I'll
going
drop
with
by.
Cab.
I think I'll come over. I'll come over and join you.
I love it.
By the way, St. Lee, what is going on with your Boston Celtics here?
Hey, now you've been everywhere. Can you imagine the media? The writers at the Globe, Shaughnessy and Ryan and the radio guys and
they're killing them. They're killing them.
My brother Ricky calls me, he says, this might be the worst I've ever seen. They're killing them. They just are murdering them all. It's amazing. The market in Philadelphia, New York, and Boston's a little bit different. And to be down 2-0 and now going to New York, Spike Lee is going to be going crazy. I love watching these games. It's great.
Actually, break open a bottle of the Cab in the afternoon, St. Lee. I'm coming over at 12:30 for the Celtics down 2-0 going to the world's most famous arena, and the Warriors tip at 5:30. Could you imagine being at the Garden tomorrow afternoon with the Knicks up 2-0 on the Celtics?
Pop, you know what I'd do tomorrow if I was the Knicks? I'd take a recording of John Condon. Welcome to the wonderful world of Madison Square Garden, the most famous arena in the world. Let's go.
That was Walt Frazier, and the Knicks lead 34-32.
Oh, I love it. Great job, Pop.
Love you, Saintly. You picked me up. My Dauber was down. Now I think the Warriors are going to win in 5.
We're going to get there,
right?
buddy. Hey,
thank you, Saintly.
You guys are the best.
Appreciate it, Saint. Yeah, I mean, look, if we have to get into a good mood on a Friday, there is no better human being and basketball mind to book than Gary St. Jean. So that was awesome. We're going to have Danny Emmerman talk a little more hoops with us later in the show. We also are going to get into our 49ers kicks here at 11:50. So on the other side, let's wrap up some thoughts from Gary St. Jean. Keep this conversation on the Warriors before we do a little pivot to the Niners. Also going to get some Giants talk in as well in the later part of the show. They're getting ready for a few games against the Minnesota Twins and what I will call the Lamont Wade Jr. Revenge Series or the Carlos Correa Revenge Series or whatever have you. It is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Los Gigantes, that's Spanish for Giants. They're back in action this weekend against the Minnesota Twins. So I guess the question is, who will get more wins against Minnesota teams in the next coming days? The Giants or the Golden State Warriors? Well, Jordan Hicks gets that party started tonight. Pre-game starts at 4:10 with first pitch at 5:10, where you can listen in here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Good to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz on a Friday, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always giving the people their money-saving tips. And today, Steve, let's talk a little ERC.
Program government developed to give away money to business people. But some of your listeners saying, hey, you know, I applied for that a long time ago. And I've been waiting for a check. I'm growing a long white beard. I'm turning into a skeleton. Cobwebs are growing over me. When am I going to get the money? And they're also worried that President Trump, in his promise to do away with $2 trillion with a T of federal spending, is going to do away with ERC. There's 3 different ways we can hurry him up now. That's what we're going to do for you so you don't take that risk while this is still good law. Or what if you got a letter from the IRS that says, yes, no ERC for you, you don't qualify, goodbye forever. We need to appeal that because the IRS is being sued right now with the allegation that they're disallowing all kinds of people. They don't even know if you qualify or not, so we have to appeal that. Or if you're being audited. Bottom line is, anything to do with ERC, we have a lot of experience, we have a free consultation, and all you have to do is say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
Steve Moskowitz, everybody. You can give him a call now to get your ERC money at Moskowitz LLP, 188-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAXDEAL. That's 3 8s. Or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for hanging out with us, Papa and Silver. Great to catch up with Gary St. Jean, as we just did. If you missed that interview, you can hit the rewind on YouTube or Twitch, where you can catch KNBR, or we'll have it available for you on our podcast page and website about an hour or so after the show. It'll be up around 3 p.m., so really appreciate his time. We are talking some Warriors basketball as they get it handed to them in Game 2. The offense looked lost out there without Steph Curry, and outside of a little glimmer of hope there in the early run in the third quarter, that got quickly doused by the fire extinguisher known as Julius Randle, Jaden McDaniels, Anthony Edwards coming back from his ankle injury, and the Minnesota Timberwolves want to play a couple of pieces of sound, and we'll start with Steve Kerr on the intention to play a lot of guys, and also the positives he saw from Jonathan Kuminga and Trayce Jackson-Davis and the way they elevated their games. Walter, this one's going to be cut K. Steve Kerr on playing a lot of the young guys, Jonathan Kuminga and Trayce Jackson-Davis. Let me know when we are all good with that one. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say.
Well, I think part of the game plan coming in was to play a lot of people, and we did. I think we played 13, 14 people in the first half. And part of the reasoning is, obviously the fatigue of the run we've been on with all the travel and the games, but part of it also is we have to figure out what we're going to be able to do in this series without Steph. And so we gave a lot of people a lot of chances, and then, some guys really stepped up. Trayce and JK were both really good in this game. You could see that their athleticism was important.
Yeah, so there you go. And you needed the athleticism of some sort. But most importantly, Papa, as has kind of been the lead of the show, you needed the offense. It's not just what Steph Curry brings. Scoring-wise, he is the entire Warriors system. And you said it well yesterday in talking about Draymond Green and the offense he's provided. Why does Draymond Green get so many open shots? Because everybody's worried about that man number 30 running around on the perimeter at all times.
All right, so that's his explanation for it. I could say that's just excessive. And I don't know if he thought that going into the second quarter when he started the sub, or he played a lot of guys in the first quarter when they were down 13-0, and it wasn't going well. So just get a new guy in there. Had they played better and they weren't down 13-0 and it was 13-13, would he have been more standard in his rotations? I don't know. So you're grasping here. You're trying to find. But this is not training camp. It's not Hawaii. You're not starting the year 12-3 with a strength in numbers. And even after that, they had to junk that. It didn't work. It's not playable. It's hard to get rhythm. It's hard to get flow. They don't have a point guard to get them all lined up. And it just seems like they don't know where to be a lot. They're not a well-oiled machine. In Minnesota, Saintly thinks they're playing more like the Lakers. They have another gear. They can play better, and eventually they'll play their rust off a little bit. They were better last night than they were Tuesday night. But for the Warriors, you got to find your flow as quickly as possible. So, and they're not going to practice today. The travel is not going to get any better. I thought after they didn't travel on Wednesday, so to come back with this group again after not traveling, what are you going to do tomorrow? Tomorrow's a 5:30 game, and then you got to play on Monday night. So they're going to have to pare it down. You just can't play these guys this many minutes. But what it's also a product of is you have older players. Steph Curry's 37. You wore him out in the Houston series, and we got to win. So you got to do what you got to do. But the Jimmy falling in Houston in Game 2, losing Game 5, kicking that game, not competing, playing so poorly in Game 6. Now you got to play 7. It's a lot of extra miles. The GPS, the catapult system would say our guys are more vulnerable to injury. Maybe Celebrini went to Steve and said, we just had one 30-something and our oldest guy suffer a grade 1 hamstring strain. You can't play Jimmy. You can't play Draymond. Something's going to happen here. You're going to lose these guys too. So I think going into it, and he told Stan Van Gundy and Brian Anderson, our friends, before the game, I can't play him. So it's a product of, right now, which Warrior players are in their prime of their career? You've got 3 guys that are still effective, but they're not in their prime. They're old. And then you've got a bunch of, the green team. What has happened to Quentin Post? Dude, what's going on? You played great. You are who you are. You had a good year. This whole stage is too big for you. Moses Moody, wow, NBA playoffs are hard. It's hard. Kavan's not getting run. Kavan in his prime, Buddy in his prime. Right now, you got either they're too old or they're too young, and it's hard to lean to. So I understand, who do I trust? Well, now you got to pick somebody, Coach. You just got to. We can't roll 14 guys and a half of basketball. They need to play. They can't be in and out. It's not hockey. We're not doing line changes every 45 seconds. So Steve knows what he's doing. I think he did what he had to do last night. The whole line about I'm not going to chase the game. We're already going into these games thinking we can't win the game. I mean, look at all these teams, Greg, that are coming back from 20 down. Late in fourth quarters, they're coming down back. Warriors are not capable of doing that. Not because they can't score enough. They're not going to play their players enough. This is why when you trade, and Danny Emmerman is going to join us later, and I love Danny, but he said, after they beat Houston, the Warriors have already won. Won what? One series? This is what they did this all for? You traded Jordan Poole, 22 years of age, for Chris Paul. You had to do it. Finances fit. He couldn't work in the locker room anymore. Okay, Chris Paul's gone. Then you make a trade middle of the year where you trade Andrew Wiggins, who's 29 years old, few other pieces, and a future one for Jimmy Butler, who's 35 years of age. And now you're telling me that Jimmy Butler can't play with Jonathan Kuminga? So essentially I've lost Kuminga. Now I can sign and trade him later. But you keep making these transactions where you're trading young, ascending players that give you right now what you're lacking. Would you like to have Andrew Wiggins on ball defense here? Would you like to have Jordan Poole's ability to break somebody down and score? Kuminga's still here, but it's just, and then when you search for it, I can't play Butler anymore. Jimmy's got to come back into the game then, but he can't. And I'm not saying he should, or he's just not able to at this stage of his career. So I understand why he did it, but do you have to do it anymore? You have to pick your spots here. We're waving the white flag really early. We're almost doing it before tip-off. And you just can't play 14 guys. That's just not workable. So how many can you play? 9, 10, even that's excessive. Minnesota's running basically 8. And, Gobert's not playing that many minutes. Mike Conley, bite. He's not playing that many minutes. They're playing DiVincenzo, Naz Reid, Alexander Walker off the bench. And those guys are playing effective. After that, you're not playing. This is the playoffs. This is just so, I don't know. We love the strength in numbers. It won them a championship, but you had veteran guys who were your strength. Right now, you're grasping at numbers here. So I hear what he's saying, but can we do this anymore? You can't play 14 guys anymore.
No, you can't. That was your game to do it with a 1-0 lead. In game 2, that was your game to kind of see what you had in this instance. And Jimmy Butler had a short little quote on that one, but we're going to forego the sound right there because it was about 15 seconds long, and I don't think it added much more to one we're already going to say right now. Yeah, this was your game to do it, and now you got to make some tough decisions, and you got to figure out what your rotation is. And if that's entirely different than the rotation you would have with Steph Curry and maybe even without Jimmy Butler for a game like we saw in the Houston series, everything is different in the playoffs because of matchups, because of luck, because of injury luck, which in this case is not going in the favor of the Warriors. It has a lot of times in past series. That's how they got to 5 straight finals in part. Then you also saw 2016 and 2019. That's how they lost a couple of finals because the injury luck wasn't on their side. So it's all part of it. But the bottom line is this is why, and I know the whole stay ready talk gets really tired, but when we talk about a Trace Jackson Davis or a Pat Spencer or a Jonathan Kuminga, someone that hasn't been getting minutes, now getting inserted, this is kind of why the whole stay ready trope sort of gets talked about in the playoffs, because when you have to scrap everything down to the studs, Steph Curry's not there. Well, guess what? Maybe this has quickly turned into a Kuminga or a Trace Jackson Davis series, even if Steph Curry comes back and the Warriors can somehow survive and maybe they play OKC or Denver in the next round. If we get that far and those guys could be back to the bench, it does need to be a full team effort. So it's not strength in numbers in the sense of you need 14 different guys to play, but you got to have a bunch of people be ready to contribute to possibly be in that 8 or 9 man rotation. Because the bottom line is you got to find a way to win a game without Steph Curry. Maybe that's 2, maybe that's 3, but it's got to start with winning 1 game without Steph Curry. They were not close to doing that yesterday.
Well, I mean, the other night they kind of did. You know, they were up a good number when he went out, but they won them Steph minutes, and they were kind of numb as it happened in the game. And as far as Kuminga and Trace Jackson Davis, I've been advocating for them playing. Kuminga never should have been taken out of the rotation. I just don't buy that. And the media feeds you this because they get it from the coaching staff and they're all griping about everything he does. Sometimes, and I do it with Jimmy, you look at what a player can't do. You got to look at what a player can do. And they need what he can do on the floor. Trace Jackson Davis, all of a sudden he's gone. I understand you need the stretch 5 and Quentin Post. Quentin Post is lost now. So do you go back to Trace? They put up numbers last night, but don't get it twisted. The Warriors got it to 7 points with 7 minutes to go third quarter, and then Minnesota ran 20-5. Those guys are not getting stops. Kuminga, please guard. I don't know. He's got the body. When he gets up on Anthony Edwards, he looks like he can man him, and then Anthony Edwards just goes right by him. Trace Jackson Davis, good defender by and large. Julius Randle's going right into his body, scoring right over him. Now, he's doing it to everybody. Julius Randle's a good offensive player. He was kind of a left-handed Draymond when he came. A better player. He can score. He had 24 points. He had 11 assists last night. So I'm all on board with playing those guys, starting those guys. I don't know what other choice you have. But in order to win the game, it's not all about them getting numbers in the box score. They've got to get stops. They've got to make winning basketball plays. When the Warriors win, Jimmy, despite all of his warts, he makes winning plays. Draymond Green makes winning plays. Brandon Pajemski's, when he's right, he makes winning plays. That's the thing with those two guys. They'll come in and make a big play and look athletic. You've got to do what we were talking about before, the intangibles, the things that get you wins. They still, even though Jackson Davis was 6 for 6 and Kuminga was 8 for 11, and they combined for 33 points, when you watch them on defense and you're Jerry Stackhouse, you got to be saying, man, we need some stops here. We're down points. We can't trade baskets with these guys. We've got to stop them. So I don't know where to look at it. To me, I'd go with the best team. Why did Gary Payton II not play much last night? Why was he taken out of that? Because they needed the stretch five. Without Steph, they needed shooting. I get it, but is Payton sick? He played 11 minutes last night. If you're going to get back into this, you're going to do it with your defense. You got to start with stops. Make it easier for your offense. If you're playing in the half court, it's going to be hard, minus Steph Curry, no matter what fivesome you can put 8 guys out there. You've got to get stops and get out and run. Why did GP2 play so little last night?
That's a good question. GP2, certainly someone they're going to need. Certainly someone I would consider starting, because you got to find answers for Anthony Edwards as the head of the snake, and then just in general, what they can do on the perimeter. Julius Randle's capable of making threes. He didn't shoot it great from there last night, only took 4. Dante DiVincenzo, of course, someone that's got some familiarity with the building he's going to come into in Chase Center. And then the guy that always seems to heat it up in the fourth quarter and any time against the Warriors is Naz Reid. So lots of dubs we can get back into sometime in the next hour. On the other side, let's do a little bit of a recap, because the end of our show yesterday, we played some sound from Robert Salah doing his presser as the first time coming back for the defensive coordinator position. He had some thoughts. Brant Boyer spoke in front of the team, and then Matt Mayoko is going to help us process it all at 11:50 when he joins us. A little bit of red and gold for your offseason coming your way. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR. As Bay Area sports fans know all too well, sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything is on track, and the next moment an unprecedented challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tariq, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 800-INJURED. That's 800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they will fight to make it right.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Pop and Silver spending your Friday with you. Hope everyone's making some fun weekend plans out there. Sun's coming out. It's a nice little day in the works. Should be warm in the city tomorrow if you are out in the East Bay, the South Bay, North Bay, wherever you can get to the city. Come check it out. Assuming BART works, by the way. I hope everyone was able to get their commute situation sorted out today. 3 hours of BART shutdown, so roads might be a little bit crazy here on a Friday, even more than they already are. We got Matt Mayoko joining us in 12 minutes or so. So if you're still commuting into work, hopefully we can provide you some nice little guidance along the way. And Matt Mayoko is going to stop by. Yesterday, around the 1:30 slot of our show, we played you some sound from Robert Salah. It was about 10 minutes. He's excited to be back in a familiar place as a defensive coordinator. And here's a little snippet on if he had any thought of being a defensive coordinator somewhere else.
No, and I mean that. I have a tremendous amount of respect for this organization. Obviously, starting at the top with Jed, he's phenomenal. But Kyle, his family, John, Prague, they gave me so much. And during the first 2 years, if you think about those first 2 years as the coordinator in 17 and 18, it wasn't easy. And it could have been very easy for them to move on from me, And so I'm indebted to this organization, to those men for the rest of my life. They stuck with me, and we made it happen. We did what we needed to do, and the rest is history. But I'm excited about the opportunity to get a chance to do it again with.
Yeah, there was a time, and a lot of United fans remember it well, 2017, 2018, calling for Robert Salah's job because the defense was not getting it done. Then they bring in Chris Kasarik. They go to the wide nine, drop Nick Bosa. D Ford comes in, DeForest Buckner, Eric Armstead. The gold rush, they go to a Super Bowl. You know the rest. He ends up going to the Jets. That whole situation is one giant dumpster fire. He gets fired partway through this last season, helps out Matt LaFleur in Green Bay, but now he is back after some head coaching interviews in a familiar seat, defensive coordinator for Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking for an HC job, and the Raiders interviewed him. Who else? Carolina. Did the Cowboys ever interview him? He had
Jacksonville.
He told them right away that if I don't get a head coaching job, I will come back as defensive coordinator. So he was not going anywhere else, and that was the number one goal of the offseason. There were a lot of them rebuilding the roster, but as long as Robert Saleh was not going to get a head coaching job this cycle, he was going to come back and run the defense. So that's not a surprise. So the rookies, so today is the start of the rookie minicamp. They actually checked in yesterday. They've been going through it all day this morning. They had breakfast at 6 o'clock in the morning. They were on the field for walkthroughs. Right now, I hope we can get Mayoko because the rookies are in the rooms talking to the media during the lunch hour. Then they're going to go out there for practice. The timing of the practice kind of screws me up. I wish I could be there to watch. I remember going last year and watching Ricky Pearsall and that rookie group, Bernardo Green, and just how impressive they were. And they had a lot of them right away. Dominic Pooney played so well, and Malik Mustafa. But right away you could see Ricky's feet and how special. But they're on the field today from 1 o'clock to 2:15. So can't be in two places at once. Hopefully we'll be able to talk to Mayoko because I know the rookies are going to the workroom right now to talk to the media. So, but for Salah, he's able to get, and this is just a rookie camp. None of the veterans are there. They can get on the field May 21st and mix the rookies with the veteran guys. That's the later phase of the OTAs. But Michael Williams, the number one pick the Niners had, number 11 overall. Alfred Collins out of Texas, our guy. Let's do it. Upton Stout is out there, and Nick Martin and C.J. West. So Robert Salah will have a good look at his young defense right now because they're here for the weekend. They got here yesterday, but today's the big day on the schedule of the rookie minicamp when they're actually able to take the field and be integrated as first time as professional football players in San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, and it's exciting. Salah had a lot of great points he made yesterday, including the day 3 finds that the 49ers are so good at getting, and he praised them for that. Now, some of those were offensive players, of course, like the running back Jordan James, who Larry Krueger talked about as an Elijah Mitchell type of player. And Elijah Mitchell, of course, now with the Chiefs. Marquise Siegel may get some reps sooner rather than later because of Malik Mustafa having to attend to that previously injured ACL that got re-injured in the season finale. They drafted the quarterback, Curtis Rourke, the offensive lineman, Connor Colby. But the first 5 picks, especially, Robert Salah has to be excited about. Michael Williams at number 11 leads the class, but there were a lot of needs in defensive tackle. They addressed it with Alfred Collins. They got Nick Martin as a linebacker. So John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, whatever their draft strategy was, they certainly had Robert Salah in mind. And, he had a big input in some of these decisions that were made. So we got Matt Mayoko coming up in just a bit. Robert Salah back in the building, and just got confirmation from Matt Mayoko that he is not actually out there with the rookies, so he is going to be all set to join us on the other side. I know, first food poisoning, then going out to see his family. I mean, come on, Matt, what are we doing here? It's this off-season grind
out
time.
the door into retirement, Mayoko.
Going on a season number 31 of covering the 49ers, and of course, our KNBR 49ers insider. So let's get to Matt Mayoko on time. Let him talk. Ask him about everything. It is Poppin' Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg Papa here from my friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. For over 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. Do you struggle with distance vision, need reading glasses, or wear bifocals like I did for years? CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision, and do it now. The Laser Eye Center offers LASIK, Smile, Evo, ICL, or the procedure I had, CLR, which is custom lens replacement. It's the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you'll never develop a cataract. After tens of thousands of procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center have the experience to tell you which procedure is best for you. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. So book your free consultation today at modernvisioncorrection.com. That's modernvisioncorrection.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to be with you on a Friday. And what's better than some football, little 49ers talk going in May? Well, the answer to that is nothing better if you can have Matt Mayoko join you on the UMA guest line, as we do most Fridays, every Friday throughout the regular season, and a lot of them throughout the offseason. We've had the draft, we got rookie minicamp, we got Robert Salah and Brant Boyer speaking. We're going to have the infamous schedule release coming your way, but Matt, great to have you with us. I'm glad that you're getting some time to enjoy the offseason as well, and how's it going today?
Everything's going great. Yeah, the rookies are in town. All but one of the undrafted signees is getting married this weekend. So, in the old days, I think Bay Area columnists would be writing about horrible planning on the rookies' part to get married when there's rookie mini camp. And I think we can all celebrate Stone Blanton and his decision, and all the other rookies are out there, so they're ready to get on the field a little bit.
Yeah, I remember Joe and Jennifer getting ripped for having a baby in the middle of the season. So there are ways to handle the schedule. Yeah.
Smart family planning, everybody.
Let's go back to yesterday. And I thought, first of all, Brant Boyer was really impressive. That guy is a no-nonsense football coach. And we know Clay Kubiak, but it's a new role for him. Not so much as he got the formal title of OC, but he hasn't spoken to the media. It's always been Chris Furster and Mike McDaniel before him. So just give me your thoughts. Robert Saleh's Robert Saleh. He's Mr. Clean. He knows how to handle everything. Just what are your thoughts, your first interaction with Salah back in the building, and then the other new coordinators, Clay Kubiak and Brant Boyer, Matty?
Well, I do think that, with a little on each of those guys, it's good to hear from Robert Saleh and kind of his mindset. I mean, kind of one of the first things I thought of when he was he became available was that, gosh, would he want to come back to the 49ers? I mean, wouldn't you? There's a part of me that thought, an accomplished coach like him would want to get out from under that umbrella of, at least the perception that he needed to crawl back to the 49ers to rebuild his stock. But, to hear him talk about it, there was a lot of loyalty there because he fully realized that he could have been fired after year one at DC or even after year two. And the 49ers, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan hung with him, and that paid off because for his first choice when he came back to coaching at the defensive coordinator level. And then with Clay Kubiak, first time I've talked to him before, but I thought he was pretty good in kind of talking about the offense and Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey. And, as he said, his role really doesn't change. He did the responsibilities last year that he'll be doing this year. He did get some play calling opportunities last year, which he said that he believes that'll help him out as he helps Shanahan put together the game plans during the regular season. And then with Brant Boyer, spoke very highly of Jake Moody, and believe that, some changes have been made, including with the long snapper that will help out Jake Moody quite a bit. But, his focus is very much on, that there has to be an emphasis, there has to be a desire, there has to be a willingness for the players to get out there and play special teams. And, it's not punishment to play special teams. It's an honor. And so he wants guys who are hungry, and he played a big role in some of the guys, some of the free agent signings, guys like Saran Neal, like Luke Gifford, like John Weiss, the long snapper, and also the draft pick, Junior Bergen, a return specialist that Brant Boyer knows well because his son plays at Montana. His son is a kicker at Montana, so he knows Junior Bergen quite well. So it's been a long time. I mean, these guys were hired 4 months ago, and they finally spoke to the media for the first time on Thursday, but it was good to hear from each of those guys.
Talking to Matt Mayoko here on the UMA guest line. Yeah, Robert Salah, Brant Boyer, great to hear from them. Of course, Salah, a familiar face, Brant Boyer, a new face in the building. But, Salah spoke about how he was indebted to this organization and the fact that he could have been let go, like you were just getting into. So what's your sense of how Robert Salah and Kyle Shanahan's relationship has evolved since 2020? He's glad to be back. He said all the right things. He's great with the media. But the truth is, Kyle and Salah wouldn't be shy about butting heads. And do things change in that regard a little bit after Salah had 3+ years to be a head coach and get a better understanding of what Kyle Shanahan deals with on the day-to-day?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. And that is something where Robert Salah used the word empathy, because he knows what it's like now to be a head coach. And, he knows all the factors that are pulling at a head coach in the NFL. And one of the things he talked about was, he's looking forward to getting back in that coordinator chair and coaching football, because there's so many other things that a head coach deals with, that there's a lot of administrative stuff and stuff you're working on behind the scenes and stuff that has nothing to do with football or coaching football, that a head coach finds kind of tugging at him, and he's being pulled in so many different directions. So, I do think that there is a level of, okay, I get it now. I understand why, maybe Kyle Shanahan did this over those 4 years when Robert Salah was the defensive coordinator. And then I think from the same standpoint, there's this kind of mutual respect where Shanahan knows now what Robert Salah was going through. And I don't think there's anybody within the 49ers, and they're looking at it from the outside, but I think everybody at the 49ers were like appalled that he was fired after 5 games last season when they were 2-3 and still very much in the playoff mix. And maybe if the Jets had stayed the course, there would have been an opportunity for them to make it into the postseason somehow. But, for the organization to move on from Robert Salah, I think there is a lot of respect. And I was talking to a couple of former 49ers assistants who are now head coaches just a couple of weeks ago. And both of them, when I asked them, who they were talking about, former 49ers assistants becoming head coaches. And I said, who's the next one? And I think in unison, they said Robert Salah. So I don't think there's any question that people who know him, people around the league, believe that Robert Salah will do a good job as 49ers defensive coordinator, and he'll find himself back in the hiring cycle, maybe as quickly as this coming season, when there will be, if history serves, if history holds, there will be anywhere from 5 to 8 new head coaches in the league next year, and Robert Salah could be one of those.
And having Salah back to really, be the head coach of the defense, and Brant Boyer's been doing this a long time, and he's impressive. Will change just the overall thought process, philosophy on special teams. Kyle's not going to do this now because he's strong on defense and teams, but I thought it was interesting last year that in the preseason, I remember right before the first game in Nashville, Kyle told me I'm not calling plays, and I'm like, what? He's never done that. Preseason, going back to when he was, obviously, ever since he became a coordinator, never was a head coach, but, he wants to pass it on. So Clay Kubiak called every snap of the preseason. He also did it the last game of the year in Arizona, which I did not know. I know you were the one that knew about it and asked Kyle about it afterwards. So, and this is where it's just pass it on. I remember, when it was interesting after Elway retired, curiously, Mike Shanahan decided to give up play calling, and he wound up, giving it to Gary Kubiak, the Kubiak's father. And then, years later, when Mike was in Washington, and Kyle called the plays. So there is something with Shanahan, Mike Shanahan starting it, and Kyle, was passing it on. And obviously with the Kubiak family, there's great comfort there. I don't think it's going to happen now because he's so strong at DC and special teams coordinator. But do you see a time, Matt, I don't know what the time frame, next year if he's still here, or 3 years, calling plays is exhausting, where Kyle Shanahan gives up the play-calling responsibilities, whether it's to Clay Kubiak or somebody else, and that way he can oversee the entirety of the football team?
I don't see it, and I'm sure people around Mike Shanahan didn't see it either. So I guess, who knows what the future holds. But, I mean, Kyle Shanahan is the head coach of the 49ers because of his offensive system and his ability to call plays. And, regardless of what, everybody in the Bay Area believes, you ask around the league, Kyle Shanahan is considered one of the best play callers in the NFL. And Kyle is also a bit of a control freak. And so I think that I just don't see that happening anytime soon. Is there a situation that could arise now that Clay Kubiak has called plays where there's something like, say, maybe a Devondre Campbell situation, if something like that were ever to happen again? Could I see a situation where Shanahan's like, Clay, take over, I got to chew somebody's butt out, or I got to tell somebody to get off the field, that kind of thing? I could see that, but I think that Kyle takes such pride in the play calling, and I think that is his true joy in coaching the game of football, and he's really good at it, so I don't see that happening. No, but I think, like last year, I think, Kyle did take pride in ceding the play calling responsibilities in the preseason and in the game 18 when the 49ers were out of it. And to give you a little background, I mean, that had already happened and nobody knew about it. And I went back in the locker room and basically was the last one out of the locker room, and Kyle Shanahan was leaving for the bus, and we wished each other a safe flight home. And he turned the corner, and about 3 seconds later, he turned around and came back and said, "Oh, by the way, if you want to know what was going on today, Clay Kubiak called the plays." And I think he gave me a reason why, but that's how that came about. So he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but he also didn't want Clay to just kind of he wanted Clay to have the credit and the people to know that Clay Kubiak called the plays. And 49ers lost that game, obviously, but I think he felt good enough about the job that Clay did. He felt like that kind of information should get out there.
What was the reason why? I can understand it in the preseason, but why did he have him do it in the regular season game?
I know that, every game is important, right, in the NFL, but I do think that the fact that they were out of it and they were using, as a backup quarterback, or backup or third-string quarterback who was starting that game, Joshua Dobbs. And I think he felt like because Clay Kubiak had worked a lot with Joshua Dobbs behind the scenes and it spent more time with him, that the situation was just right, that the 49ers weren't going anywhere. They had already been eliminated from the playoffs. They had a backup quarterback in there, so he just felt like it would be a nice little carrot to give to Clay Kubiak to allow him, because he felt like maybe there was more knowledge coming from Clay with that particular situation to just go ahead and do something that wasn't necessarily symbolic, but a true gesture of a job well done.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, halfway through a Friday. Papa and Silver, Matt Mayoko joining us on the UMA guest line. All right, so I know this is something you were getting into yesterday with Murph and Marcus, and I wanted to bring it up on our show as well, because the NFL schedule release is the kind of thing that in my household growing up, we always kind of laughed at a little bit, thinking, the opponents, who's going to be home and away, but after last year with what the 49ers dealt with, there was a lot of rest disadvantage, which was a big problem for a team that was already suffering so many injuries throughout the year and just kind of had the season from hell in a lot of ways. So are you a little more curious with the schedule release, especially this year, Matt, just knowing about the elements like travel, how many home versus away games are early or later in the season, maybe some potentially bad weather, maybe some weeks where there's back-to-back road games and there's a whole layover. I know that you being on the beat probably think of the schedule release a little bit differently than I had growing up, but I think it's actually something I'm as intrigued as ever by, considering what happened last year with the Niners schedule.
Yeah, and a couple of years running now where, and this is something that's kind of a new thing, that hadn't been talked about up until the last couple of years is, the rest differential. Last year, it was, I think for the past 2 years, it's been a negative 20 plus rest differential that the 49ers have had, meaning that the teams they're playing come into the game with more rest than the 49ers had. And last year it seemed like anytime there was an opportunity for the 49ers to have a rest advantage, for instance, coming off a bye week, well, the other team had a rest advantage as well. They were on a long week, or they were also coming off the bye, or they were coming off the Thursday from the previous week. And the 49ers, coming off a Thursday game and having a long week, well, they're facing a team coming off a bye. So everything where it looked like this could set up well for the 49ers, it didn't. And so my guess would be, an educated guess, is that the 49ers pointed that out to the league last year and the year before, and have really driven that home. So that'll be interesting to see what happens when that schedule is released on May 14th. But, we know the opponents. We know where the games will be played. I haven't heard any indication the 49ers are going to be playing an international game. That more than likely would happen next year. But that would be the thing that it would take a little bit of time to kind of go through it and match up where their opponents are playing, or if their opponents are playing the week before they play the 49ers. But yeah, those will all be aspects of the schedule that will probably deserve a little more scrutiny, considering how the 49ers feel that they've been up against a pretty extreme disadvantage the last couple of seasons.
In the last 2 years, they played teams coming off their byes 4 weeks. It's never happened before in the NFL. It happened back-to-back years.
Yeah.
The negative rest differential was I think it was a minus 22 last year. It was the largest in the league in many years, like 20 years. So, yes, they look at this very closely. When is your bye week? What where do you have a clump of games? It's imperative, and they're going to find out. The schedule does leak out to the teams before May 14th. They'll pour over it. So here's the other question. And a lot of it is made, they're playing a last play schedule. So as far as the marquee value of the opponents, they're not playing the Kansas City Chiefs, the Dallas Cowboys this year. Outside of the 3 division opponents, Arizona, Rams, Seattle, they go to New Orleans, Tampa Bay, Houston, Indianapolis, at the Giants, at Cleveland, and then home for Atlanta, Carolina, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Chicago. As far as primetime games, the Niners have been a primetime player the last 5 years before this last year, for the last 5 years going to the championship game and 2 Super Bowls, Maddie. So they got maxed out on primetime games. They had 5 the last several years. Is that number stay up there? How do you handle them in light of the 11 losses, older roster? Do they get 3? You can flex into games and get more prime time, but 5 is the max as far as the schedule. What are your thoughts as far as just prime time, Monday night football, Sunday night football, Thursday? And they had 2 Thursday night football games the last couple of years, which is not a great thing, the most in football. But what do you see as far as the number on the prime time games?
Yeah, I don't know if they'll max out this. And by the way, I just received notice the 49ers are waiving failed physical Drake Jackson today. So
yes,
we knew he had the issues with the knees, so he's going to be released, and so he'll become a free agent. But yeah, that's an interesting question, Greg, because the 49ers still have as many losses as they had in free agency. I don't know that their losses, maybe other than Deebo Samuel, would be guys that are necessarily the marquee guys. I mean, they still have Brock Purdy, they still have Christian McCaffrey, they still have George Kittle, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner. So those are like marquee guys that still play well on prime time. And we all know the 49ers fan base, not just at Levi Stadium, but anywhere we go across the country, there's anywhere from, it seems like, a quarter of the stadium to 60% of the stadium is filled with 49er fans. So they still play well, far as attracting a national audience. So my guess is that they will still maximize their primetime slots, or at the very least be on that front burner for teams that are looked at to be flexed out into prime time at some point throughout the season. So will definitely be another thing that you'll look at as far as the holiday games, the primetime games, and all of that. I think the 49ers are still very much a big-time player. And when you look at the Vegas odds, Vegas has them as the favorite to win the NFC West and over and under of 10.5 games. So I don't think that the public is looking at the 49ers 6-11 record last year as something that is going to continue to this season.
Matt, before we let you go, I also want to give you a chance to just kind of clear the air, because I was doing a little internet work this morning, and the nicest place in the world, and I saw that someone credited you with a report that you then debunked about Demarcus Robinson facing a suspension for 3 games. So just kind of want to give you a chance to set that straight.
Well, I mean, he faces a suspension, or there is the possibility that he will be suspended for 3 games, and that's for a possible violation of the league's policy on substances of abuse. And that's something that, I asked John Lynch about a couple of weeks ago, and he said, they're going into this wide open. When they signed him, they knew that this was a possibility. However, there was a online report that I reported. Someone aggregated what I wrote and reported that I said that I had reported that Demarcus Robinson is being suspended 3 games. And that is not what I said. I just said that there is that possibility, and the team is kind of bracing for that. But that news has not come down from the NFL. And I don't know when it was. Usually the legal process runs its course before the NFL acts. But no, that has always been a possibility that was considered. I mean, I think Les Snead talked about that at the NFL scouting combine, that something that is a possibility. So that's been out there for a while, but the actual suspension, if there is a suspension, they have not reported on that at all, because it hasn't happened at this point.
Matt, appreciate you coming by with us and also clearing that one up. Yeah, we'll be monitoring Demarcus Robinson and that suspension as well. Drake Jackson, as you noted, just got released or waived due to a failed physical. So lots to still monitor here in the offseason. And, of course, schedule release next Wednesday, something we'll be monitoring with teams coming off of the buys, the rest disadvantage, whole lot to get into. And we'll talk to you next week and get a little bit deeper into Brant Boyer's comments, as well as which defensive rookies could be ready to contribute early on, because if it's anything like this last year, they might need to.
Okay, sounds great, guys. I will talk to you soon.
Thank you, Matty. Stay cool, brother.
Okay, thank you.
He is the great Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider for KNBR and NBC Sports Bay Area. On the other side, we'll get a little bit of reaction into that, maybe get back into the Dubs. Danny Emmerman going to be joining us at 12:50, talk a little baseball as well in the 1 o'clock hour. It's Pop and Silver getting you to the end of the week, hopefully a little bit faster than Bart on the Sports Leader. Does
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, I don't know what was a worse performance in the last 24 hours. The BART trains this morning. What the hell was that about? or the Golden State Warriors' performance without their leader, Steph Curry. But honestly, I gotta say, not surprised by either one of those. But sticking on the Dubs, how are you feeling, Dub Nation? Is it panic mode from what you saw last night going into Game 3 tomorrow and Game 4 on Monday? Both will be without Steph Curry. Can the Warriors sneak out just one game? That's all we need, just one game to tread water until Steph comes back. Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627 to join the conversation.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Friday, everybody. Pop and Silver with you for another hour and 40 or so. Then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work. They're going to get ready for Giants Twins game number 1 out of 3 for your weekend series out in Minnesota. This whole week has been about Minnesota, but while the Orange and Black are going to be playing at Target Field, the Minnesota Timberwolves get to come back to Chase Center, where the Warriors get a little bit of a lift from their home court, or at least that is the plan as they try to navigate these bumpy seas without Steph Curry. Great to have Matt Mayoko join us just moments ago. Very fascinating stuff with Brant Boyer and the new special teams coordinator sticking by Jake Moody very confidently to this point. That'll be a big offseason topic as we certainly get closer to training camp and all the offseason programs over the summer. And then this note from Shams Charania, not a surprising one, but still noteworthy given that Anthony Edwards missed a lot of the second quarter yesterday with that ankle injury. He will, in fact, be suited up to play at Chase Center tomorrow. No surprise.
Yeah, I just watching NBA today, and that's that. I mean, he came back in the second half, but that ankle looks bad, the way he was holding it. And he got rolled up on in the Lakers series with LeBron, and it's his left ankle. And when he went down last night, and Trace Jackson Davis made a nice play on him at the rim, but TJD landed right on that ankle. And when he went down and reached down for the ankle, and I remember we were talking yesterday in studio about, Steph went down in game 1, and what are they going to do for 2, 3, and 4? Who knows? Who knows when Steph comes back? Steph may not come back at all this series. He has a hamstring strain. It has to heal, and we don't know. But then you have to go play a game, and one of their guys could get hurt. I said Anthony Edwards. I don't want to say that, but he did go down. That ankle, he's a tough guy, but that's a lot of body mass on that ankle. So we'll see. Looked like it was a bad roll, he said after the game. Trace Jackson Davis landed right on it. Usually when you sprain an ankle, you step on somebody's foot. This time he went down, and then Trace Jackson Davis landed on top of him. And the way he kind of grimaced in pain and held it, I thought, whoa. And they had a sizable lead, but he came back in to play the second half. The Warriors got it down to 7 with 7 minutes to play in the third quarter. There were times, Greg, when I watched him, and he looked like he could explode off of it fine. He wasn't favoring it. But there were a couple of times when he walked to the free throw line, you could see him grimace in pain. So he is a tough guy. Now, going back to the other series, and Dylan Brooks was talking about going after Steph's thumb, and he said, if I had an ankle injury, I'd go at my ankle. Well, how? How exactly do you do that? Do you roll around on the ground and bite a guy's ankle? That's just ankle sprains just happen organically. You want to box them in. I don't know, what you do strategically. If it's an arm or a thumb, you just whack on it, or shoulder. See a big brace on a guy, you bang. What do you do with an ankle? Do you step on his ankle? Now, that's above and beyond. I've never seen anybody do that. The one thing Danny Emmerman does mention, and we'll talk to Danny at 12:50, about just doubling their ball handlers. And the one thing the Lakers did with Anthony Edwards, Anthony Davis is now Dallas Maverick. They could have used him in that series. Anyway, they just ran 2 at Anthony Edwards. They did, and the Lakers don't have, do the Warriors have anybody to stop him? I don't know. He's hard to stop. It looks like he's getting straight line drives right to the basket. But the Lakers don't have anybody. They, Dorian Finney-Smith, Vanderbilt, they weren't playing a lot of those guys. They did when they came back, but Austin Reeves is not going to stop him. LeBron's not stopping him. Luka's not stopping him. So they just ran 2 at him. And they did not wait for a ball screen. When he crossed midcourt, they brought 2 defenders. I don't think he's playing well enough to do that just yet. Now, but we'll see. If that ankle's strong tomorrow night and he's just blowing by people, he does break you down and gets you into rotations. But I think Danny's point is, let's just muck the game up. Let's scramble the game. Let's go get him, or not necessarily him, Mike Conley. And Mike Conley brings it up. He's talking about just pressure the ball handler, no matter who the ball handler is. And you don't want to go full 94 feet of hell, because then they just break it and you wind up, playing 3-on-2 and 4-on-3 or 2-on-1. And these are NBA players. They're not going to succumb to that. But every once in a while, a half-court trap, you just go get them. If Jaden McDaniels brings it across midcourt, Dante, Alexander Walker, it's just one thing to think about. But Anthony Edwards' ankle, it's not like Steph's hamstring. Steph's out, he cannot play. But it's just kind of there. And if he does aggravate it at some point, it could be a problem. He's a big, strong, tough guy. When he went down, I didn't think he was coming back in the second half, but there he is, stretching it out. He comes in, he looks strong, but there were a couple of times he went to the free throw line, and he had a grimace on his face like, I am playing through pain. So how do the Warriors make it a little more pain? Maybe putting more bodies around him, and when you trap the ball and someone inadvertently steps on his left ankle, these things happen organically. It's just basketball.
That was the difference between a 23-year-old body as well with the ankle injury and a 37-year-old body. Steph, of course, has dealt with a lot of ankle injuries and did so early on in his career. He got that right. Every time he's tweaked it since, he kind of knows how to manage it. Now we're talking about a hamstring and something he has never experienced before, so it's got to be about responding to the treatment. We'll see if he comes back. Now, Shams is thinking maybe game 6. It's all just dependent on the treatment plan, the response, Dr. Rick Celebrini, and until then, the Warriors have to go and search for some answers. Had this note, and last night's game, every game's going to be a little bit different. And the same way I didn't think Minnesota was going to shoot that poorly in game 1, well, it wasn't the case for game 2. But you said it earlier, and I tend to agree that I think Minnesota played okay last night. I don't think they were amazing. The Warriors were more so just looking lost. Now, quarters 1 through 3 yesterday, if you want to talk about the others and where the offense could come from, Draymond was 1 for 7, Pajemski was 2 for 7, Buddy Hield was 3 for 10, and Moses Moody was 0 for 5. I don't want to harp too much on the Moses Moody situation, but he's got 3 points total on, I believe, 0 of 14 shots in the last 3 games going back to game 7. Did have a little bit of contributions in game 6, but for the guy that became the primary ball stopper after Andrew Wiggins left this team and got traded away to Miami, Jimmy Butler comes over here. That was a big glaring hole that this team is missing. That's one they will have to address in this offseason. Moody did a great job stepping up to be that guy, but you can't be the one to stop Anthony Edwards if you've deemed yourself almost unplayable at this point.
Well, they're not even putting him on him. He does not guard the ball at all. So they had Buddy Hield do it. They had Jonathan Kuminga guard him a lot. In the entire second half when Kuminga was on the floor, he had Anthony Edwards. So they're not asking Moody. And going into the series, I kept asking, has Moody ever covered him? And there's been a couple of times where on switches he gets him, and he can't stop him. He's just too big and powerful. Hey, we were asking, why didn't Gary Payton, the second guard, play more last night? He can't guard Edwards either. So we'll get into it. And Danny Emmerman will join us at 12:50. I think there's a point where you've got to pare the rotation down, and you may just take Moody out of the rotation. And I think some of these shots are unfair to him. They are throwing him the ball with 3 on the shot clock. Jimmy, just shoot the damn thing, would you? Why are you throwing it to him? What do you want him to do? And he's out at three-quarter court. He's barely hitting the rim. So it's just unfair, but he's not playing well. I'm not saying that. So you may want to completely take him out. The one guy for them, and I loved Dante when he was here. Man, was he was tough. He got into it right away. It's like, who's this guy? I'd seen him play before, but DiVincenzo is Dante's inferno. He is up in you. And Steve was saying being around Steph empowered him to just take wild threes. And then he gets paid a lot of money. They couldn't afford him anymore. He went to the Knicks, and the Knicks fans loved him. And then he's in the trade. He's not played well in this series. He's not played brutally, but he can play better. A lot of the threes he takes is like, dude, these quick launches, just move the ball a little bit. It's a little of that bravado. I don't know. You're hung around Steph, but you're not Steph. He can play a lot better. So I thought in watching the Lakers series, he was really good. Naz Reid is really good, and he's played well, and Alexander Walker's better than I thought he was. Conley and Gobert just kind of get phased out. Their finishing lineup is McDaniels, Randall, Edwards, DiVincenzo, and Reed. Those are the five you got to deal with if the game is tight. Now let's make it tight. So that's part of my concern is Minnesota's not played well. They did not play well in game one. They were completely disjointed. They were running defenses. What are you doing? And then last night, they played better, but easily the 13-0 could have been like 26-0. They just missed so many open shots. They made more last night, but it's the quality of the shot. Minnesota is getting really good looks at the basket. Good shot. And they're not making a lot of them. For the Warriors, it is a struggle to get a good shot up. And Buddy's just got to fire away. So I think Minnesota can play better. The Warriors have to play better. But as far as whether it's Jake Moody and a bad ankle and missing field goals, and now Moses, we got the Moody Blues. And I don't know. I mean, the bottom line is Quentin Post is unplayable right now.
Yeah.
And Moses Moody, you can't all demon on the shots. He's just not playing the same. His overall sense, he's sped up. And again, a couple of the late clock throws he gets, like, how am I going to make that shot? That's not even fair. You shoot it. But there were a couple. Even Brian Anderson had one where he was right. It was about a 7-footer right of the lane, and he just went, ugh. He overshot the rim. I mean, right now, he's lost his mojo. And as you pare the roster down, do Post and Moody just come out of the rotation? They come in when it's break glass and you have an emergency. You go that way. I think you would have a discussion about Post and Moody not playing, leaving the rotation. Unless you get injuries, you got to scramble, or you're in a blowout situation. And maybe a point where you just want to take them out.
Yeah, Post, I would say very high chance that he's out of the rotation. Moody, I would say likely, although you never really know with the case of certain matchups. And if Moses can come in for a little 5-minute stint, provide something, hit a couple of open shots, and kind of snap out of this funk. But this version of Moses Moody would definitely be out. I think Jonathan Kuminga, the way he started the second half, that was the best I'd seen him really since that Laker game before he was out of the rotation. So this is a series in which he could really contribute just by getting to the rim and scoring. And then my last note before we go ahead and take a timeout and then get ready for Danny Emmerman, Jimmy Butler, 13 shots is not enough, but really the 5 free throws attempted was the number that I was most disappointed in, because Jimmy's superpower has been getting to the free throw line, and the way he'll have these quiet 25, 27-point nights is because he'll get to the line and go 11 of 12 or 12 for 12 from the line. That's how he's really able to make his offense felt. I understand it's a different spacing. It's entirely different the way you're defended and focused on with Steph Curry off the floor. But you got to have more than 5 free throws if you're Jimmy Butler coming back home to Chase Center. On the other side, let's also address the Draymond Green element of it, because he was very animated. There was a fan that was ejected at the Target Center for uttering racial slurs. None of that's good. He didn't have his poise. It only got worse when he left the floor. Danny Emmerman wrote about it. He'll join us at 12:50. It is Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in this state of California. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Golden State, in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, we're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about all of your rights. Over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, there's chaos all around us, people, cars, Friday traffic, you name it. So let's work together and make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. The best part of it all, you pay nothing up front, you got no hourly rates, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Again, Draymond Green draws the foul. Immediately, Tony Brothers indicates he's going to go take a look at it to see if the elbow caught the face of Reed, and apparently it did by that reaction. The crew chief, Tony Brothers.
Ruling on the floor, foul on number 11. The players will review to see if there's a potential hostile act at the end of the play. Personal foul on Reed, followed by a dead ball technical foul on Green. Minnesota will shoot one shot, and then Golden State will have the ball on the side.
Draymond Green with his 5th technical foul of this postseason. That puts him at 2 away from a suspension. He's also got 2 flagrant fouls, which puts him at 2 points away from a suspension in that regard. And as Greg Papa mentioned a little bit earlier in the show, it doesn't just reset to a clean 0, then you get another couple, then it's another suspension. So if the Warriors have hopes at a deeper playoff run and they can get past this series, well, Draymond Green is on some thin ice right now. Now, there's another layer that came out to this one because he made an animated statement to the media in the locker room last night. And it sounds like there was a fan at the Target Center who was uttering some racial slurs Draymond Green's way. That fan was ejected. The Timberwolves put out a statement on that. You could see it on our KNBR socials as well. So just first things first, I cannot relate to what Draymond Green may have been feeling in that moment. And you don't have to like Draymond Green. You can absolutely think he's an a-hole, especially if you're not a fan of the Golden State Warriors. It does not defend some of the past actions that we have brought up on this show and the ways that it has gotten in the way of teammates. All of that being said, I can understand why, with what Draymond said and what we're about to discuss with Danny Emmerman, why he might have been a little bit more animated and frustrated in a locker room after a loss, considering what went down off the floor, because I get it. It's all fair game. Fans get excited. They want to beat you. They want to try to get in your head. There's also lines that don't need to be crossed that sounds like got crossed yesterday.
When you go to certain NBA cities, Salt Lake City is certainly one. Boston is certainly one. And when you go up to the upper Midwest, to the top of our country, and go to the land of 10,000 lakes, and they're fine people there, but it's a Scandinavian, kind of background there, and look in the crowd. How many black faces do you see in the crowd there? So it is what it is. Some cities are more than others. I don't know what was said. But for Draymond to go off, way after the game, the Warriors did not bring him to the podium. That was an Anthony Slater Twitter. That Raymond Ritter did not set him down because he would have gone off more. That was just in passing and the angry black man line. So I don't know what was said to him, but and they're going to do that. They're going to try to ignite him. So whatever caused him to continue that. But as far as what we saw on the floor, it happened again. He got fouled by Naz Reid, and whether or not he's just trying to clear out, whether it's Jusuf Nurkic or this just happened a lot in his life where he's a physical player, but you can't start wielding arms and forearms. And when you saw him hit Naz Reid and Naz Reid go down, did you not think he was going to be penalized? I need more clarification on what the difference of a technical versus a flagrant. There are a couple of times he's been assessed technical fouls when I thought they were more of a flagrant foul. But technicals are different. You don't always get them for yelling at officials. And so I don't know if that's technically correct. But the bottom line here is now, and after he got the first technical, he continued to go at the officials. He would not stop to the point where Steph had to walk on the floor and rein him in. In the early days when Draymond was young, it was Alvin Gentry, and then it was Mike Brown would kind of bear hug him, and then they just thought, we can't stop him, just go. And they gave up. Now, Jerry Stackhouse comes on the floor. Stack is he gets in your face. He was scowling at him. Steph, they had to take him off the court. He was going to continue to play, and Steve had to go to Jimmy and say, can you come in the game? I got to get Draymond off the floor. Yeah. Stan Van Gundy was saying go back in the locker room. He went and sat. The bottom line is the Warriors have played 9 playoff games. 9. He has been assessed 5 technical fouls and 2 flagrant fouls. They played 9. You may have to play 28 playoff games to win a championship. You got 4 series to win. You've already went full in the first one. You may have 7-game series 4 times. So he's already picked up 5 technicals. The way it works in the NBA and the playoffs, and we know this from Draymond and LeBron James and the king-size Kiwi and everything, as far as technical fouls, for technical fouls 1 and 2, you're fined $2,000 each. For technical fouls 3 and 4, you're fined $3,000 each. For technical fouls 5 and 6, you are fined $4,000 each one. Now, this is not a lot of money for Draymond Green. Here's the deal. When Draymond Green gets home, and they're home now, he is getting a letter from the NBA because he just picked up his 5th technical foul. They send a warning letter after the 5th technical foul. So each additional technical he gets, he gets a $5,000 fine now. Again, the money's not enormous. He can deal with that. But he's taking it up to the technical tightrope. Each 2 additional technical fouls he gets. So once he gets to 7, he gets suspended for a game. Right? He only has 2 more to play with. And then each time he gets 2 more, he is fined $5,000. The money's not a big deal. And he gets an additional 1-game suspension. So it's not like when you get to 7, they suspend you for a game, they push reset, and you get 6 more, but they don't do that. They give you 1 more, and you keep accruing them. The flagrant fouls, we know. He was not suspended for Game 5 of the NBA Finals for technicals. He was suspended for flagrants, and 2 of them came with Steven Adams by inadvertently kicking him in the kiwis, the king-size kiwi, and then getting, stepped over by LeBron James, teabagged. And then I was sitting right there. Colin and I went down to watch the Warriors where I felt bad for Cleveland. I thought you're never going to win a game. They're up 3-1. The building's closed. I thought Draymond walked away enough to not get suspended. When I left the arena and flew home, we found out the next day they issued a flagrant. They didn't do it right then and there. What did he do? He got stepped on. He got teabagged. He just kind of motioned. I don't know if he hit LeBron. In any event, so we know how the flagrants work. You get to 4, you get suspended. So you're already playing without Steph Curry, Draymond. If Steph ever does come back, are you going to be able to play? So it's just, he's a physical player. But can you be a little smarter about your physicality? You just throw an elbow at Naz Reid and hit him in the head. You know what's coming. And then he argues about it. That's where the angriness comes out. And it has nothing to do about your skin color. We know you're wealthy. We know you're good at basketball. But when you continue, I've never seen a guy, including Charles. Charles would take a technical right away. He knew I only get 1. If I get a second technical foul, I get kicked out of the game. So I'm going to shut my pie hole. Draymond charges. Never seen a guy like him. He gets 1. He gets angrier and angrier. There was a point where I thought, are they going to run him, kick him out of the game right now, and give him another technical? And now he would have 6. They've been down this road. It's exasperating. Steph had to walk on the floor and very quietly say whatever he said. And he turned and went back. Stackhouse is giving him the look like, brother. And then they had to get Jimmy in the game. So it's unfortunate. He has to play with that kind of fury. Even in Game 7, when everybody's applauding him for how measured he played, he took a technical in that game. He's taken 5 technicals and 2 flagrants. He gets just about 1 a game. He is running out of his allocation. How does he possibly play without being suspended? I don't think he gets out of this series without a suspension. He says he can back off. For technicals, there were times when he got 16 of the regular season, and he did back off to some degree. He missed a game. He's never been suspended for a playoff game for technicals. They've been flagrants. So I guess it's good that he's getting all these technicals. But I think somebody's got to explain to me, when he hits Naz Reid in the head last night, why is that a technical foul and not a flagrant foul?
Yeah, the only thing that I've been reading into it was that because it's a dead ball play at that point with the foul, and then it's an extension off of the foul, I think their explanation is a flagrant would be happening during a live play, whereas it's a technical. But I am with you that the whole thing is a little bit iffy, and I don't know if there's like a clear technicality that I'm necessarily buying on this, because a couple of times, both with the Van Vliet one and the Naz Reid, that looks way more like a flagrant than a dead ball technical. I don't know. It's something we can keep discussing. It's something we can get into on the other side with Danny Emmerman. And before we do that, I do got to tell you about the Bay Area Sports Calendar. That's right. It's time for the KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka, or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Well, the Giants, of course, will be on the road. We'll be getting into that a little bit next hour. 3 games against the Twins starting tonight, an Apple TV Plus game. So I hope you're all able to watch that. But hey, good news, if you can't, we got you covered right here on KNBR. Saturday night, of course, is going to be Warriors-Timberwolves Game 3. See if the Warriors can respond and take a 2-1 series lead, or if it's going to be Minnesota taking that 2-1. We got the 49er rookie minicamp. Both of our Bay Area soccer teams are on the road. The Sharks get the number 2 pick in the NHL draft lottery. And most importantly, be with your mothers. Go play some sports with your moms, your mom figures, the people that you love in life. Take a little bit of an extra day or a phone call or do what you got to do because it will make their weekends. And that's the Bay Area calendar brought to you by Surfside. Lastly, this is the time to chime in for our contest to see the Bay Area Panthers. 4 tickets being given away right now against the Tucson Sugar Skulls. All you got to do, call in right now, 415-896-KNBR. That's 415-896-5627. If you are caller number 10, you'll win Furnished by the Panthers. Find official rules at knbr.com. And while I see who our lucky winner is that gets to talk to Walter on a Friday, we're going to go ahead, take a timeout, and come back with Danny Emmerman on the other side. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Los Gigantes, that's Spanish for Giants. They're back in action this weekend against the Minnesota Twins. So I guess the question is, who will get more wins against Minnesota teams in the next coming days? The Giants or the Golden State Warriors? Well, Jordan Hicks gets that party started tonight. Pre-game starts at 4:10 with first pitch at 5:10, where you can listen in here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Silver. A little more than an hour to go, then we'll get it off to dirty work and get ready to enjoy a nice weekend. But we can't go into the weekend without talking about our good friend and one of Greg Papa's many man crushes, although I can't even knock him for that because I think he might be on my list as well. What can we say? We love our Syracuse Orange. Danny Emmerman of the San Francisco Standard joins us on the UMA guest line. Danny, are you back now after a nice little early flight? How's the travel schedule working for you?
I am back. I just landed back in SFO, and I'm in an Uber back to the city now. So all good. It was a nice trip. Felt long, but it's all good. It's always a pleasure to be on. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Dan. I didn't know you went to Syracuse. So what year did you get out of Syracuse?
2021.
Jesus. Wow, it's like an hour ago. So I enjoy your work. Obviously, Jimmy Boeheim taught you some basketball while you were there. Just give me your thoughts on the 14-man rotation. As you said, Steph wasn't able to play last night, so they only had a 14-man roster. He played everybody. I mean, that's insane in the first half, and partly by necessity, but they got to pare it down now. You can't continue to do this. Guys need to get rhythm and flow. So start with the starting lineup. Quentin Post, is he out of the starting lineup? Do you move Kuminga in the starting lineup? Just how many guys can he play tomorrow night? He had 14 going last night in the first half. That's never happened in the history of playoff basketball. So we got to trim this rotation, Danny. How do you do it?
Yeah, I was talking to some people before the game, and that was definitely their plan, was to throw a lot at the wall and see what might stick. And I think they did get a couple things that they liked. There were a few lessons learned from that game. It was a lot of experimenting, a lot of lineup combinations. I don't think we'll see much of Quentin Post for the rest of the series. He played the first 3 minutes and then nothing afterwards. It's a tough matchup for him, and I think kind of the novelty is kind of worn off on him a little bit, at least in this series. And yeah, I think Jonathan Kuminga would be a really good candidate to replace him in the starting lineup. That 5-man unit of Brandon Pajemski, Buddy Hield, Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga, and Draymond Green was the lineup that started the second half and went on a little bit of a run. They started that half 16-6, and they cut the lead to 7. I think that was probably the best, the sharpest the Warriors looked all night. And it was probably the closest they'll get to a true two-way lineup where you can have a nice blend of offense and defense options.
Danny, just real quick on the Draymond note, and I know that last night and the fallout of everything and the fan getting ejected was a much larger story and obviously something that I would say is pretty unacceptable universally by fan behavior. But just before we even get to that whole exchange and the play itself with the Naz Reid, have you gotten a clear explanation on why the Fred VanVleet play in Game 7 and why Naz Reid were not deemed flagrant fouls and instead technicals? Is it because it's technically a dead ball and it was after the play? I just kind of want to get into some of the technicalities here because it's a couple more points for each that would deem him a suspension, and he's racking up points in both categories.
Yeah, you're on it, Greg. It's my understanding that, those two plays were after the whistle, and those will be technical fouls compared to a flagrant foul. That'll be during a live ball. I think they might have gotten one of those wrong in the Houston series. I think maybe the Jalen Green one might have been called incorrectly.
Right, the Game 6. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, he's 2 technicals away and 2 flagrant points away. So if on the, unfortunate circumstance that Draymond got assessed a flagrant 2 foul in a game, he'd be ejected from that game and suspended for the next, because that would be worth 2 flagrant points. So 2 technicals and 2 flagrant points away from a 1-game automatic suspension.
Yeah, so just to clarify, and Dave Benz is listening, the former voice of the T-Wolves on TV, the live ball situation ends with the foul on Reed. So that's why it's a dead ball, just to clear that up. So going back to your best 5-man group, and it's kind of funny now that they're saying, at the end of the year with the analytics, they can't play Buddy and Draymond and Jonathan Kuminga together, but they have no choice without Steph Curry. So this group that you're talking about, Pods and Buddy and Jimmy and JK and Draymond, do you in fact think that that's the way they'll start the game, Danny? And I do wonder about a defensive posture to open the game. And GP2 played 11 minutes last night, and that was it. And he's having a hard time stopping the ball, but I think they need to lean on their defense a little bit. So this fivesome, do they have enough shooting on the floor? You got one real shooter with Buddy Hield. Pods can shoot the ball as well. Do you, in fact, think this is the way they will open the game tomorrow night?
Yeah, that would probably be my best guess. And I hear you on trying to lean defense. A path forward to beating the Wolves without Steph Curry is probably winning like a 94-88 kind of game. So it makes sense to want to be defensive-oriented. But in terms of Gary Payton II, lineup decisions have a trickle-down effect. And when you're going to be playing Jonathan Kuminga 25, 30 minutes, it's going to be hard to find Gary Payton II's minutes. Those kind of guys are a little bit interchangeable in terms of their skill sets. Gary Payton II is much more effective when he's playing with Steph Curry. But with that 5-man group that you mentioned, I like the way that they're defensively aligned against the Wolves, because Kuminga did a pretty good job on Anthony Edwards on the perimeter. I think that's a good matchup for him because Ant is really dynamic with the ball, but he kind of has a habit of floating a little bit off it, and that's where Jonathan Kuminga kind of struggles. So that's kind of a nice matchup for Kuminga. They could put Jimmy Butler on Gobert, which is what most teams do, is they stick a wing on the center and try to live with that, kind of bait him into try to punish him in the post. And then Draymond Green is kind of their only option, just size-wise, against Julius Randle. So I think that's a pretty good defensive alignment if that's the way the Warriors go.
Danny Emmerman on the Uma guest line with us. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. Final hour here on a Friday. All right, so Danny, what is Jimmy Butler's most important responsibility next game? Because he's brought a lot of intangibles to this team, but he's brought some damn impressive tangibles as well. And the most alarming stats to me were the 5 free throws attempted. I think he can get that number up a lot more. And the 4 assists, because he's a really good passer, which can lead to higher quality looks. But last night you saw a lot of passes late in the shot clock that didn't necessarily lead to higher quality looks. And I know he's playing through a lot of pain as well right now, but when you consider Jimmy Butler, how can he take responsibility and kind of be that alpha without necessarily forcing things and still letting the game come to him in a very playoff Jimmy kind of way?
I mean, I think he has to force the issue. I think it's not his most comfortable mode. He prefers to make the right play all the time and get his teammates involved and have them feel comfortable. But no, I mean, they need his scoring punch. They need him to drop 40, 45 points. It's a lot to ask of the guy, but he's done it before. He knows he's capable of it. And he needs to push the boundaries of what he wants to be as a volume scorer. There's no real other path the Warriors have to scoring consistently in the half court other than putting the ball in Jimmy's hands and having him go. Just attack relentlessly, attack switches, get Gobert in space, run pick and rolls, post-ups, ISOs, everything. For the Warriors to have a chance to pull off an upset, they're going to need him to put the team on his back. He might only be able to do that once or twice in a given week, in a given series, but that's what they need. And I was not surprised that last night was not the night that he was going to empty the tank for that, just given how the Warriors were approaching the game. But maybe one of these games in San Francisco at Chase Center over the next few days is one where he really turns it up.
Well, he obviously can feature Jonathan Kuminga more in isolation, and Buddy Hield's got to make shots the way he did earlier in the series, and he got Pajemski, but I hear you on that. So if we are going with this five lineup, the starting five that you suggested, where it's Brandon Pajemski, Buddy Hield, Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga, and Draymond Green, who are we playing off the bench? Is Quentin Post completely out of the rotation? What do you do with Moses Moody? If you take them both out, then you got GP2, Looney, Pat Spencer. They are lacking a guard, whether it's a backup guard or a starting guard, just to get them in their offensive sets. They don't have enough point guards here. And then Guy Santos, would he play? So do you go to a 9-man rotation or Post and Moody out? Who are you playing off the bench if we start that fivesome, Danny?
I'd probably play, Moody, see if he can get out of the funk that he's in. He's missed 14 straight shots, but a handful of those have been kind of grenades at the end of the clock, and the Warriors, have a lot of faith in him. He kind of proved himself over the course of this season, solidified himself in the starting lineup, so I don't think he's going to be completely out of the rotation. I would play Moody. I would play Pat Spencer as a backup point guard. I would probably play Guy Santos and Gary Payton II in spot minutes. And then Trayce Jackson-Davis is a guy who popped last night. Just the spacing he creates as a vertical lob threat when he's right is pretty impactful. He's played the Timberwolves pretty well in the past, so he's got a lot of experience going against their big front court, and he has to develop a chemistry with Jimmy Butler. He's only played 2 games with him at this point, but there's some potential there. So it would really be an 8-man rotation with GP2 and Guy, playing in a pinch.
Right. Looney's out. You got Looney completely out of the rotation, and TJD is in for him?
I would, depending on how TJD looks. If he's not finishing again, then you could probably try Loon again. But the Wolves don't really have a kind of score-first center that operates in the paint. That would be a nice matchup for Looney, but it's not a great, series for him on paper, I would say.
So, Danny, the whole Looney, Trayce Jackson-Davis discussion brings me to one of our favorite talking points over the last couple of weeks, and it used to be the Looney versus Post discussion when you look at the Houston series. It's kind of Steve Kerr's 2 favorite things, defense and spacing, and one provides one and one provides the other. And so when you talk about TJD over Looney in this context, and TJD providing, a different kind of spacing than a Quentin Post, who, as we noted, is probably not going to be in the rotation moving forward in this series, would you say that TJD over Looney in your sort of little just kind of brainstormed rotation and what you're forecasting for Game 3, is that mostly because the need for offense is just so desperate out there without Steph right now?
That's a good question, and I like the way you phrased it, Greg. But I think the biggest reason that TJD will have to play is because the Warriors need to change their style. They need to run more high pick and rolls and have a lob threat, and they need to, do less of the complicated off-ball split actions. There's still some opportunity for that. I think Pajemski got a nice layup off a split cut last game. But without Curry, all that action is much less effective. So if you really simplify things and run high pick and rolls with Trayce, he's their best dive threat from the center spot. Looney's not really going to be a dive threat. He's more of a short roll guy. Quentin Post is a pick and pop guy who hasn't hit a 3 in a while. So that's not really a great option. I think if you're going to have to simplify things offensively, you're going to want a guy like Trayce Jackson-Davis setting high screens and rolling hard to the basket.
And maybe the best way to help your offense is to play the kind of defense you played in Game 1 in the first half, allowing 31 points. I mean, Minnesota scored 117 points last night. Shot it well. Now, the Warriors turned it over too much and they got out. But how do we get back to a defensive mentality? You mentioned doubling the ball handlers, and that's something that the Lakers did with Anthony Edwards last series. They didn't wait for a screener. Once he came across midcourt, they ran 2 at him, and they put 2 on the ball. Conley handles some. You mentioned Jaden McDaniels. You think you just hit them with a half-court trap at times once they cross midcourt, the ball handler, Danny?
I think with Ant hasn't had a great first couple games, but with him specifically, I think forcing him to make the easy pass is often the best way to defend him. And one way to do that is to trap him pretty high and, give him that outlet, because sometimes he doesn't really want to make the easy pass. He'd rather make the flashy pass or dribble himself into traffic and do a cross-court kind of tough, risky, assist pass, highlight reel pass. He's an excellent player, but I think sometimes his decision-making can come under fire, under pressure. So, yeah, I think you can mix in some traps. I think we'll see a lot of zone defense out of the Warriors again. That's kind of a common theme throughout the playoffs. A lot of teams are mixing in zones for a bunch of different reasons. But, yeah, I think some zones, some traps, mixing up looks, and hoping the Wolves go cold from three again. They're certainly capable of doing that.
Yeah, they certainly are. They were actually very similar to the Warriors in a lot of ways, Danny. And we had John Krasinski of The Athletic on with us yesterday. And not that the two teams have the same roster construction or play style, but just a lot of similarities in terms of the amount of clutch games that they racked up this year. The fact that they could kind of lay an egg, especially on their home floor if another star was out. And so we might see a little bit of a look in the mirror here with the Warriors and the Timberwolves, but it's going to be a great one on Saturday, tomorrow. Hopefully again on Monday, we'll see if it's 2-2. We'll see if either team is able to squeeze out a 3-1. And of course, monitor the big story of it all. Can Steph Curry return? And if so, what does he look like? So really appreciate you coming on with us, and tell your Uber driver, you can put him on speaker for a second. Give this man 5 stars.
I think you're already home, aren't you? You were moving all during our interview.
I just got home,
very impressed.
Hey, I've got a question for you guys, a KNBR sports leader topic.
Let's hear it.
Let's hear it.
What happens first, Justin Verlander's first win or Warriors season ends?
Well, here's that's a good one. But since we have a 262 theme with Justin Verlander and Brock Purdy, he has 262 career wins, and Brock was picked number 262. What happens first? Justin Verlander wins a game with the Giants, or Brock Purdy signs a new contract with the 49ers? You like that one?
I like that one. What would you say, Papa? What's your answer on that?
Justin Verlander gets win number 2. If Justin Verlander gets 263, he gets 263.
Whoa. Okay.
So what do you say about the Warriors? They're not going out in 5, Danny? Is that what you're kind of saying here?
I'm not in the prediction business, but why not? How are they going to win one of these games, man?
You just laid it out for me. We're going to trap the ball handler. We're going to start that lineup. We're pairing the rotation. They're going to miss threes. You just gave me the game plan, how they can win. Now you're saying it's all BS.
Hope.
You're making it up?
No, I'm not saying selling false hope, but yeah, that's probably what they're going to try to do. If it's going to work enough to win games, that's a pretty tall task still. I don't know, Papa.
Damn.
No, I kind of hear you, Danny. First of all, that's just a fantastic question. That's probably going to be the rest of our show at this point. If Justin Verlander couldn't get that win against the Colorado Rockies, I'm officially in the business of calling 263 and Justin Verlander just the greatest game of hide and seek going on in Bay Area sports right now.
For sure.
Welcome home, brother.
Thanks, Danny.
All right, thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Danny.
Danny Emmerman of the SF Standard. What's the come on? The Purdy
the
contract
Warriors are going to lose in 5 now? I mean, I'm down a little bit, but they're coming home.
I don't think they're going to lose in 5 necessarily, but I would say I'd take that over them winning in anything less than 7. I think their best path, honestly. Let's just say Steph doesn't come back till 6. I think you can win one. Say it's 3-2. He comes back. You win one at home, you go on the road, and you do it again. It's not ideal, but this is the adversity you work through in the playoffs. Warriors in 7, baby.
So Jordan Hicks is going tonight. Logan Webb goes tomorrow, and Landon Roop, we think, is going to go Sunday. So Justin Verlander would go Monday. So he's saying what's going to happen next? The Warriors win a game, or Justin Verlander wins a game? So the Warriors would It could win tomorrow night on ABC at 5:30. The Warrior game is actually a little bit later or around the same time as the game Monday, so it may come down to the same. Maybe it happens the same time. The Warriors win on Monday night, tie the series at 2-2, and Verlander gets a victory on Monday night as well.
Let's go optimistic. Warriors season ends after Justin Verlander gets win number 263. He's going to get it done the next time he's out.
Now, I like the Brock one. When is Brock going to sign a contract? And will Brock sign a contract before Verlander gets 263 to get him off the 262 with Brock?
How about both happen before we go ahead and take some summer vacations coming up here? That's my goal. That's all I'm focused on right now. So
Verlander's going to win a game. Come on.
Verlander's going to win a game. It's going to happen. He could have a good 3. He could have 4 right now. He's been pitching well, and that's all okay. And in fact, that's a nice little segue. So Silver Linings playlist we'll do at the end of the show. Move that to the very end. Coming up next, let's do a little bit of a Giants preview. They had a nice off day yesterday. Jordan Hicks is going to be on the mound. Talk about that for a couple of segments. Also take your calls, 415-808-5627. And Walter, I think Danny Ammerman has given you some good whip around material. So keep that in the bucket for next week when we get back to it. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Los Gigantes, that's Spanish for Giants. They're back in action this weekend against the Minnesota Twins. So I guess the question is, who will get more wins against Minnesota teams in the next coming days? The Giants or the Golden State Warriors? Well, Jordan Hicks gets that party started tonight. Pre-game starts at 4:10 with first pitch at 5:10, where you can listen in here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on, Papa and Silver? About 45 minutes left with you. In fact, actually a little bit less, and then we're going to give it off to Dirty Work Giants getting ready to take on the Minnesota Twins. They're just 2-4 at the official facility of Target Field. It's going to be Chris Paddock on the mound going up against Jordan Hicks. Hicks has had some ups and downs, but just pitched a really solid game against the Rockies. Going to be a nice chance for the Giants to keep their good mojo going, looking for win number 25 on the year. By the way, fully into the Giants. I was just looking through the internet through the break, and Matt Mayoko, who we had on at 11:50, putting out there that the 49ers have signed the following draft picks: Nick Martin, Upton Stout, let's do it, Jordan Watkins, Jordan James, Marquise Siegel, Connor Colby, and Junior Bergen. Interestingly enough, remember good old Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, a name that we were floating around throughout the combine, possible 49ers draft pick? He's holding out from practice with the Cincinnati Bengals until his rookie contract is agreed to. So for all the contract drama that's been going on with the 49ers over the past few off seasons, I am very thankful here in the Bay Area that that is not the case right now with Shamar Stewart holding out from rookie practice at Santa Clara.
He's taking on Mike Brown right away. So the issue with this is they don't have contracts, and they come in for a mandatory minicamp. So it's a little bit of a dance. If it was training camp, you'd probably hold out services if you don't have a contract. But for a rookie minicamp, they just have to go out there and play. It's all slotting and what they're going to get in the various spots, usually. It's an allocation for where you were chosen. But that is something. Normally what players do is they take out insurance policies that protect them because they're not going to have a contract done. They're slotted for a salary, but they haven't agreed to how the structure of the salary, the payment schedule will be. It gets complicated. It's not that simple. So a lot of times the agent will take out a insurance policy, Lloyd's of London or something, to if the player does get hurt. I mean, what happens if you take the field and you get hurt in a minicamp? You have no contract. So it's not like they're doing a lot. And the Players Association has people out there. I remember when Yamamoto Lenore came in as a rookie, he posted video. He got the 49ers in trouble because he was doing too much bump and running. And it wound up costing him, I think, a draft pick or some money, and Kyle wasn't happy with him. But so there is that dance initially with rookies because they don't have any guaranteed money, and they are putting their bodies on the line. So we'll see. The Drake Jackson situation is unfortunate. That guy looked like a guy who could really rush the quarterback. I know Tim Ryan was really high on him. He compared him to Bruce Smith in our first preseason game ever. So it's just a bad body for him, and hopefully he'll be able to get healthy. As far as the Giants go, it is smoking hot in Minneapolis. It's 83 degrees right now. It's really windy. Not as windy as it was at Wrigley, but you're getting gusts up to 17 miles per hour, and it's going to be sunny and warm all weekend at Target Field. It's a beautiful little ballpark, opened in 2010, right in downtown. It's It's a Anthony Edwards jump shot away from the target center where a lot of the Giants were last night. We mentioned Dave Fleming went there, F.B. Santangelo went there, Bob Melvin got tickets from Steve Kerr. Kyle Harrison was also there watching the Warriors play, and he'll go out to the bullpen to start. For Jordan Hicks, he pitched well last outing. He went 5 strong. He had a really hard time in the first inning. His previous starts, he had given up 10 of his 22 earned runs in the very first inning. He went through the first inning. He had a walk in the first inning, but a couple of punch-outs. For a while, we were looking up, going back to Blake Snell in Cincinnati and possible no-hitter. He gave it up in the fifth inning, but through 5, he threw only 74 pitches, and he looked locked in. And that third time through the batting order, leadoff walk to the leadoff batter, Brenton Doyle, base hit. All of a sudden, he's out of the game. They bring in Randy Rodriguez, gives up 1 base hit, a ball hits his foot. So with Kyle in the bullpen and Hayden Birdsong in the bullpen and Carson Whisenhunt is throwing the hell out of the ball at AAA. I mean, Jordan Hicks has time, but these get to be a point where a decision needs to be made with both him and Landon Roop, who are both going to pitch on this series. But in any event, you mentioned Chris Paddock is going to go for Minnesota. We know him well from his San Diego Padre days. A couple of Giants have major ownage on him. Wilmer Flores is 6 for 12 against him with a double and 2 home runs. And Mike Yastrzemski, we don't have a Giant lineup yet. We'll probably lead off.
Actually, we do.
Mike Yastrzemski is 7 for 15, 3 doubles and 2 home runs out of Chris coming out of the paddock. So I assume Yaz is leading off, Greg?
Yes, it will be Yaz leading off, Willie Adamas second, Jung-Hoo Lee third, Matt Chapman cleanup, Wilmer Flores, the other one you just mentioned who's had some great success against Paddock, is going to be behind Chapman as the DH. Then you go Ramos, Wade, Bailey, and Koss with Hicks on the mound.
So that's your standard right-handed hitting lineup. The only we could have guessed the first 8. The only interesting thing is how they use Christian Koss and Brett Wisely. I mean, you would think Wisely would be in against the lefty Paddock. The Twins are pitching 3 righties over the weekend as starters, which is good. The Giants are doing so well against right-handed pitching and not as well against lefty. But went to the injury to Tyler Fitzgerald, and he fractured a rib. We've hardly talked about that. The guy fractured a rib, and he played for like a week with a fractured rib. How does that happen? Tough guy, just got to play through it. But the way they're going to use the second base situation is not a straight platoon, obviously. You think Wisely would be in left on right, but Christian Koss had a nice hit the other day in Chicago and be able to bring in a run. Not a great hitter, but he's really good defensively at second base. So otherwise, it's pretty much the standard lineup against right-handed pitching. You may see the same lineup. You may see Matos in one day. But I would venture to guess you may get, the same lineup maybe for all 3 games. There'll be subtle changes here and there. And obviously, Sam Huff will probably catch one. But this is pretty much Bob Melvin's standard lineup against right-handed pitching. The only thing is which second baseman does he use, Koss or Wisely?
Right, yeah, we might see Wisely in there, may see Huff, as you just alluded to, but for the most part, this could be largely what you're seeing throughout the weekend here in Minnesota. The Giants got a nice little off day yesterday, then they come home for the Diamondbacks, some more NL West action. The 4th place Diamondbacks, which feels so funny to say when the Giants are sitting here at 3rd with also like the 3rd best record in Major League Baseball, 24 wins. Not a lot of teams in the league right now have that mark. And by the way, everybody's favorite stat and something that we have brought up on the show routinely, the just score 4. Well, the Giants, when they score 4 or more runs, they are 19-5. They're averaging 4.82 runs per game this year. So Jordan Hicks got to have a nice little start to this first inning, but if he can go some runs and the Giants can put up 4 or more, statistics would show that they are in decent shape. Let's continue this conversation. Moving up on the other side, we'll close out with some nice little Silver Linings playlist and get you ready for the weekend. Dirty Work going to carry you all the way to the start of Giants pregame. It's going to be a 4:10 pregame, 5:10 first pitch out in Minnesota. It is Papa and Silver finishing up the week here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pop and Silver with you, getting ready for Giants Twins this weekend. Jordan Hicks on the mound going against Chris Paddock. And as I bring my co-host back into this mess, I do have to ask, what is the significance of Yankees, Oakland, Giants all meshing together right now?
You're not aware of the American League schedule tonight? The 27-time World Series champion New York Yankees are playing the Athletics in the Athletics home ballpark. So this one is a little weird. We are going to Sacramento right after the game. We're going to get there early and watch BP. And you think it's going to be warm in the Twin Cities for the Giants game. It's Sacramento. It is smoking hot. They haven't had a lot of hot weather for their games. The ballpark does play small there, and the ball will fly. So how many home runs will Aaron Judge hit this weekend? So it's going to be a little strange. To go to what I usually go to this ballpark in Sacramento once a summer. And I remember when it was Raleigh Field and it was the A's AAA team for a decade and a half. The Giants have their AAA team there, but the A's are playing there. And when I did the A's games for 14 years, the highlight was obviously going to Yankee Stadium, going to Fenway Park, and when those teams would come to the Coliseum. It's strange. It'll be strange for the Yankees. It's probably stranger for them is playing Tampa Bay at Legends Field, George M. Steinbrenner Field, their spring home, and they're playing Tampa Bay where they have spring training. But the A's and Rays have had stadium problems forever, and this year for different reasons, the hurricane in Florida and the A's situation. So I am going to go. I'm going to see a lot of friends there. I'm going to meet David Feldman before the game. He's working the game on TV.
Nice.
But it's a nice buzz. I mean, when the Yankees would come in, they would always take the ballpark over. They took over, I remember when they came to San Francisco last year, going over there to watch them play on the ferry. And Aaron Judge hit bomb after bomb after bomb that weekend, and Juan Soto as well. So this one hits home a little bit. Ordinarily this would be a big part of the schedule for the Yankees to come to Oakland to play, but that's not happening anymore. So We got to go to Sacramento. We go there a lot, just about every summer. We go there at least once, sometimes twice, 3 times a year. But this will be the first time to watch not the A's AAA club or the Giants AAA club. We're going to watch the Athletics play the New York Yankees at Sutter Health Park. How weird is that going to be?
That's going to be fun, but definitely strange. And yeah, so out here for me is also my first time touching 90 degrees in quite some time. So you're going to get some nice heat coming up this way on I-80, but that's going to be a blast. I mean, I've always been good at monitoring the American League schedule, particularly with the Oakland Athletics. But I got to say, reason is I'm just, I'm in the healing process. I'm tuning it out a little bit. I love the orange and black, love the Oakland Coliseum, and now we're just getting used to a different reality out here. So it's going to be Apple TV tonight for me, or KNBR if I'm out and about. It's going to maybe even be a little bit of both because I love what we got here on these airwaves. Elliot Ramos has absolutely been picking it up, and the Giants are facing righties. They have not been able to hit lefties whatsoever. Ramos last year was great against lefties, although in the last 10 games, Ramos started really hot. He proved he could be that guy that was an all-star last year. Then he hit a little bit of a dip, as he goes with baseball. Over the last 10, though, he's got 12 hits, 12 for 35, couple of home runs, and 4 RBIs. And again, this is not a team that is going to blow you away offensively in a very similar way that the Warriors are not going to be blowing teams out. They got to grovel for every point and bucket that they can get right now. But if you do have a couple of guys that can hit for power, as you saw with Willie Adamus at the end of last weekend, as you're starting to see with Elliot Ramos, as Matt Chapman has kind of gotten out of the slump, well, it's a chance to really keep stacking wins. And when we talked to Shea Hay yesterday, he led it with his column. They have been nice little road warriors this year.
It's interesting. Ramos was in the middle of the order against right-handed pitching, and then against lefties, he was leading off, and Bob Melvin has dropped him a little bit. It's, the standard lineup, Yaz, Adamus, Lee, Chapman. Wilmer Flores is hitting 5th now, and then Ramos has been dropped down to 6th. Lamont Wade Jr., the former Twin, going back there, and he had some good games there both at first base and in the outfield. Will hit. Patrick Bailey starting to pick it up a little bit. There was a time Sam Huff had a big week last week. Friday night game, he caught Robbie Ray at home against Colorado. Had a tremendous out, runners at second and third, and was able to hit the ball deep to right field to drive in a run and set up another run to score on a ball in the dirt. And I thought, the next day was a day game after a night game, but I thought, and others did as well, Sam Huff going to be back in the lineup behind the plate. But Patrick Bailey did catch. And then Bailey came out of it on Sunday a little bit. He swung the bat better in Chicago. His last game was one of his best games of the year. The night game before probably was his best game. So you need lineup depth right now. But Wilmer's just driving in runs, for the production he's getting with a .256 batting average. Wilmer Flores has 33 RBIs on the year. Wow.
Yeah.
So they are going to put him behind Matt Chapman. But Ramos is fine. What you worry about with Ramos is defensively, going towards the line sometimes. He makes the really nice play and the unexpected play, and then he'll make a misplay. But he had to deal with the winds in Chicago, and that was just unfair. A 27-mile-an-hour wind. It was like ridiculous. It's going to be windy in Minnesota. It's going to be warm and windy, 17 miles per hour. But he'll be in left field tonight. Yaz will be in right, and Jung-Hoo Lee will be in center field. But let's just see if they can get depth from top to bottom against Chris Paddock. And then, obviously for Jordan Hicks, Buxton, the leadoff hitter is someone you got to deal with. And Carlos Correa, he's obviously with his Giants ties, he was a Twin. The signing of the contract, the flunking on the physical. And the Giant doctors just didn't think he would last long. He has, issues in that ankle and down low. It wasn't great. They didn't think he'd have a long career, so he wound up signing a much smaller deal. The Mets flunked him on the physical as well right after that, and the Twins gave him a deal for about half the length. He's a lot like Adamus in the leadership in the clubhouse, completely different player. Carlos Correa is a really good defensive shortstop, one of the best in baseball. Willie makes his living with his bat. But it will be interesting anytime the Giants do play the Twins after the flunking of the physical. I remember that press conference so well when it got delayed. It's like, what's going on? Did he fail a physical? And in fact, he did exactly that. Arthritis was in the ankle. The doctors just didn't feel comfortable. But Carlos Correa is a solid leader on that baseball team. And the Twins are playing okay. They're a couple of games under 500. So Apple TV today and then Fox tomorrow and back on NBC Sports Bay Area on Sunday.
Going to be a lot to get into and a lot to watch for sure. Jordan Hicks on the mound tonight going against Chris Paddock. Both have 3 losses on the year. Paddock searching for his first win. Hicks got a win but would like to keep that going. And most importantly, the number that counts for all the Giants, 24-14, and the Twins, 18-20. It's warm. It's windy at Target Center. And on the other side, we're going to wrap this show up, tell you what we got coming up here for not only the Giants, but also the Warriors, and also what to do about this weekend and take care of your mothers. It is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, I don't know what was a worse performance in the last 24 hours. The BART trains this morning. What the hell was that about? Or the Golden State Warriors performance without their leader, Steph Curry. But honestly, I got to say, not surprised by either one of those. But sticking on the Dubs, how are you feeling, Dub Nation? Is it panic mode from what you saw last night going into Game 3 tomorrow and Game 4 on Monday? Both will be without Steph Curry. Can the Warriors sneak out just one game? That's all we need, just one game to tread water until Steph comes back. Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627 to join the conversation.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist, the tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
I mean, so many directions you could go. It's kind of like when we had Valentine's Day, and Greg Papa appropriately noted that just about any song in the existence of songs could apply. So when you go for a Mother's Day theme, there's a lot of mother songs out there. What did I go with? I had to go with John Lennon's Mother. No, not Pink Floyd's Mother, not Dear Mama by Tupac. And I mean, hey, the reason that I'm off site today, and I'll be back on Monday, and we'll be looking forward to it, but had to do some supporting of my own mother this week, and she's been awesome. And anybody out there that has a chance to spend time with your mother or mother figures or give your mom a call, this is a great weekend to do it. And there's a whole catalog of songs you absolutely can bond over. So I'm thinking of Mama Papa right now. I'm thinking of my own mother. I'm thinking of my grandmothers. I'm thinking of my cousin who's 2-year-old I get to hang out with, and he is the absolute cutest kid. So just a nice little way to pull something to the heart here at the end of the show. And Papa, let me ask you, where would you go on your mother songs?
This song right here, John Lennon. My God, what a great talent. His lyricist and beautiful song this is. I remember the night he died. It was during a Monday Night Football game, and Howard Cosell announced his death. So this is a beautiful song, and he sings it so beautifully to bring it home. So you are a mama's boy. There's no doubt you're a mama's boy, and I know that because I am a mama's boy. And Mama Papa, so I said earlier it was 2 years, it's 3 years ago that my mom passed, and it was right when the Warriors were going to the championship and playing Dallas in the Western Finals, and her last Mother's Day was hell on earth. Derek was there that day, and we had to load her up on a lot of painkillers to get her through the day, and it just it got all sideways. So I try to remember and I missed a lot of Mother's Days. I wasn't there. I was out doing baseball or basketball or away a lot. So that one does bring back bittersweet memories. Then I lost my mom May 19th of that year in 2022. So I will tell you that there's a lot of songs that I think of when I think of my mom, but at her funeral, and one of the hardest days ever was eulogizing my brother and my dad, and eulogizing my mom was really hard. There are certain things you think you can't get through. But my mom, and she was in good health most of her life, but the last year was hard. She lived to be 93. But she always had a line about walk down the sunny side of the street. That was her line, even though her body was failing her and it was hard. So Sunny Side of the Street is a song written by a lot of people. Count Basie arranged it, a lot of different great artists. Frank Sinatra was the version that I played at her funeral, and I actually walked off with that as we left the church that day. My mom's disposition, and she always was an upbeat person. She's Teresa Papa, she's Mama Papa, she's Mother Teresa. But it was, no matter what happens, and we all get down about things, try to walk down the sunny side of the street. And I know we like our teams to win games, and all that's important, but really it's not that important. There's a lot of things in life that are far more important than that. So no matter what life brings you, we all have our challenges that bring us down. Take the words of Mama Papa and always walk down the sunny side of the street.
Very well said. That is a perfect way to cap off the show. I'm kind of ashamed we have 5 more minutes now because what a great quote and what a great message in general. And yeah, we've been talking all day about, the Giants are starting good. They're getting ready for Minnesota. 49ers rookies coming in. See if the Warriors can survive without Steph. But this is also a good weekend for a little bit of reflection and just getting to kind of spend time with the people that mean the most. And again, it doesn't have to be your biological mother. I think there's a lot of people out there that are just generally caring, and anyone that's looked out for you, it's important to give them some recognition. So whether it's Mother by John Lennon. Oh, go ahead.
No, that's a great point. Marty Lurie, and we'll have Marty on Sunday. Marty always meant, these holidays are hard for people. Some people that, for whatever reason, Mother's Day doesn't connect with them, and they didn't have the relationship we have and had with our moms, or, unable to have children, or whatever the reason. Sometimes these holidays, Father's Day, Mother's Day, Christmas, whatever it is, it brings people down. Not everybody had a bucolic upbringing. So that is a big part of it. Whatever it is, let's just get through it. I mean, every day should be Mother's Day, but really it's just a Hallmark card day. So just be good to everybody, whether it's a mom or whoever it is. Just show some civility. So the first thing I'm going to do on Mother's Day is wake up and text my friend Bill Lasky, Mother! When we do Miss Vita Blue. So there are people you think of. You know who I think of on Mother's Day more than anyone? Is Eric Sleepy Floyd. That was the day. That was Mother's Day, May the 10th of 1987, when Eric Sleepy Floyd dropped 29 on the Los Angeles Lakers, down 3-0, the greatest playoff scoring quarter in the history of the NBA, and the Warriors were able to stave off elimination. So I text Lasky, I text Sleepy, and wish them both a happy Mother's Day, because it did happen on Mother's Day back in 87. So do the Warriors have anybody capable of scoring 27 points in 4 quarters of play, let alone 20? It was 29 Sleepy had, 29.
29,
and 39 in the second half, and 1-3 in that game. They were all driving layups over Michael Cooper. So let alone, Sleepy had 51 in that game, 39 in the second half, 29 in the fourth quarter. Can any of the Warriors go for 29 on Mother's Day Eve? Who has the chance? Jimmy Butler can obviously do it if he shoots 25 free throws. Could Jonathan Kuminga drop 30 on the Timberwolves on Saturday night to give the Warriors a 2-1 lead?
He is capable of it. He's got to make his free throws as well, because getting to the line is something that he can do. It was one of the strengths of his game, very much pronounced before Jimmy Butler came over. So he's capable of doing it. Brandon Pajemski had 26 in one of those Rockets games, game 4. So if he hits one more 3 and has a game like that, I suppose it is possible. But yeah, without Steph Curry, they're going to have to make it a nice collective effort all around. So we'll be looking ahead to Saturday, game 3. Of course, the Giants, Apple TV tonight, Fox tomorrow, NBC Sports Bay Area. Continue to monitor all the 49ers offseason storylines. And there's also a good chance to thank the mother figure of our own show. Walter, thanks for babysitting us for 4 hours every single day.
He is a mother. There's no doubt. Mother! And
Walter
John Miller, by the way, nailed the pronunciation of Ikal Balseta the other day at Wrigley Field. I was really impressed. John learned that quickly.
Yeah, it was just like one blunder and I'm done. I'm over it. We're going to make this the most possible. So, yeah, good chance here to thank our guests as well. We had Danny Emmerman, who posed a great question for us. Lots to chew on with that one. We had Matt Mayoko. Good to catch up with him. We had Gary St. Jean to bring us a whole lot of basketball knowledge and joy after a pretty ugly game 2 all around. So is it going to be 117-93 by the next time we catch up here
Warriors
on Monday?
117-93? No, this game is going to be closer to 100 each. They're not giving up 117 to Minnesota on the home floor, and they're not going to score 93. 99-98 Warriors, a 3 at the buzzer by Pat Spencer. No, I don't know. Just find a way to win. I don't know.
Who takes the bet for Pat Spencer? I wonder what the odds you can get on that one are. Pat Spencer, game-winning 3. I'll take the over on Draymond Green 3-pointers made. It'll be a good weekend to dive into the prize picks. That's going to do it for us. Papa, good catching up with you. We'll do it again on Monday. Lots of fun activities planned for us. Next week, as I am being told, we're going to have, well, you know what? I'll save that for a Monday. Lots of fun activities coming your way.
What's going on? What do you have saved up for me? I don't even know.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Special guest on Monday? Okay.
Figure it out 10 a.m. on Monday. Lots coming your way. Time for Dirty Work. Copes, D-Pop, and Tim Webb taking you up to Giants pregame. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over. They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
Here you go, this Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, soon as Walt gets his ass out of the chair. It's a Friday. We got a short show for you today.
We do.
Giants pregame coming up at 4:10 for a 5:10 first pitch from their hated rivals, the Minnesota Twins.
Why are they the hated rivals?
They're not. There's just like no Twins-Giants history like whatsoever.
Forever Giant Carlos Correa.
Again, there's like no Giants-Twins history whatsoever.
Yeah.
You like to think of history as just anybody who's ever had ties to either organization.
Pretty much.
Like you sort of do that with the Warriors and the T-Wolves.
Well,
like
with all the history.
Remember you asked me, you were like, Warriors, T-Wolves history, and I was like, I really don't have any for you.
Well, as far as the two teams playing each other.
Layered schedule, the layered like relationships between many on the roster. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's Jimmy and the fans' hatred towards him. There's the
Gobert
draft.
And Draymond.
Yeah, the draft.
And Steph.
But as far as like players, not a whole lot, or history with these two organizations playing in the postseason, not a whole hell of a lot.
Well, Warriors fall last night as expected.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody had real confidence in them winning that game last night. And I think Tim Webb will tell you they lost that game within the first 8 minutes.
Yeah, Tim will tell you the first 8 minutes really told you what was indicative for the rest of the game.
I think we called it.
Yeah. It was really, I mean, it was.
Didn't get their first bucket to the 7:04 mark.
It was an astute take by Tim Webb, yeah.
Yes, very astute. I will say. I mean,
very.
At least they had a little bit more effort than Game 2 and Game 5 against the Rockets. They did cut the lead to like 7 points in the third quarter. But, yeah, it was an uphill battle.
It blew back up to like 15 pretty fast.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But, I mean, I think we all assumed that it was going to be really hard for them to win that game. Now, and I don't think last night has any bearing on can they win this series.
I don't know.
Now,
last night, the one thing I did see is the question I've been asking you since Steph went down is, can they score enough?
Well, the offense looked like what it was the week he was out when they played the Hawks in the Heat. There was no identity, no cohesion. I mean, I know that Jimmy Butler, we'll talk about it more with Marcus Thompson. Marcus Thompson asked him last night, is there a burden on you to score 40 points and be playoff Jimmy? He goes,
Did he say yes? I hope so.
He goes, I don't feel the burden. I know. And that's my thing where it's like, he goes, I want to make sure everything's open for my teammates. At this point, Jimmy needs to put more shots up than 13 shots a game.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Are we as Warrior fans as a whole? I thought we were burdening Jimmy with this scoring. I thought that was kind of the point of him coming here. We were going to burden him with being the number 2, and if Steph couldn't do it, then he'd be the guy.
He needs to be that guy.
I thought that's why he came. I thought that's why we got him.
I know.
We want to burden him. He's like, I don't feel the burden. You should.
Well, let's put it in the context of our show.
It to him.
We need Batman.
Yeah.
Where's Batman?
Yeah. Nobody wants to watch Robin
by himself.
Robin and Friends.
I don't need Robin and Friends. I need Batman.
What is this, Teen Titans? No, I'm not watching that.
The dynamic duo minus the duo.
Exactly.
And just Robin.
No one wants Robin by himself. Jimmy Butler needs to be Batman.
Flipping the channel if it's just Robin.
By the way, did you guys hear Greg Papa before they got off the air saying Kuminga for 30 on Saturday? And
Book
to get 2 so we can just say whatever the hell we want now, huh? we just say ridiculous stuff now.
Let's give credit where credit is due. Kuminga did have a solid game last night. But what I can't stand though is when people that don't watch Warrior games for the majority of the regular season, Charles Barkley, Matt Barnes, all these people, they're just watching playoff games, be like, man, I don't know what Steve Kerr's doing. He needs to play Kuminga. He's been trying to play Kuminga. He doesn't fit. Last night, give him credit. He had a solid game. I don't think you should start Kuminga. I think that last night, Steve Kerr was kind of fiddling around, and he played 14 guys last night to see what would stick. It was an evaluation of the team. But I think they played too much like they had like they had Steph Curry last night. They need to stop with as many threes as they're shooting, and they just need to find an inside presence. They need to be the Miami Heat. They need to have Jimmy Butler go for 45 points. That's the only way they're going to win this series.
I don't think they took that many threes. That's my problem. 32 wasn't that many.
Well, that's the thing. Like it's
You're like, they got to stop taking so many. I'm like,
Yeah, I didn't think they took that many.
32 is not a lot. You're right.
It's concerning that they took so few and shot so poorly.
Well, that's the thing, is that it's just they're trying to get the ball moving for everybody, and I think it's just where Jimmy needs. Like I commend Jimmy Butler when they acquired him. My whole thing was, I hope he's not selfish and he doesn't understand how they play basketball here. And when they had the press conference, he said the whole offense is give the ball to Steph and get the F out of the way.
Yeah.
Now that needs to be the opposite, where Jimmy gets the ball and everybody else gets the F out of the way, because I really don't know who I could trust offensively on this team besides Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I don't need him now being like, yeah, the goal is get the ball to Quentin and get the F out of the way. I'm like, I don't need that.
Dude, Quentin needs to get the F out of the way after 3 minutes. He's not a factor in the series. Even though he didn't attempt a shot last night, they are going after him defensively. He is a huge liability defensively right now.
Have you ever seen somebody play 3 minutes and be a minus 13? I couldn't believe that. I was like, dude, he started the game. How'd they score that many that fast?
Honestly, it's almost Kuminga-like when they had that series.
It was like 12-0 to start the game, or 13-0 to start.
13-0 run.
Yeah. They bounced. I thought that was pretty funny when I saw that note.
That's the end of that.
I saw that note and I was like, that's pretty funny, because we were watching actually here in the studio.
Real time, yeah.
Watched them hit that free throw to go up 13-0. I was like, then they pulled the QP and that was it. Never saw the floor again.
It's almost reminiscent of Jonathan Kuminga being part of the starting lineup against the Memphis Grizzlies 3 years ago, and they pulled him after like 6 minutes. So,
I mean, Looney also only saw 3.
I know. I think Steve was just kind of, all right, let's tinker around here. Let's see what we got. There's a lot of factors in last night's game, but I think in reality, nothing really has bearing on this series. Now, we got an update on Steph Curry today from Shams Charania that could impact when he comes back. But as far as what I saw last night, nothing.
We got an update. He just talked to us yesterday, and Steph was like, "Yeah, I'm not feeling good."
It's Shams just basically saying like it may be longer than we anticipated.
I could have told you that by Steph's tone yesterday.
Exactly.
Steph's tone didn't seem confident in a Game 5 return.
It's not anything crazy, but it's all kind of what we surmised after listening to Steph Curry yesterday. But I still think it's the same deal. They need to steal one game at home. They need to have this series tied up 2-2, or maybe. I don't know. With the way that things sound with Steph Curry, maybe you need to have the mindset that maybe he's not coming back in this series.
I'm still on the plan. We're still on the plan, on the Copes plan for success in this series, which is just, at the very worst, you're trailing 3-2 by Game 6. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you can't go to a Game 6 otherwise unless you're up 3-2.
Right.
So at this point, I said they have Game 2, Game 3, Game 4. And in my estimation, I said yesterday, probably Game 5 without Steph Curry. I said, if you're planning for the worst and you're going without Steph Curry for Game 5, pretty much everybody, Mark Spears, I'm sure Marcus Thompson will say the same. The best case scenario has got to be get Steph back at any point in the series. If he's back by Game 6 and the 3-day rest after Game 5, if you can make sure you win one of those 4 games, you already got one down. It's now 1-1. There's 3 games left. Give me one of those 3, and then we'll come up for air at down 3-2.
Yeah.
If you're down 3-2 and Steph doesn't come back, what shot did they have anyway? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
do people believe they'll win the series if Steph is out for the remainder of the series? Because I'm not of that belief.
I'm not of that belief
I'm like, weather
either.
the storm till Game 6 is my thought.
And I'll be completely honest. I never root for injury, but I will say when Anthony Edwards went down with an ankle injury, I was like, ooh, maybe we have a chance here. And then he came back, and that's good for basketball. But without Anthony Edwards, it does change things.
You didn't root for injury, but you were hopeful?
When I saw
that. Is that what you're telling me?
When I saw that, I was like, ooh, that may actually help us. It was kind of like
bummer. Yeah.
It's kind of like in Talladega Nights when the guy that's like, I guess, Ricky Bobby's manager, he sees him going crazy. He doesn't want him to be on the circuit anymore.
Yeah.
But he sees Ricky Bobby like going crazy, and he's like watching in the distance. He's like, ooh, fantastic. Yeah. That's kind of how I felt. But I don't want to see any injuries. I'm glad that Anthony Edwards came back.
I mean, they came out shooting, by the way. They made like their first 2 3-pointers. I was like, they didn't make a 3-pointer until like partway into like right before the first half.
He shot better last night, and they got calls. Draymond Green with the tech.
Draymond got the early tech. What'd you think of that?
Warranted. And we'll listen. We'll talk about Draymond Green. Obviously, what happened last night, if someone said a racial slur to him, that's terrible. And I don't condone that whatsoever. But I think Draymond needs to realize also that his importance on the court is so, I mean, it's huge right now.
You hearing this, Tim?
What?
Derek says, I know somebody might have said something racial, but they need him.
Well, I think the two things are separate.
Derek's saying, let it go, man. It's a conference summer.
No. I'm not saying let it go. I'm not saying let it go.
I know you're not.
What I'm saying is that Draymond, the two things are separate. Obviously, someone said something terrible to Draymond Green last night.
Yeah.
At the same time, he does need to be out there for his teammates. With Steph Curry probably not coming back, he needs to be out there. The two things are separate. If someone said something terrible to you, you could be angry about that. But at the same time, you need to acknowledge that your presence is vital to their success.
Myles Garrett, we know Mason Rudolph said what he said, but don't swing the helmet. We need you out there. That's what I heard. Look, I'm just telling you how it sounds from my seats over here. You know what I mean? No, I mean, it's, after the game, Steve said as much too. They asked him about it, and he's like, yeah, that's Draymond. Yeah, I mean, he knows what to say. There's nothing he's going to say now that's different. But he's right. He's like, in the way that we need him to be successful, this is the double-edged sword that comes with the territory.
Absolutely.
At times, he's going to pop off, and it's going to offend some people at times.
Okay, so with the outcome of the game last night, what time did you go see Thunderbolts?
Didn't see it. I ended up staying out, made some buddies for my softball team last night. No, I didn't go see it last night, but I'll tell you what, I was like dozing at the end of this game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
laying on my couch, I was like, what a
with the game in hand, I kind of lost interest in the fourth quarter. And not, like, I will say, they definitely tried harder than last series. But, yeah, kind of the predictable outcome.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Any surprise for anybody out there about how last night went? Has it changed your perspective or perception of how this series could go? 408 checks in and says, hey, I can hear you guys today. No cutting out. Thought you might just be muting Tim's microphone, but he's actually not He's actually not talking, yeah. Anything here?
Oh, I'm here. I just not ruining the airwaves like yesterday. Sorry about that, everybody. It was my fault, clearly.
661 says to Derek on the racial slur, hey, white guy, why don't you sit this one out? Hey, Derek's Italian, all right?
Yeah, come on now.
He's in to be talking Italians. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Friday afternoon, Marcus Thompson is going to join us at 3:30. Warriors coming on home for Game 3. That's tomorrow out at Chase Center.
That's tomorrow.
Derek won't be there. He'll be out at a bar somewhere in Albany.
Yes.
Doesn't want us to know where, even though it's his friends, I guess. Anyway, we're giving away 2 Sunday tickets to go see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies. Final day to win 2 Sunday passes to Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies. Sunday, June 22nd at Levi Stadium. Tune in between now and 4:10. You got 2 hours. We'll give you the cue to call.
So little time.
If you're caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, the tickets are yours, furnished by Live Nation. You can find the rules at knbr.com. Tim, what's our cue to call today?
Oh, sorry. You'll have to forgive me. I can't hear a damn thing. Went to a rock concert last night at the Garden. My seats were right up against the speaker. It's a heavy metal group, Metallica something.
Ka.
Huh?
What? Ka.
Metallica something. Huh? You hear that cue to call? Caller 10 415-896-KNBR, and you're going to see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies on Sunday, June 22nd at Levi Stadium. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with the Giants pregame coming up at 4:10. When we come on back, Jimmy said he doesn't feel the burden of needing to score.
Come on, Jimmy.
We handed you the playbook. We said the burden's on you. No Steph. Go be the guy. Can Jimmy be the guy? We'll talk about it next.
Beast of burden.
Dirty work only here on the Sports Leader.
The Giants look to continue their winning ways as they head to Target Field to take on the Minnesota Twins. Tonight, Jordan Hicks is looking to get that ERA under 6. He's facing off versus Chris Paddock, who's 0-3 on the season. Pregame 4:10 right here on KNBR, the award-winning Diamond Notes leader.
Twins!
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring, disorienting, but it doesn't have to be that way. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to helping you achieve a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works best for you. Sooner than you think. You may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to happen in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. You can transition into retirement confidently, and you can do so on your very own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number is 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300, or you can visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday. It's a Ska Friday. Boy, it is a warm one, huh?
Keep those horns coming, baby.
Didn't stop Tim from throwing on a hoodie. Huh, Tim?
Never.
Oh, yeah. Tim always wears a hoodie in the studio.
You wearing shorts today?
No.
No?
Got pants on.
It's freezing in here.
Got my pants
on. It feels great in here. It feels really nice today. I mean, it's warm. It's warm out. I don't know what they say. Drink some water, huh? Be careful out there.
Yeah, you don't want to dehydrate. You know, I came this close to not coming in studio today doing the show from home because Bart, what the hell's going on this morning? I know everything's restored now. It's been in quite some time that everything's got up and running. But
yeah, Derek almost pulled a Tom Tolbert on me. He was like, I heard Bart's down. If it is, I'm doing the show from home. And I was like, what do you mean?
And you best believe I'll be in shorts. Maybe in my underwear.
What do you mean you're doing the show from home?
Yeah. It's tough.
You wouldn't have driven your ass in here?
Don't have a parking.
I'm sure we could have figured that out.
Dude, you gotta be kidding me.
You know the traffic.
What traffic? What traffic?
Dude,
at noon on a Friday?
It's crazy right now.
Getting over here or getting out?
Probably now it's died down a little bit.
It's probably tough, yeah.
Yeah. That's the part where well, coming in, yeah, it was probably. I mean, it was crazy this morning.
I was ready to just lay it on thick if Derek did the show from home. Tim, that would have been.
I had my excuse all ready to go and been like, you know what? I was cooking pasta last night and I spilled scalding water all over my feet and I can't walk today, so that's why I'm doing the show from home.
You could have done you could have pulled a breezy on the bridge. That would have been good too.
Yeah, I came in a little bit late today and I was like, oh yeah, all that BART traffic. They're like, you live in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I got here right before the show today. I ran into the bar problems, too.
Yeah, sure you did.
It was called getting lunch on my way to work.
Yeah, you, Greg Silver, everybody not coming in today.
Yeah,
it's like milkshakes or margarita day, depending on what your proclivities are.
Ooh, milkshake or margarita.
Both sound good.
I almost got a milkshake over when I was picking up my lunch. I
am getting margaritas tonight.
I drink your milkshake.
Yeah, margarita sounds pretty good. You a blended marg guy or over the rocks, Tim?
I'm rocks and salt. Salt's my favorite thing on the planet.
I'm with Tim on that one.
Salt.
I'm with Tim on that one. And I'm joking with Greg Silver. He had to spend the weekend with his mom. It's Mother's Day after all.
Happy Mother's Day, you mother.
Exactly.
That's what Greg was saying. That's what Greg Papa was saying.
Yeah, they tried to get him back to record his promo. Didn't respond.
Yeah, Walt was just hanging around, puttering around out there in the bullpen.
Well, I guess I'll go home.
Guess I'll go home now.
He did give us this, Jim.
Jesus.
Oh. That was in relation to, hold on, let's set it up. He asked Danny Emmerman. He didn't know he went to Syracuse, which I'm sure he's asked multiple times. My dad knows
Who didn't know who went to Syracuse?
My dad acted befuddled that he didn't know that Danny
went to Syracuse.
Yes, and he knows that information. I don't know why he brought that up today, but he asked, so what year did you graduate Syracuse? 2021, Greg.
And I didn't know you went to Syracuse. So what year did you get out of Syracuse?
2021.
Jesus.
You're a baby.
Dude, he literally worked here with Danny Emmerman.
I know.
My God.
They were coworkers here at KNBR.
I think even when Danny had that whole encounter with Gabe Kapler, my dad brought him on. I was like, Syracuse man. He knows that information.
Yeah, he just didn't care to remember. Didn't care to remember it. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Last night, Jimmy Butler.
Sorry, just my dad's reaction. I'm all in favor of Bill Belichick dating a 25-year-old, but Danny Everman, he's too young for this.
He's too young for doing this. Are you kidding me? Jesus.
All right, sorry, go ahead.
You're good, man. I don't care.
I'm sorry.
I don't care, man. We can do whatever.
We heard it in the, me and Derek were listening to the show while we were prepping, and we both heard it and just started laughing hysterically.
Well, dude, don't forget Greg yesterday when he checked in on the, I got to pull that up again, dude, because when he checked in on the Pope.
I'm the one who was on to Brock before anybody else was.
When the new Pope was announced yesterday, and he said, I once had a glass of Chitani with a cardinal from Rio. He texted me during a cigarette break off air, or just during a cigarette break, to tell me who the new Pope was. He literally said he knew who the Pope was.
I got that info. I had that inside scoop before anybody else.
I had the Pope info first.
I'm the Adam Schefter of Popage.
He said, I once shared a glass of
and just Cardinals out there drilling cigarettes and texting Greg Papa. Yeah, that's how it works.
Once shared a glass of Chianti with a Cardinal from Rio, and he was an A's fan. He texted me on a cigarette break with news of the
nice bottle of Chianti.
Of the pending white smoke. That's so funny. Anyway, what wasn't funny was the Warriors last night.
Yeah.
I guess the offense was like, not ha-ha funny, but
more like
laughable.
More like,
what I mean? So, I mean, somebody texted here. I said, can Jimmy everyone keeps going playoff Jimmy. Can he carry the load? Can he shoulder the load? He was asked after the game whether or not
before.
He can carry that burden. 415 checks in, says the idea that Jimmy can just flip the switch is somewhere between naive and insane.
Okay.
I'm good with that. Somewhere in there. Yeah.
Well, call me crazy then.
I don't know what it's closer to. So he goes last night 6 of 13, 2 of 4 from 3, 4 assists, 17 points. You need more aggressive play from him. You need him to attack more. So after the game, Marcus Thompson, who we will talk to today coming up at 3:30, he asked Jimmy about the expectations of him being playoff Jimmy. Is there a burden of expectation for him to score 40? Here's what Jimmy said.
I don't have a burden or expectation. I don't. I play basketball the right way. I will continue to play basketball the right way. if that time comes where, you're people that are saying whatever, supposed to score 40 or 43, whatever the case may be, I'm capable of it. I can do it, but I love making sure that my guys are comfortable, passing the ball to them, taking the right shots at the right time. But we'll talk about it. If that may be needed, who knows?
I mean, I appreciate that Jimmy has the mentality because, as I said before, when he was acquired, I did not know if he was going to fit in with his style of play. It was so iso-centric, and he didn't look to pass it to anybody else when he's with Miami.
Would you like him to do that now?
I want him to change it up. And I know he's saying, like, I've done that stuff in the past. He has. I'll read you his stat line from his 5 highest scoring games with the Miami Heat. 2023 against the Bucks. He was 19 of 28.
Are these playoff games?
Yes. Yep. 3 of 8 from 3, 15 of 18 from the free throw line, 2 assists, 56 points. 2022 against the Celtics. 16 of 29, 4 of 8 from 3, 11 for 11 from the free throw line, 8 assists, 47 points. I could keep going. 45 points, 42 points, 41 points.
How many shots was he taking in those games?
And every one of these, it's either 28 shots, 29 shots, 25 shots, 33 shots, 19 shots. I'm asking Jimmy Butler. He's giving the right answer as a good teammate, but Steph Curry's not here anymore. So he needs to be that guy. He needs to become Batman, and I love that he wants to be the facilitator and give open shots to Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody, who's dreadful right now.
Well, Moses Moody, what happened to that guy?
0 for 14 in his last 3 games.
He hit a wall.
I don't trust anybody else, with maybe the exception of Buddy Hield, funny enough, to make shots on this team. I need Jimmy Butler to have at least 20 shots in Game 3.
It's like you're asking for more, Derek.
I am asking for more. Oh, yeah. But no, I mean, Jimmy Butler, we've seen him do this thing before with the Miami Heat. So I know that he's kind of acting like, yeah, I could do that stuff, but I want to give the ball to everybody else. I thought he did that a little bit too much during the regular season, during that week that Steph was gone. And I thought that it's going to be tough for him to be aggressive and score that amount of points because Rudy Gobert's on him. They're blitzing him. They're covering him. They're double teaming him. But he's capable of doing that stuff. He did that stuff against Giannis. He did it against the Boston Celtics. I think he can do it against this team too. But yes, I know he doesn't feel the burden, but maybe he should because it's 1-1 right now. You don't have Steph Curry. I like you to go for more than 40 points and put up more than 20 shots.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's go to Bob. Bob's waiting on the line. He's in Saratoga. Bob's got some suggestions for the Warriors. So Steve Kerr, grab your pen. Bob's got something for you. What you got, Bob?
First of all, I think Trace Jackson needs to play more. He's got height, he's rebounding, he's scoring. So he's one guy we need more time in the lineup. Secondarily, what happened to Spencer? He had a good game, and nobody's heard from him since. I mean, is he hurt or what's wrong with Spencer? I don't know.
Pat Spencer, you mean after he played 11 minutes in game 1 was pretty solid. Even at the game 5 was it in the last year?
Houston, yeah.
Yeah, we need him in there too. But you guys are right on with your suggestions. And the last one is Green's got to stop trying to shoot threes because they don't even guard him. And then the guy that's supposed to be guarding him gets the rebound. It's just like another turnover. And the two biggest things they got to work on is their turnovers, throwing away errant passes, and then they got to make their foul shots. So that's it for me. But that's a lot of stuff. But if we do all that, we might have a chance of squeaking out a win.
Appreciate the call, Bob. Thanks so much, man.
I mean,
17 turnovers yesterday was too many.
I mean, yeah, I actually think it was 20, but I think that, it was 20 turnovers, and that's just been a thing with the Warriors, but they cannot get by if they have that many turnovers and Steph Curry's not there to save the day. The reality is, yes, everyone shoots better when Steph Curry's on the floor, and that was evident in that week that he was off. I kept asking for more, and maybe it's a good thing that Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody and all these guys get the opportunity to play. But the reality is they don't have those shots, they don't have those looks if Steph Curry's not there. So I hear you, Bob, when you say that you don't want Draymond Green to shoot those threes. He makes those threes because Steph Curry's on the floor. He's not getting the same open looks. And also, it's just, I want Draymond primarily focused on defense. I do think they need to change up the offense. I know that this is what they've been doing since Steve Kerr's been the coach of the team, but maybe it needs to be a little more iso-centric. Maybe it does need to be more inside with Jimmy Butler. I think that they didn't shoot a lot of threes last night, but it still was reminiscent of the offense that they've usually run with Steph Curry. So I think that...
What do you think of his thought that Draymond should shoot fewer threes?
Yeah, I think that, maybe Draymond does need to focus more on just not shooting threes, but just getting points in the paint. I think that's what they need to focus on right now. And if you lose because Minnesota shoots more threes than you, then I'm okay with that because I don't think that that's going to keep happening every single game. I don't think Minnesota. I know that I know that Anthony Edwards had a great season this year shooting three-pointers, but I don't think that it's going to be the same as the Warriors in the postseason. I don't think they're going to hit it at a high clip. So I think that you could beat this team playing defense and just having more of an inside presence. And I know that Jimmy Butler maybe still have lingering effects from that injury from the Rockets series, and maybe that's why he's not as aggressive. But he wasn't that aggressive in the regular season as well. He was aggressive when he had Steph Curry. He had to be that closer in the fourth quarter. I'm just looking for him to do that for the entirety of a game. He needs to take over, get to the line, and just kind of...
I only need one. Again, I just need one of them. If you can get one, then it gives you the window of potentially playing a game 6 with Steph Curry in the building, whether it's 3-2
I want to see him bang a little bit more in the post and just get more points. But regardless, it's going to be tough. But yeah, in order for them to get to the next round and to win a game without Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler's going to have to be playoff Jimmy from the Miami Heat days.
916 says, we sure that last caller's not related to Scoops Callahan? He did have a little way about him.
Oh, believe me, when Scoops Callahan calls in, we'll know, and I'm waiting for that day.
Yeah, so far, Jimmy has not been the butter and egg man that the Warriors need.
Not so much.
By the way, you said the Warriors, the T-Wolves started getting their fouls last night. Warriors still fewer fouls, 16-22.
Yeah,
was the foul number, but they got beat in the paint, as you pointed out, 54 to 42, and you pointed out the 20 turnovers for the Warriors, just 13 for Minnesota. 808 KNBR, Ramon, I see you waiting on the line. Jeff in Sacramento, we'll get to your calls right after this. If you believe the Warriors can still win the series and you're hoping that Steph Curry's going to come back, we had a lot of people yesterday and the day before going Dubs in 5, Dubs in 6. Do you think they could win the series after what you saw last night without Steph Curry? That was my thought, was the Minnesota Timberwolves did not play nearly as well as they're capable of playing in game 1. The Warriors, I still question, back-to-back games now without 100 points. Do they have enough offense to get it done without Steph Curry? That's kind of what I'm questioning right now. 808 KNBR. Steph, an update on him. Can they win the series without him? Is he even coming back this series? We'll talk about it next. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The song reminds me of I don't think it is, but that little bridge right there in the song reminded me of remember that show Kablam on Nickelodeon years ago? It was like a variety cartoon comic book
For
show.
Action League now?
Yeah, dude, yeah, but it's Prometheus and Bob, I think, was the one I was thinking of. But that sounded like the theme song of the of Kablam. Anyway, it's like a ska song that opens it up.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. With the Flesh, he's super ripped.
That's actually super strong and super naked.
Yes.
Thunder Girl, she flies like thunder. Stinky Diver, a former Navy commando with an attitude as bad as his odor.
And the Melt.
The Melt Man with the power to melt. It's not a good superpower. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Steph Curry, a bit of an update. I joked earlier. I said, what do you mean there's an update? He spoke yesterday.
Kinda.
Basically, all I went off of was tone. Yeah, here's the update on Steph Curry. Is that what you're getting at, Tim? Got an update on Steph Curry from Shams Charania. Here's what Shams Charania had to say on the Pat McAfee show this morning for when Steph Curry could return. Yesterday, I mean, he didn't give you a timeline at all, Steph, but he certainly didn't sound confident that it was going to be by Game 5. Here's what Shams Charania said this morning.
He's really been limited to just doing treatment, and he's going to be reevaluated on Wednesday, which means he's definitely out Game 2. He missed Game 3, Game 4, so he's going to miss at least 3 games. My understanding is it's probably not going to be, at any point until Game 6. At the earliest for Stephen Curry. And there's actually like a 4-day gap between Games 5 and Game 6. It's a weird scheduling quirk. So, no, the NBA didn't do this because Stephen Curry got hurt. The NBA had already made this schedule. It's some alignment with the WNBA team there in the Bay. But because of that, they're able to have that period of time. So maybe you get Stephen Curry back there.
Yeah, the biggest thing I take away from that is the WNBA team in the Bay Area is causing this. How dare you, Valkyries?
I would say that it's why is it a how dare you?
No, I'm joking.
I'd say it's joking. But I'd say it's beneficial. If this were if this were last season and all things were the same, like as equal, everything was the exact same, and there was no scheduled Valkyrie game, there wouldn't be 3 days off.
So wait, that's the reason why there would be 3 days off.
May 16th.
It's not because they're home.
A week from today is the first
home game.
Valkyrie home game of the season, and that's going to coincide with the Warriors waiting for Game 6.
Okay, I misheard. I thought it was in relation to them playing every other day. I'm joking, obviously, but
I mean, the only thing that's getting banged from Chase Center is a disturbed and
that's
Godfrey
right.
concert. It's the only way.
Damn you, Warriors!
I mean, that's it's the only thing that would get in the way. No, I mean, this was an agreement between the WNBA and the NBA where if this worked out this way, and again, you're looking at a situation where things have to line up perfectly for that to be the problem. Right?
Now, the biggest thing to me was, though, I mean, I'm not surprised with anything Shams Charania said. That's kind of what the implication was yesterday when Steph Curry was like, yeah, we'll see. We'll see when I come back. This is a new injury for me. And with the Warriors, when they say, he'll be reevaluated in a week, that doesn't mean he's going to be back. It means they'll reevaluate him and we'll see where things go. And most likely means, all right, so he's improved and we'll give it a day or two. Or we'll give it a game or two.
I asked him yesterday if he was able to take like standing jump shots yet, and he said no, not yet.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still just in the rest and recovery phase right now.
His biggest role right now is to talk Draymond Green off the ledge during a game.
Yeah, man. You think he needed to yesterday?
Yeah. It was.
So?
Yeah, it was getting. I mean, we'll get into it more, but it was to the point where Draymond, if he kept talking, he could have been teed up again, and we don't want him obviously being suspended for the series. So
you relying on Steph coming back this series?
I'm not. I think we have that mentality. I'm not trying to be negative here, but I think we should have the mentality. It's kind of like Kevin Durant in 2019, where they got by. They swept the Portland Trail Blazers, and then they had to play the Raptors without Kevin Durant for a good deal of time, and everybody kept asking Bob Myers, when's he coming back? When's he coming back? And the reality was...
They came back and got hurt, and everybody's like, dude, you rushed him back,
Exactly.
Bob.
Exactly.
Everybody was so mad. By the way, remember that hammer he threw down in the first half of that first quarter of that game?
When he came back and they were down 3-1, I was like, oh, is there a chance here? And then he got hurt, and I was like, nope, no chance.
No.
And then you don't want that with Steph Curry, so I hate saying this. I think you have to have the mentality and the mindset that Steph Curry's not coming back for this series, and you have to find a way to win this series without him, and that's going to be really tough. I mean, obviously, like, Jimmy Butler's going to have to pick it up. Everybody's going to have to pick it up, and I think the reason why Steve played 14 guys last night is because he needs to know what's the best combination without Steph Curry. But I think we've seen this team before Jimmy Butler got here, and obviously Jimmy Butler has improved the team, but let's be real, the bench is not fantastic. That's why they weren't great before Jimmy Butler got here. So now we're seeing all these guys, the mismatch that, you're trying to get Pat Spencer minutes and Jonathan Kuminga. The truth is, this is not a good team bench-wise. You have solid role players. They're not a deep team. So,
and I said this to you. This was my concern after Game 7. Everybody's going, you left. They're riding high going into Game 1. They certainly were. And they made sure of that, and they got away with a win in Game 1, even with Steph getting hurt. My thought was, Steph going down like that, they got 3 bench points in Game 7 against Houston. 3 bench points. Like, they struggled at times to find offense in that series with Steph on the floor. This is my big concern here is not only are they tired, I don't know that they have enough offense. I mean, they went and got Jimmy because they needed somebody to be an offensive weapon besides Steph.
Yeah.
Who's the offensive weapon now? I mean, Jimmy's the one, I guess.
But he's not really being an offensive. He's
like
being a great facilitator to give it to guys when there's 3 seconds left on the shot clock.
But they're missing shots. I mean, the other guys aren't following him through knocking shots down. 9 of 32 from 3.
Yeah.
They did shoot 44% from the field last night.
But it's also
I'm
a
struggling
problem
to find where the offense comes from.
Exactly. I mean, you can't have Moses Moody out there right now because he looks a little lost. But also, I would say that Jimmy's given the ball to Moses Moody when there's not a lot of seconds left in the shot clock, and he gets a shot clock violation.
He did that twice yesterday. Yeah, I don't know if Jimmy knew how much time was on the clock.
He didn't, but that's where
that
Jimmy
ball got knocked back behind half court with 7 seconds left.
We've seen Jimmy make incredible shots. That's where he just needs to put the onus on him. Is it's too late to pass it off to somebody else. Exactly.
Let's go to Jeff in Sacramento. Just been waiting for a while. What's up, Jeff? You're on the Sports Leader.
What up, Jeff?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Long-time listener, first-time caller, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
I just kind of wanted to say what you were saying is you went and got Jimmy, and it's been great to see this run now. But this is what we got him for, man. Everyone keeps saying playoff Jimmy. Well, it's the playoffs. Where's Jimmy?
Yeah.
And I feel like, I only caught about half of yesterday's game, man, but I felt like everyone's driving this to the hole. You could get an easy 2 buckets, but everyone's trying to be the facilitator,
Yep.
You need to facilitate a bucket, not pitch it out to the outside. So, anyway, that's what I got to say. Get back to your show. Love you guys.
Appreciate you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. I mean, yeah, you're saying what we're saying. It's basically Jimmy needs to take over the offense. It needs to be Jimmy-centric.
And there's no time to wait and see how it irons out. You can do that like you said last night, the evaluation of it. But I don't need the labor pains. Just give me the baby, Jimmy.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Just
give us that baby.
Get out there and get me a bucket. Let's go to Noel. Noel's in Modesto, but it's a hot one in Modesto. What's up, Noel? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
What's up, bro?
Well.
Good. Hey, man, I feel we can win this series
without Steph.
There's a name. We could drive. We just refuse to for whatever reason. I mean, I think we should take a page from the Knicks. The Knicks down 20, they just kept driving. The Celtics kept missing shots.
Yeah.
They just kept driving, get the easy 2s. We had 6 minutes and 40-some seconds in the third quarter, a foul away from getting in a bonus for the rest of the game and never attacked the rim. No. I just don't understand it. If shots ain't going in, go get the easy buckets. Put those guys in foul trouble, and then let's see what happens.
We
gotta give ourselves a chance.
I'm with you, Noel, but are you confident that they can win this series if Steph does not return?
Honestly, I really am because I feel Jonathan Kuminga could take anybody to the hole. Butler continues to drive to the hole. We've got a couple guys that could just get the easy buckets. We just pass them up to shoot threes, which I get. We're a 3-point shooting team. But when they're not falling, we got to get the easy buckets.
I'm with you.
Appreciate the call, Noel. Thanks so much. I mean, that was kind of a Warrior problem before Jimmy got here. They didn't get to the free throw line. I mean, he's saying they just needed one more foul. I'm like, but nobody draws fouls on this team.
They don't.
Jimmy.
And
Jimmy only got to the line 5 times last night.
And that's where Kevin Durant was so huge back in the day when Steph was hurt during the playoffs. He could get you a bucket. He was that guy. So I hear what he's saying. The Knicks are that type of team because they have a lot of good shooters. The Warriors don't have a lot of great shooters. Brandon Podziemski, I know he had that one great game against the Rockets, but besides that, he's been he hasn't been good shooting-wise.
4 of 9 for 11 points. Nobody was efficient last night. I mean, Jimmy, 17 points on 13 shots. Draymond, 9 points on 10 shots. 14 shots for 15 points for Buddy Hield. Nobody effective. Really, Kuminga was the most efficient last night. Jackson Davis, pretty good off the bench also. 15 points in 19 minutes on 6 of 6 shooting. You mentioned Kevin Durant. Maybe more to the point is Jimmy's a much different Robin than Klay Thompson was. Jimmy's not combustible. Like, Klay was capable of dumping in 40 points for you on occasion, or 35 or 38 points for you because he could be combustible, and it changed and tilted the floor in a different way. Jimmy, because he's not an outside player without Steph there, doesn't tilt the floor in a similar way.
No, agreed.
It's harder to come back in these games, and I don't know, are they gonna win games putting up 98 points against Minnesota?
The difference between them and the Knicks also is Jalen Brunson isn't hurt.
Yeah,
exactly.
And, I mean, and dude is also the
fans.
Ask me why I wore the slime green today. We wiping noses.
We wiping noses.
541 says Noel's a dead ringer for Mitch Hedberg. I didn't get that.
No, I didn't hear that.
I didn't get that.
I didn't hear that. But I know what I'm saying is like the Warriors don't play that brand of basketball. It's never been really ISO-centric. I know that Kevin Durant had to take games over.
They're saying attack the rim, finish inside. They weren't doing that before Jimmy got it. He's the only guy who does that.
They haven't been doing that in 10 years since Steve Kerr's been the head coach. And you know what? I hate that style of basketball. I'm not a fan of ISO-centric basketball. I love the way they play basketball. I love it when Steph Curry's healthy. Right now, this is the formula to win. You need to be more of an ISO-centric team and have just Jimmy Butler tell everybody, get the F out of the way and I'm scoring. He needs to be selfish now. It's not like, well, we'll see, what kind of offense. Steve evaluated the team last night. Now they need to play this brand of basketball, play the same style defensively, but you need to change things up offensively. They were putrid when Steph Curry was out for that week. They need to find something else. I'm all for playing Jonathan Kuminga. If Jonathan Kuminga is going to be helpful for you in this series, then by all means, you don't have the luxury of okay, we don't need anybody else. Jonathan Kuminga is going to be too much of a headache. He can't follow the offense. You are right now in panic mode. You don't know if Steph Curry's coming back, so play everybody you have trust in right now. And right now, I don't know if I trust Moses Moody. Like right now, the only guys I can really trust off the bench are Kevon Looney, TJD, Guy Santos, GP2, Pat Spencer, and maybe Jonathan Kuminga. That's about who I could trust right now. Quinton Post.
You named everybody but Braxton Key and Kevin Knox.
Yeah, there's others too.
No, that's it. I'm looking at them.
Braxton Key. Well, I don't trust Braxton Key.
You named everybody but those three guys. You're like, I trust. You named the entire bench.
Did I really?
Yeah.
Well, okay then.
You literally named the entire bench except for Braxton Key and Kevin Knox, and you said you didn't trust Moody.
Yeah, I didn't. Can't right now. But I think Steve, though, needs to find out who he can trust. Like, I'm naming names, but I think that was way too many guys last night. So I think that Steve needs to find the guys that he's comfortable with and just find the appropriate rotations. And also, this team, I know they do it a lot, and I pull my hair out, whatever hair I have remaining on my head, when I see guys pass up easy shots for a three and they miss the three. You don't have that. You don't have that luxury right now.
But that's basketball in today's game.
No,
That's not just the worst. That's everybody.
Just take the easy bucket,
but
though.
they're not going to change that about them now, bro.
They have to, though. Steph's not there.
They're not going to change that now. They didn't change it when he wasn't there throughout the season. Why would they change it now?
Because we're in the
Buddy
playoffs.
Hield's not driving to the lane. And by the way, they don't finish inside.
I know he's not. I know.
They don't.
I know. So what the hell do you do then? Just hope the shots land and play the same brand of basketball?
I mean, that's it. Jimmy's got to be a facilitator and he's got to be aggressive. It's that simple. And even that may not be enough. Again, this was the whole thing with Steph going down, is he's the most gravitational player in the NBA where he changes everything just by being on the court. We talked about it with McCaffrey last year for the 49ers. If he's not there, it's more difficult for everybody. I don't know that they have enough firepower offensively without Steph. You're like, well, then what happens? You lose the series, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Something has got to give and shots have to fall, but there's not some big strategy change that's going to happen now. Shave the bench down and let's get aggressive, and now that'll change the offense. Dude, you lost by 24 points. You can't score 100 points without Steph.
Okay.
They had trouble with that in the regular season. Nothing is really different. When you don't have Steph, this team is inefficient.
Yeah, I agree. And by the way, as far as guys I trust, I don't trust Braxton Key. I don't trust who else? Kevin Knox. And I said I didn't say Quinton Post. So there you go, 3 guys.
Okay, and you don't trust Moody.
Right now, I do not.
So Kuminga, Looney, TJD, Guy Santos, Gary Payton, Pat Spencer. You're still playing 11.
At a 6-3, says Butler needs to be more of a meat and potato man than a butter and egg man.
Yeah, I'd settle for
that'll be the difference.
Settle for some margarine at this point. 808 KNBR.
Just be the milkman. Bring it home.
415-808-5627. Draymond gets another tech. He's got to stay on the court, man. He gets another technical foul in his post-game comments as to what may have led to that. Maybe gives a little bit more. A little bit more context as to why he was so upset yesterday. We'll get into some of that. More of your calls at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Marcus Thompson at 3:30. Giants pregame coming up at 4:10 today. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors dropped Game 2 117-93 last night in Minnesota. Golden State trailed the entire game, going down 13 early before finally scoring at the 7:04 mark. That first 8 minutes, right, Cubs? The team returns home for Game 3 Saturday, 5:30 at Chase Center. Keep it locked for all the latest on the Dubs right here on KNBR, the Brick Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Giants pregame at just over an hour at 4:10. We'll do that for you today for a 5:10 first pitch. Jordan Hicks on the hill for the Giants today against, thank God they're seeing a righty. I like sweat it when the Giants are facing a lefty now. Chris Paddock, the former Padre, he's 0-3 with a 5.57 ERA on the season. How about this? Giants, best record in baseball against right-handed starting pitchers on the opposition. 22-5 when they see a righty starter.
Are they the worst in baseball when they see a lefty?
I don't know that. I don't know that stat.
Let's not worry about that.
That's not in front of me now.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Come on, guys.
Now you're just that. Why can't we just enjoy the good one?
Yeah, we'll worry about that when we face the lefty.
You opened the segment up by talking about the lefties.
Yeah, but they're not seeing a lefty.
Will they this weekend?
No. Joe Ryan tomorrow already, and then Pablo Lopez
well,
already.
You don't have to worry about that for now, then.
Good deal. So don't worry about the lefties.
Good news.
Good news.
It is a problem, though.
By the way, I was watching an episode of Futurama last night, and I was like dozing off, and that was the episode.
Good news?
I just heard him say, good news. It's a suppository. I was like, my eyes were closed, like laughed to myself as I was
So Fry falls in love with a mermaid.
Good episode.
If you work long enough in radio, you'll watch things be like, oh, yeah, I hear that every day.
Yeah. So it's fun. It's great when you hear a soundbite like in the wild from something that's like on the show.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Or any, for years, Murph and Mac, same thing. Anytime you'd hear a soundbite in the movie or in the show or in the song that they'd be playing the drop in, it's fun. It's like an exciting moment when you're out.
Good news.
In the wild
it's
when you hear it.
Suppository.
Hey, that's on my show.
Yeah, it's on my show and on my TV. Draymond gets another technical yesterday.
Hooray! I'm useful.
That's not relevant.
That's not Draymond.
5 technicals now in 9 playoff games and 2 flagrant fouls.
Yep.
Is where we stand right now. So Draymond got his 5th tech last night. He flailed his arms out while he was going for a shot.
Which he usually does.
And he just, he's kind of an erratic guy. I mean, somebody said to us yesterday, maybe it was Mark Spears, he's like, he kind of plays just sort of erratic anyway.
He's like, what do you say? Like, he's loose with his body when he plays. So if he flails and he doesn't know that he's doing it, but he's doing it.
He was clearly upset with the ruling and had to be calmed down by Steph Curry. I was just watching a clip right now during the break of Brian Windhorst on Get Up this morning talking about how players around the league think it's unfair that Draymond gets away with as much as he does. And we're not talking about, well, he's a cheap player, he's making dirty plays. They're not talking about that. They're saying he gets a longer leash than anybody else does when it comes to arguments, when it comes to what they'll call on him. When he's already got 5, will they actually call him for the 6th foul, for the foul out? Like, I get it. It's sort of like hand fighting in the NFL if you're on the outside.
Yeah.
It's like there's so much pressure on officials in the NFL to keep games under 3 hours that they're not going to call everything. And we know there's holding on every play. We know that there's PI on so many other things, touching and jockeying for position beyond the 5-yard line, 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. That if you're, it was a Legion of Boom thing. I've heard Richard Sherman talk about it in the past where he's like, we would just see how far the referees would let us go. And then when they threw a flag for defensive holding or whatever, then you go, okay, that's the line. I'm going to start my line right there then because they're not going to throw a flag on 5 straight plays. They just won't. He said they just won't. So I knew I could get away with more. After they threw a flag, he goes, I would do it again. If they threw a second one, I knew I was getting away with the next 3 things.
To Brian Windhorst's point, I remember early in Draymond's career when he would get tossed at games, I would always find myself watching the game being like, Draymond, no. Draymond, no. And then he would get tossed. It would be that quick because they didn't want to hear it. Now, yes, he does get a little bit of leeway. Referees do want to hear him out because Draymond is a smart guy, and he articulates his point when it comes to the rules of the game. So they're willing to listen to him. From a distance, we don't hear the sound of what he's saying. It looks demonstrative. But Draymond's having a conversation with the referees. But yes, I would agree with Brian Windhorst. He does get a long leash these days. But that doesn't mean he doesn't get flagrants and techs at the same time.
So he's 2 technicals away from a suspension. If you get the 7th T, so really he's 1 away. I mean, if he gets 1 more, the next one he's suspended for a game, which they can't really afford at all.
No, it's 2, right?
2 techs before the suspension, but what I'm saying is he's got one to play with is what I'm saying.
And it doesn't reset. This is the whole playoff run.
So then every tech after that, it's another game suspension.
Yes.
So the flagrants, you put down here on the sheet that he's 2 flagrants away, but that's more about the points that you get. Flagrant 1s and flagrant 2s,
right?
They're worth 1 point and 2 points, and you can accumulate a certain number of points. So it may be like, does he have 2 flagrant 1s on the postseason?
From what the whole terminology is,
Maybe it's 2.
Yeah, Steve is talking about last night when he was going in about how Draymond needs to control himself. He's 2 away. So, and like semantics about what are flagrants, what are techs. Like last night, that was a tech. You could have ruled that a flagrant because it's a dead ball thing. I guess that's why it was a tech. But yeah, the bottom line is he needs to check himself because then he will not be on the court, and they need him on the court with Steph Curry.
Yeah, he flailed his arms when he was going for a shot, and he whacked Nas Reed in the face. I mean, that's stuff you got to be careful with. I mean, somebody checked in here, 831, says, what kind of accountability does the NBA have in all this when they literally let aggressive physical play get out of hand for an entire series. We're 2 games in. Entire series seems dramatic. What I would say is I prefer we have more physical play in the postseason.
Yes.
I'm okay with the lack of whistles. I'd prefer to let the basketball speak for itself, because if it were the reverse of this and they recalled everything, everybody would be upset about how many fouls they're calling in the series, that there's no flow and that they can't get anything going. Like, I would rather have basketball be decided by physical basketball play. And when things they've got to keep I mean, people are getting dramatic when they're playing football out there on Steph Curry.
No, they're not.
They're grabbing him. Yeah, they're grabbing him, and the Houston Rockets bodied him and bullied him and shoved him around. And Steve Kerr probably had a point. Also, Chris Finch had a point about how they were grabbing and tugging and pulling on Rudy Gobert for game 1. So
yeah, but the NFL compared, I love Steph Curry, but he could have got off the line of scrimmage if he was a wide receiver. Like, what are we talking about?
I just, it's physical. I'd prefer it be physical.
Yeah.
I don't want the referees deciding games. I don't want fouls deciding games. So far, that hasn't been the case, and we should be happy about that. I don't think the NBA bears some responsibility. Nobody got hurt because of any of the fouls going on. Draymond, you can't do what Draymond did. That wasn't a supernatural basketball play.
No, it's not. And I mean, this is just the history of Draymond Green. We've seen him do, as Steve Kerr put it last year, violent acts on the court, and he's not going to get the benefit of the doubt sometimes. Referees will hear him out, and that's why Brian Windhorst is bringing that up. But at the end of the day, yes, Draymond Green, I thought he was maturing. I still think he is, but last night he, flailed his arms and he hit Naz Reid in the face, similar to what he did in Game 7 against Fred VanVleet, and he thought that he was in the right. And then he went, he was getting crazy a little bit. And then Steph Curry had to come out on the court and tell him you need to calm down a little bit. Jimmy Butler tried to talk some sense into him too. So I know that Draymond Green the other day said I was embarrassed by my actions. I'm hoping that he could just, calm down a little bit and realize his importance. I mean, him being out there on the court is so important to their success going forward.
Now, you wrote here that you said he was embarrassed by his behavior in Game 6. I thought he said he was embarrassed by his play.
His body language.
And how he carried himself. But behavior is not, behavior would be like he's embarrassed by how he acted.
He said that he pouted. He was embarrassed about that.
Yeah, but it wasn't really behavior like in terms of acting out.
No. I'll clarify. What he was saying was that, yes, he pouted. It was his behavior is not so much like he was, like his usual self.
He wasn't embarrassed when he wrung Gobert's neck last season.
Exactly.
He wasn't embarrassed by that.
No, he was embarrassed by, his play.
By pouting, yeah.
And by being agitated that they lost that game. And everybody from his family members to his barber told him that you need to be better for Game 7. And he was, even though he had that tech. But last night, he kind of reverted back to being the Draymond of, what's the problem here? And like, Draymond, you hit the guy in the face. And I think, what I love about Jimmy Butler is he's the most honest guy in the locker room, where I've seen it. Like, I don't hear what he's saying, but you can kind of sense Jimmy's telling him, dude, you hit him. Like, that's going to get called. You hit him in the head. That I don't know what you're looking at, but that's going to happen.
Yeah. Here's what Draymond had to say. Well, actually, let's get to Steve Kerr first. Draymond, of course, after Game 7, said he thought his behavior was embarrassing. He was embarrassed by his body language and how he played in Game 6 before they won Game 7. Here's Steve Kerr asked if he was frustrated with Draymond, and he says it's just kind of part of having Draymond on your roster.
It's part of Draymond, the same thing that makes him such a competitor and a winner, puts him over the top sometimes. And, we know that. And it's our job to try to help him stay poised, stay composed. But the competition is so meaningful to him that, occasionally he goes over the line. He's going to have to stay composed. Obviously, we need him. And I'm confident that he will, because he knows the circumstances.
I'm glad Steve feels that way. I'm not as confident, but I think it was, I don't know if I'm right or wrong here, but I want to say 3 years ago during the finals run, he had the same situation where he was coming up on, a certain amount of techs or a certain amount of flagrants where he was going to get suspended, and then at a certain point he just kind of shut down and focused on playing good defense. So, yeah, that's what you get with Draymond Green. You get the good, you get the bad. But we all saw, if you saw the video, Steve Kerr talking to Draymond Green before the Game 7 in Houston, a long, detailed conversation about how much we need you out there. We love the way you are. We're not telling you to not be Draymond Green, but you need to be Draymond Green without hitting people in the face. So Steve can't have this conversation with Draymond every single game. He needs to, at this point, Draymond knows how valuable Steph Curry is, and if he's not out there, he needs to realize how valuable he is. So it does him no good if he's off the court. You're causing more problems for your team. So I understand Draymond needs to go to a certain place to play a basketball game, and this is why he went to therapy a year ago and everything. Just he needs to be cognizant of when he's being a little too crazy on the court.
He doesn't like the crazy and the angry and all that being said. Apparently there was an incident while Draymond was on the stationary bike.
Yeah.
Off to the side and behind the Warriors bench there, where a fan, this was posted on social media, where a fan, I guess, the post claims that a fan made a racial slur at Draymond. And I think it gives more context to the cut you're about to hear after the game because he didn't have tons to say afterwards. The Timberwolves then released a statement this morning saying that fan was ejected for violating the NBA fan code of conduct in the incident involving Draymond. A second individual claimed by the surrounding fans as making racially charged comments towards Draymond left on his own before being identified. And they've launched an investigation now into who that fan is. Here's what Draymond had to say after the game in terms of his attitude and reactions to what happened.
I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
I mean, having that context of what happened in the game, during the game, whatever that stupid fan said to him, I understand Draymond Green being upset. Listen, things are said to athletes, and it's deplorable. And I can only empathize with what happens sometimes. It's terrible. I think you could separate the two as far as what that fan said to Draymond last night, him being upset with that, and also say that Draymond needs to control himself on the court. You saw it last night with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler telling him, dude, calm down. But yes, if someone did tell Draymond Green or said something to him that's vile like that, Draymond Green has all the right in the world to be that angry.
Yeah. I get it. I mean, I've talked about this before when he was suspended for a period of time, and people want to brand him as a certain guy. I'm like, for all the ridiculous stuff that he's gotten in trouble for on the court, and all the stuff that drives me crazy as a fan, stuff that I hate to see as a Warrior fan. Guy does not have problems off the court in terms of behavior, or in terms of attitude, or in terms of, being a steward of the league. We talk about and being a guy who does. I mean, to say does Draymond want to leave the game in a better place than he found it? I don't know. The NBA is certainly important to Draymond, and his legacy is important to him, I know, within the NBA. His reaction to that is warranted based on whatever the interaction is. 916 says, interesting that Tim's not so adamant about a lifetime ban for these fans. Tim, would you like to speak for yourself here?
That's
funny, Tim.
That's a hell of a corner.
Hey, I don't want to pull it out of you, Tim. If that's not how you feel.
We haven't heard it yet, Tim.
Tim says if you touch a baseball, ban for life. But if you make comments to Draymond, we'll see what happens. Let's have an investigation.
Let's give those fans the benefit of the doubt.
One take here is bombastic. The other is like a really serious thing. Those people that yell racial stuff should probably not exist in society.
Don't backpedal now, Tim. Don't backpedal now, Tim. So we stand on business.
But by all means, don't touch a ball and play.
Stand on some business, Tim. 415 checks in, says, dude, Donovan Mitchell swung his elbows at Aaron Nesmith, hit him in the face. The NBA said it wasn't a flagrant, just a common foul and no text. It's not about the calls. It's about the inconsistency between games. The thing is if you call it a common foul, you can go back and change it to a flagrant after the game.
Can.
They can review that stuff after. I don't know if they did in that situation. Maybe that's your point. 415. What I'll say is this. The inconsistency across games, like, that's the same in every baseball game we've ever watched. Like, look at the strike zones, right? Everybody's going to have a different threshold. Players are going to be officiated differently within a game. I also am of the belief that basketball is the hardest game to officiate, mostly because everything is supposed to be objective in the game of basketball. Like, even things that are like a foul is subjective, right? Did he hit him on the arm? Did he hit like how hard did he hit him? Was he moving? Was he not? It's supposed to be yes or no. But even things that are supposed to be objective, as simple as like goaltending. Goaltending is ball hits the top of the shot. If a guy jumps up into the air and tries to knock a shot out of the air, was it on its way down? It's still subjective to the official. Yeah. Right? It's an objective call. It's either on its way up or on its way down, but it's still up to that official to determine it, and everybody's going to kind of see it from a different angle. So it's tough to officiate that stuff. They do the best they can. They try to get to a point where if it's going to be called a flagrant, they can review it afterwards. The NBA's got that point system. I'm with you. I just don't feel like the officiating has been so egregiously awful this postseason across the board. I'd rather have the physicality. We sit here and say players are soft and blah, blah, blah. Then we're like, the refs aren't calling everything. Like, I don't want to hear whistles. I don't want to see the referees.
You're talking
I'm okay
about
with the physicality.
Fans and coaches are talking both sides of the mouth.
Warriors lost by 24 points. You know, I mean, nothing had anything to do with the officiating yesterday, nor did it in Game 1 for Chris Finch.
To the point about the narrative around Draymond Green, I am 100% with you, Copes. Last year when people were talking about him being suspended and the whole narrative of him being a mental case, I thought was ridiculous. I don't think Draymond Green's a mental case. I think that he just is he's a rough guy. He plays the game a certain style, and sometimes he gets a little too physical, and that's the way it is. I can't speak to what he felt last night as far as the narrative of being an angry black man. I can't speak to that. But what I perceive is the narrative is that he's a dirty player sometimes. It could be and go way out of bounds with punching Jordan Poole and some of the things he does on the court, and that is warranted. But as far as him being labeled an angry black man, if Draymond Green feels that way, he feels that way. But I think it's more so the national landscape sees a dirty player more so than what he saw last night. But I understand what he felt with that fan saying that too.
I think he's responding to what happened with the fan, not so much how he's been viewed in terms of being a dirty player. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Do you trust Draymond to stay on the court for the remainder of the series? Do you think they can win without Steph if he does not return for the remainder of this thing? 808 KNBR, getting to your calls and your thoughts before Marcus Thompson joins us at 3:30. Plus, we'll get you the Bay Area weekend sports calendar.
Ooh.
Coming up at 3:50 before we get you Giants pregame coming your way at 4:10. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
So, what the hell happened last night? Still looking for answers? Gary St. Jean and Danny Emmerman join the Greggies today to pick through the carnage of a tough Game 2. Find those podcasts and all of our podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the flagrant leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. That's some exciting news, by the way, especially if you're a Bay Area soccer fan. Get ready to witness the San Jose Earthquakes take on Inter Miami CF on Wednesday, May 14th at PayPal Park. Tickets are starting at just $25. That's right, you heard me. $25 gets you in the building. It's your chance to catch a star-studded matchup as Inter Miami CF come to town to face off against your very own San Jose Earthquakes. Plus, you'll get to see Quake stars like Christian Espinoza, Joseph Martinez, Chicho Arango light up the field against Miami superstars. Could be a big one out there, too. It's a match you don't want to miss, and the excitement doesn't stop. Season tickets are your golden ticket to the best matches of the year, including epic showdowns against Miami, Los Angeles FC, San Diego FC, and, of course, the LA Galaxy, plus many, many more. Don't miss out on the action. Act fast before it's too late. Secure your 2025 season tickets now at SJEarthquakes.com. That's SJEarthquakes.com. Hurry, these deals won't last long.
Oh, sorry. You'll have to forgive me. I can't hear a damn thing. Went to a rock concert last night at the Garden. My seats were right up against the speaker. It's a heavy metal group, Metalla something.
Ka.
Huh?
What? Ka. Ah.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Warriors fall to the Minnesota Timberwolves 24 points yesterday, 117-93.
Damn.
The final in this one. Tough deal.
Yeah, but we all kind of saw it coming.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know. It's sort of like before they got Jimmy Butler and they kept asking Steph and he was all down and out on the offense and he's like, I don't really know what to
It's kind of going back to that.
to do. It just sort of feels that way without Steph. It's like, I don't know where the offense is supposed to come from. There's nobody who's been consistently a weapon for them offensively.
Well,
that you feel like, okay, it's like when Steph went down before, you go, all right, it's on Clay. Clay's got to be the guy. Clay can fill it up. Month of February back in 2022, Clay had the best month of his career.
He did.
Steph went down, and he carried the offense. Andrew Wiggins was out for a period of time, and he carried the offense, played the best offensive basketball of his career, and that was still when he was coming back from the double leg injuries. They win a championship, and this team doesn't appear to have the same combustible type of player. I mean, there's nobody game to game. Sort of now, it feels more like the Houston Rockets roster. Not that this team, I don't believe is. I do think this team is better. I think they're better offensively, but certainly that was predicated on Steph and Jimmy being out there together, and it opened things up for Draymond. Look, we kept talking game to game. Who can be the guy for the Houston Rockets? Is there anybody that can consistently score? Can Jimmy be that guy? We know he's done it before. Is there anybody else that can do it? I don't trust that. There's nobody else I'd buy being a regular scorer for the Dubs, or they wouldn't have gone and made the trade for Jimmy.
Well, do you think Jimmy can be that combustible guy?
I don't know, because he's not a loud 35, 40-point guy, or at least he hasn't been since he got here.
I know, but when I think of Jimmy Butler, I think of the guy that I saw 2 years ago that was able to upset the 1-seed Milwaukee Bucks and go into New York and take that series over. I know he's had, yes, Tyler Hero's a better player than Buddy Hield. I'll give him credit for that. And I think that, he's got Bam Adebayo. He's had shooters. But Jimmy Butler pretty much took over those teams and was the main scorer. So I think he can be that guy. I just don't know if he's going to be effective as that guy without Steph Curry on the court. It's different now. It's more
remains to be seen, and he didn't have the aggressive nature about it last night.
I know, and I don't think he could get away with that going forward. So I would like to see Jimmy Butler attempt more shots, but maybe it's just such a contrast to what their offense has been in the past that for everybody else to go with the flow of that, it's asking a lot. But at this point, I think everything's on the table to try to win this series with. You're assuming that Steph Curry's not going to be there.
He's played like 124 or something like that playoff games, Jimmy. 8 different times he scored more than 40 in a playoff game. I'm not saying they need 40, but the 28s, 29s, 30s, that looks pretty good in terms of the shot attempts and the number of points that they're going to need to make this thing viable.
And I also acknowledge that Jimmy Butler was hurt not too long ago, so he may not be 100% right now, and he may not be looking to try to bang in the post with Rudy Gobert, but honestly, that's kind of what we need right now.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Do you trust Draymond's going to stay on the court the remainder of the series? Because we're talking, can they win the series without Steph? Shams Charania says it's going to be at least these 4 games through Game 5 is what Shams is saying, and then you get the days off before Game 6. And that's what I've been leaning on, is just hope you get Steph back at any point in the series and you stay alive long enough to get him back out there. I don't know what the level of confidence is that he comes back. If Draymond misses any games, I'm like, I don't know. I just sort of write that off. I can't imagine you find success there. Let's go to Rob. Rob's in Alameda. Rob, how confident are you Draymond is able to stay on the floor? He's 2 technicals or 2 flagrants away from a suspension.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I have listened to Draymond on this subject. He said he can't change the way he plays. In that sense, he does play, he thinks, a clean game. He's created some of his own drama, and maybe he is picked on, but he is a talent that they can't live without, just like Steph. But, after watching the Houston series, their defense was so suffocating. And then watching the Minnesota, the first game, I don't even think Draymond would have taken all those threes. He was just so wide open. There were so many wide open people. And I think they can't be too desperate to start taking threes. Just happened to the Celtics, who live by the 3. They lost the first 2 games against New York. I think they're going to have to change their way that they play, because you can't count on a bunch of streaky players. Way too many open shots, and they're not dropping. And I think the team has lost a ton of confidence, and Minnesota's coming in with a lot of confidence. Now they know they can play a completely different way and style to beat the Warriors. And so, the home court's going to help, but somebody's going to have to, or more than one person's going to have to light it up if they have any chance. And I thought they would beat Minnesota. I thought Houston was much tougher just watching the games. But, Draymond is going to be Draymond, and I know he knows how important it is, and I think I really respect his talent. So just cross your fingers time, really.
Appreciate the call, Rob. Thanks so much, man. Yeah, part of it is nothing in my mind has changed in terms of what the path was to get here and how difficult this series was going to be, in my mind, based on how many games they've already played, how exhausted we thought they were in Game 6. Before beating Houston in Game 7. They've really, again, I thought they had to empty the tank to do that. Part of this, too, is maybe they're gassed.
Yeah.
Maybe Jimmy's exhausted.
And that's kind of why I thought that maybe they lose the series, that just playing every other day in their age was going to catch up with them.
That was with Steph. I was concerned about the level of exhaustion and the guys supporting Steph. Now you don't have Steph. Can they score 100 points without him?
Well, we were confident that maybe they could win 1 game without Steph Curry. Now, the reality is they may need to win 2 games, and they may need to win this whole damn series without him. So can you win 3 games without Steph Curry? I don't know.
I say no.
Yeah.
I say no. I think that, again, I was only asking for 1 more before Game 6 and then come up for air. And if you don't have Steph for Game 6, then whatever. You know what I mean? Then you go from there. But to me, winning 3 more games without Steph, I just don't see. I don't see where it comes from.
And that would piss me off because
Everybody says their defense is so much better. What happened yesterday then? What happened to all these defensive units? I know Steve played a whole bunch of guys, but this game was out of hand fast. Warriors never had a lead in the game. They trailed by 25 at one point.
Yeah. But they were making a comeback a little bit in the third quarter. But yes, basically there was at no point where I was like, oh.
They had a surge in the third.
Yeah.
Did you ever think they were coming back?
No, I did not.
That's what I mean. There was a surge.
At least there was more life, though, than what I saw in previous games against the Rockets. But yeah, it was kind of reminiscent of those games early on where you're like, all right, they're not going to have it tonight. And yeah, if they lose this series because Steph Curry wasn't healthy, man, that pisses me off because I'm okay with losing a series if you weren't the better team, but it will be like, what if now? And it'll be more motivation for the offseason and next season to see what they could be because I still think they have a lot to improve on. Like I said, I don't love this bench. And I think they need a second scorer that you can rely on more than Brady Pajemski or Moses Moody or Buddy Hield.
You mean behind Jimmy?
Yes.
That's what's so funny is Jimmy's supposed to be the 2, but that's all predicated on everybody being healthy.
But I'm really talking about like a number 2 like shooting guard, like a Klay Thompson type, like a guy that you can rely on to give you the 3-point shots when Steph Curry's not available.
The hope is that would be Buddy. And Buddy was, not effective yesterday. 14. I think it was 15. Was it 15 points on 14 shots?
Well, we knew that was going to happen where the defense would have focused their attention on him. So
let's go back out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Scarecrow's in Sacramento. What's up, Scarecrow? You think Draymond can stay on the court, and can they win without Steph? You're on the Sports Leader.
First of all, what I saw last night was the team they got behind quick, they started to panic, and they went right out of their game. As far as Draymond, I mean, it's hard for me to get to see them, putting the microscope on Draymond when we just got finished with Houston. And I don't think he was doing anything more or less illegal than Houston was doing. Statistically, you would have thought that Minnesota had a really good game, but they were not that good at the free throw line. And to be perfectly honest with you, I do not even know that by running a whole bunch of folks through there that they didn't put in at least a feeling of panic that may not have been necessary. I think if those guys can play within themselves, I think they're going to do a lot better. The idea is the defense has got to keep Minnesota from scoring. And I don't think they score like the Celtics for anything else.
Right.
So I think statistically, instead of trying to hit 4-point baskets, maybe maybe you get down and you get these guys where they're calmed down and they're actually playing a reasonable basketball game. And I think they could end up doing it. I know that they play. They have the benefit of having Houston, who took Steph away for pretty much most of that series, and they were able to compete. It's just that I don't know how you keep Draymond on the floor when it seems to me that the officials have kind of had enough of his act, and whatever he does is going to get magnified. And he is the heart of the defense. In fact, if you want to liken it to a milking stool, they've already taken out 2 legs of that stool. It's going to be a little tough for them to come back. They can, but if they lose Draymond, that means no Draymond, no Steph, and in essence, you're going to have a whole new team out there.
Appreciate the call, Scarecrow. Yeah, I mean,
milking stools.
I hear you on the play within themselves and all that. I mean, that's all good rah-rah stuff. I'm just like, they went and got Jimmy because they didn't have enough with all these other guys, right? So why now do we believe all these other guys are going to carry them to victory without any level of consistent offensive play that we've seen from any of them over the last 3 weeks?
Yeah. No, I mean,
you needed 30-something from Jimmy or from Buddy. What did he get? 34 in the game 7?
Yeah, 33 in game 7.
33 in game 7. He made 9 3-pointers. You get 3 points from the bench. To me, that was the outlier. That wasn't like, look what the Dubs are capable of. That's why I was skeptical about this series.
Yeah.
Real quick, let's go to Bill in the Foothills. What's up, Bill? You're on KNBR.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up,
We're
bro?
doing well, Bill.
Hey, you know what? Just going to say this. I think everybody's just stressing out too much about this. Guys, sit back. These are professional basketball players. They know what they're doing. Draymond knows what he's doing, and he needs to play like he is. I don't think he's a dirty player. I just think he's you know what? I grew up watching basketball in the 80s and 90s. The guys get out and pull out balls and do all that stuff. And the times have changed. Let Draymond be Draymond. He's doing a great job. He's great.
All right,
Bill cut out. Sorry, Bill, we lost you. Your connection got a little wonky there. I mean, to me, it's less about the Draymond dirty player stuff. I'm just like, can they score 100 points? Somebody show me where this offense is coming from. It's all, well, they need to do this. If they can do this. If so-and-so can do X. It's a whole lot of ifs and buts and nothing falling through the hoop. You know what I mean? Like
no candies and nuts.
Yeah, nobody's knocking down shots. So it's as simple as you got to make your shots. But nobody's done that throughout the season to lead you to believe that they're consistently offensively empowered enough without Steph Curry to make this thing happen. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. Giants baseball coming up in 40 minutes. 4:10 is Giants pregame today. When we come back, Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country. He's just back from Minnesota. What does he think about Steph? What does he think about this team without Steph? Can they get it done? Whether or not Draymond stays on the court, we'll talk about it with Marcus next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Giants baseball pregame coming up at 4:10 today. We do it every week with the best sports writer in the country. It's Marcus Thompson. He's sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka, or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Marcus with The Athletic joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Marcus? How are you, man? Are you back from Minnesota?
Yeah, I just got back to the Bay.
All right, good to hear.
I'm exhausted.
Kind of like everybody else on the team.
I was like, who's more tired, you or the Dubs?
I mean, they fly private, so I'm going to say me.
I'm going to say you, yeah. That's a good call. All right, so, I mean, we'll get into a variety of this stuff, but, I mean, I guess we'll start with reaction to the game yesterday. I won't say it went, like, all that different than I thought it might go, Game 2 without Steph, after the kind of game it was to win Game 1 and how bad Minnesota played in Game 1, how poorly they shot, but I'm struggling to find where they can get offense without Steph.
Yeah, I mean, they just have to change how they play. They can play more like Minnesota, right? Minnesota doesn't do a lot of ball movement. It's high pick and rolls, drive and kick, and make shots. I mean, the very simple answer is these guys got to make shots. You know, Brandon Pajemski, Moses Moody, Buddy Hield, they have to make shots. It's really going to come down to that. It's drive, it's ISO, it's pick and roll, and just swinging the ball till you get an open shot. And so if they're bricking their threes, right, if they're not making their shots, then they're going to have a problem. So the best hope is that if they get to the Chase Center and, you know, the role players are playing better and making their shots, it should matter a lot. I do think Trace Jackson-Davis being an option for that role, like Minnesota, they're going to have to pay attention to him rolling, which should open up some more stuff. But it really is going to come down. I mean, it's not different how it was before Jimmy Butler, right? It's like, hey, when they make 15-plus threes, they look pretty good. When they don't, they don't. So that's pretty much the formula. They got to get hot for one game.
And to that point, I mean, it's really on Jimmy Butler. And you asked him last night, does he feel the burden to be playoff Jimmy and score 40 points? And he said, not really, but maybe we need to look into that. Do you think in order for them to have success, Jimmy Butler needs to put up more than 20 shots and have to be that guy that we saw in Miami?
It's one of them, you know, chicken or the egg, right? If he puts up 20 shots and draws the defense to him, it'll open up, you know, the looks for everybody else, right? If they realize, man, we really got to collapse on this Jimmy guy, now it sets up the kick out, and, you know, maybe Buddy Hield gets hot or something like that. Or if these other guys make shots, spread out the floor, because now you can't leave the shooters, and now you give Jimmy more room to work with. He's not working against a set defense, right? They got Jaden McDaniels on him, who's good. They got Rudy watching from behind because he's guarding a non-shooter. So it's a little bit difficult. Jimmy probably didn't want to say it, but he could been well within his right to be like, these dudes got to make shots. Otherwise, I'm going 1-on-2, and that's just not good offense. Right. And he's saying over and over, I'm going to play the right way, which means if I got two on me, somebody's open, I'm moving the ball, right? So there's a part of you that's saying, like, yeah, just figure out a way to force up 20 shots. But there is another way. It's Buddy Hield, it's Moses Moody, it's Pajemski, it's Kuminga. It's them punishing Minnesota for saying, take all the shots you want. They just didn't punish. Buddy punished them in the first game, but now they need somebody to do it again.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. I mean, it's about also getting to the free throw line. Only 5 free throws for Jimmy in yesterday's game. I mean, that's where a lot of it's not even just shots up field goal wise. It's about him getting to the line. That's where he makes a lot of his money. There's money in the paint, Marcus. We've talked about this.
Money in the paint, baby.
There's money in the paint. Did it feel to you last night like Steve Kerr was kind of experimenting and trying out different things and seeing what he could get to work without Steph out there?
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, he played everybody
guys,
who was available. Yeah. I just think they have some very unique ball handling issues, and they're trying to master, like, how do they get both? They still need to be a great defensive team, right? They need to be able to say, Minnesota, you're getting 90 points, and that's your ceiling, buddy. But those lineups probably go get you 75, right? So he's got to like balance. You put some guys out there who can score, but also put some guys in there who's going to like keep the defense up. So it's a little bit of a tricky thing. I think that's what he's trying to figure out. Who can he play together to get the same amount of defense? Essentially, Jimmy and Draymond are going to play like good defense. Who can complement that and do what they're supposed to do while also scoring? Like, that's what he's trying to find.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. Judging from Steph Curry yesterday talking to the media, it sounded like, we'll see when he comes back, but it doesn't sound like anytime soon. And Shams Charania, your former colleague today, was like, maybe it's Game 6 at the earliest. Should we kind of just have the mentality going forward that Steph Curry's not going to return in this game and the Warriors need to find a way to win without him?
I mean, it don't matter if they don't win a game anyway. So he can be ready for Game 6. And if they don't win, he won't be playing. So there's a very strong possibility that they evaluate him on Wednesday and it's like, yeah, bro, you need another week. So, like, that's just the reality. It's a hamstring. I think what we heard was that nobody knows. And not even Steph, because he's never dealt with this before. So you don't know how to push it or where to push it or what these feelings mean or what the, like the rehab is. So there's nobody has any idea how this 37-year-old will respond to this injury for the first time. So that could very well mean we've seen the last Steph Curry this year unless they somehow win the series. It also could mean he could be working out Game 5 and it's like, listen, man, I told y'all I know the Lord. My hamstring is good. Let's go.
What'd you make of Jonathan Kuminga's play yesterday?
He looked good. He looked like he had a matchup advantage. He looked comfortable. He looked confident. He looked like he knew, yeah, Steve, you can't take me out now, right? What you gonna do now? So, I mean, he still made his mistakes, right? He still blew assignments. He still turned the ball over. He still did things that would probably frustrate. But this is a completely different offense now. It's not like ball motion, screening, and spacing. It's everybody's standing around. Somebody's going ISO. Somebody's running pick and roll. And that's like Kuminga's bag. So he looked like he felt good for the first time in a long time, probably since December. That was the best we've seen of him. He made 8 straight shots before he even took a 3, right? And that was impressive because he wasn't settling. He saw his matchup. He was going. He drew a couple of fouls. He missed his first couple of free throws. Like that. That's probably the best sign of the night, that Kuminga feels good against his matchup against Minnesota, and he knows, I'm going to play a bit, so I don't have to worry about making a mistake.
How confident are you in Draymond Green not getting suspended in this series? I know that he talked about after Game 7 how he was kind of embarrassed with his play and also just kind of, his demeanor with them losing that game. And I thought since that standpoint, he's been a little bit more mature on the court. And last night, he got angry on the court, and you saw Steph and Jimmy try to calm him down. But what's your confidence level with him, 2 flagrants away and 2 techs away from him not being suspended?
I mean, if it was him, I'd probably be pretty confident. But I think what we know from Draymond is that it's not really – I mean, it is him, but it's not him. Anything he does is going to be a technical. So that's not like if he does anything technical worthy, it's going to be a technical, right? Like, they're going to give him 1. They probably won't give him 2. They'll give him 1. And so I think that's part of the frustration you saw. Look, I mean, listen, I do the exact same thing. If Draymond has the ball, I am pressing up on him so close. I'm putting my face in there, and then I'm going to foul him because he's going to do something, and all he has to do is touch my face, and it's a technical foul, right? That's literally what all you got to do. If you press up on somebody and they hit you in the face, now it's about intent or all that or, what was the thing. But Draymond's going to flail. He's probably going to catch you in the chops. You go down, automatic review because it's Draymond, automatic technical. So, like, that's probably the frustration I think he felt. He's like, actually wasn't even trying to do anything. Sometimes I'm trying to do some things. So when he's trying to do some things, he's going to get it.
Yeah.
And when he's not trying to do some things, he's going to get it. So it's really not in his control. And by virtue of that, I don't think I don't have the same confidence I would have if it was like, hey, Draymond, all you got to do is not cuss out the refs to a degree, to an excessive degree.
To a degree,
I mean,
yeah.
he could probably do that, but he can't go crazy on the refs. He can't touch anybody in the face, right? He can't commit a hard foul, to try to stop a bucket. There's all the stuff that you would just do normally. If he doesn't, it's automatic review, and very likely 90% chance it's going to be a technical or flagrant. That's the world that Draymond lives in, that he certainly helped create. But so I don't know how anybody can have confidence if that's the world he's in.
Brian Windhorst this morning said that people in the league think that he gets away with too much, with him kind of talking back to the referees. I thought early in his career he didn't get that leash. Lately, I do think he does get that opportunity to talk back to referees. Do you feel the same way?
I do think, first off, we sit so far, I have no idea what's being said.
Yeah.
So we don't know what other people say and what other people don't say. I do know his looks far more demonstrative.
Right.
Right? He looks like he's saying something crazy. But just in fairness to the whole thing, I feel like Draymond clearly has a rapport with the refs, that a relationship that they understand, and the ones who take it, and the ones who don't. I don't feel like that's for me to police or anybody else. I think that's the refs to police. If Tony Brothers don't want to give him a second tech, that's Tony Brothers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If Tony Brothers could take it, everybody else needs to suck it up. Now, when the refs who can't take it kick him out the game, then he deserves that too, right? That's what it is. But this idea that Tony Brothers wants to take more from Draymond and understands who he is and what it is, to me, that's good refereeing. And the same way, a defensive player who's known for being defense gets away with more hacking, right? That's including Draymond, right? Who gets away with more hacking because these refs know what they're doing. I don't think any ref wants to be able to say I threw Draymond out, impacted the series, even when I know what Draymond is doing and who he is, and I understand it and I can handle it. I'm not gonna take it. To me, that's what you want out of a referee, not hey, you said the N-word, I'm out, goodbye.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us wants refs, out there morality policing people or just impacting games because they can't handle it. It's good that some refs can handle it. This is why they're playoff refs.
A few more minutes with Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. What happened to Moses Moody in the last week, man? I mean, I don't know what's going on. I just forgot where he was on the floor, it seems like, every time he's out there.
I do think this is a bit of the impact, him and Kuminga, specifically, and I do think a little Pods, even though he don't really have these short rotations, I do think when they lose their minutes, they end up thinking too much.
Yeah.
It becomes a deal, right? So, Moses, he was a start. Remember, it was when Moses starts, it was running. And then he hit a cold streak, and then Buddy gets hot, and they want to space the floor, and they got it's a matchup adjustment, right, in Houston. So Buddy Hield gets some of his minutes. So now Moses Moody, your minutes are down. So now you're getting out there, and the first thing you're doing is thinking. You could see it. On that break yesterday, he's coming down. He's oh, do I lay it up? Do I pull it back out? Let me take this little quick one, and he leaves it short. That's somebody who's thinking too much. You see the same for Kuminga. This is the byproduct of your minutes aren't, whatever their minutes aren't settled, they just get in their heads a bit. So he's just all the way in his head. He's in there, and he's a bit lost right now. He's got to find his way out of it because they desperately need him.
Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear on the Uma guest line. We do it with him every week. Warriors game 3 tomorrow against Minnesota, and guess everybody's just kind of holding their breath, hoping they can get one of the next 3, I guess, and then see where they are with Steph before game 6, huh?
Yeah, I mean, what Chase got? What Chase got for us? You know what I'm saying? can Minnesota be intimidated? I mean, in fairness to the Warriors, like, Minnesota has had problems with Golden State.
Yeah.
Yep.
They don't look as comfortable as they did against the Lakers. And, because of they were in this search for points, there's some blown assignments. You got a lot of open looks from three. You kind of did in game one, and they made more than enough to beat the Warriors. This team is just weird. They're so good sometimes, and other times they're just absolutely not, which is why they're a 6 seed coming off the West Finals. They can be got, is all I'm saying. Like, they can get tight, they can get cold. Jaden McDaniels can start thinking he's, Jaylen Brown and start doing too much. Same for Nickeil Alexander-Walker. We've seen how Rudy was not good. He's going to bobble some passes. Like, he can trick off a game. Like, Minnesota can be vulnerable. They do play better on the road, but I'm interested to see if the Warriors can do something to get this to a close game down the stretch and see if Minnesota can hit some tough shots on the road. I know they can, but they can also not.
Yeah, they got to figure out some offense, and it's going to start on the defensive end and with Jimmy's aggressiveness, but you're right, it's got to be a different style of play. Marcus, enjoy the game tomorrow. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Marcus.
I ain't going to that game tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. Forget y'all. I'll see y'all on.
All right, we'll see you Monday.
Game 6.
Yeah,
I'm going to the Valkyries home over. That's the next time you're going to see me in these.
That's a week from today, right?
All right.
That's a week from today?
Let's go. I'm going to the Valkyries. Yep, week from today.
16th. Hell yeah.
Leave me
there you
alone
go.
until then.
All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see you out there next Friday then.
Book it.
Book it. All right, Marcus. Catch you later. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, best sports writer in the country. We do with him each and every week. Yeah, I mean, again, everybody's just like, it's got to make more shots. They got to play a different style of ball. I don't know. There's no. You're not going to wave some magic wand and this whole thing's going to change.
No, I know. But, I mean, Marcus is right. They do need to change their style of offense. And it was simple against the Rockets. It was just they were playing zone defense, just knock down your shots. Now it's Steph's not out there. You're not having the same spacing. It's just Jimmy Butler needs to take the ball and go score and be that dominant guy we saw in Miami.
Yeah. He's done 8 games in his career with more than 40 points in the playoffs.
He can do that.
I don't know that that's what they'll need, but he's going to have to score more than he has. He's going to need more than 17.
But I do acknowledge that he also is still injured, so maybe there's a little hesitancy there, but, I mean, we're talking about the playoffs here.
Giants pregame coming up in about 20 minutes at 4:10. We'll get you ready for the Giants. Game 1 between the Giants and the Minnesota Twins. Jordan Hicks taking the ball today, 1-3 with a 6.03. Oof. Don't like that ERA. Lost three consecutive losses, but they've won games in which he started. Looking to snap his personal 3-game losing streak after he started 1-0. Chris Paddock, the former Padre, gets the start today for the Twins, 0-3 with a 5.57. So he's looking to snap a streak as well. When we come on back, we'll answer the question that everybody's had. Can Jimmy be the real butter and egg man for the Golden State Warriors? We got more of Scoops Callahan.
Oh, it's been 1 week since we discovered him.
From across the sports landscape, some of the best Scoops Callahan highlights you'll ever hear coming your way next. Plus, we'll get you the KNBR Bay Area sports calendar for this weekend. If you don't know what to do this weekend, stay tuned. Stay with us through the break because you don't need your internet. You don't need your phone.
Don't look at your phone.
You don't need Google. I'll tell you everything you need to know about the Bay Area sports calendar.
And bring Mom.
Yeah, this weekend. And bring Mom. Happy Mother's Day, you mother. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, Giants baseball at 4:10. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America. We'll put the show to bed next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The Giants look to continue their winning ways as they head to Target Field to take on the Minnesota Twins. Tonight, Jordan Hicks is looking to get that ERA under 6. He's facing off versus Chris Paddock, who's 0-3 on the season. Pregame 4:10 right here on KNBR, the award-winning Diamond Notes leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here with you on a Friday. And a good thing I'm with you on a Friday because you got all weekend to unlock rewards with the Taco Bell app. That's right. You can start today. You can start right now while I'm talking to you. Download the Taco Bell app and you can start unlocking rewards and exclusive access. You can earn points on every order in the app, on a kiosk, or at the drive-thru. And when you join the Taco Bell Rewards, you can choose between a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco for free. They're just going to give you some food for signing up. What's better than getting rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? Plus, you get exclusive insider access and limited time offers and drops. You can be the first to hear about new menu launches and member-only events. And is there a better place to earn and redeem points than the Taco Bell Cantina right downtown in San Francisco? Just off 3rd and Townsend, it's a block from the ballpark. It's the perfect spot to grab a pregame snack, maybe a beer as you're walking over to the stadium. And if you're looking for something to do after the game, stop by for another pop and keep the good times rolling. Stop by the Taco Bell Cantina downtown for a cold drink and good food. Your taste buds will thank you. And as Tim Webb tells you, don't forget to live Moss.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Oh yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
Wrapping things up on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Giants pregame coming up at 4:10. So we're about 12 minutes away or so from Giants pregame getting going. And your award-winning Diamond Notes before the Giants start a 3-game series with the Minnesota Twins. They come on home on Monday, right? They'll be home for the Arizona D-backs?
Correct.
Is that right? D-backs? How about that? More NL West play. Giants need to fare better against the NL West. So we'll see what happens this weekend, as they've been pretty darn good road team this season to this point after winning 2 or 3 in Chicago against the Cubs. That was sweet. So we do this every Thursday and Friday because people need to know what's going on over the weekend.
Oh, they would be lost without us.
If we don't tell people what's going on in sports over the weekend, I don't know. I don't know what you guys would do. I'm not sure.
Just stay in your house the whole weekend.
Just be Rogers Hornsby. Just stare out the window and wait for spring. Just be waiting for next week when we come back on Monday and tell you everything that happened. It's why it's now time for the KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Now, I tried to get you guys some stuff yesterday, and Derek wasn't really having it.
Well, just stuff I want to do.
Like what?
Well, what was on there? It was, there was the Warriors game. I'm already busy on Saturday, so I can't do that.
So you're not going to the Dubs. You and Marcus Thompson both out on the Dubs.
Yes, and Marcus Boucher, he's going to see his mom in Sacramento.
How about that?
Yeah. So, Dub Nation, we need you, but I won't be there.
All right, well, here's the deal.
Don't forget kayaking for one.
Well, yeah, kayaking for one. Warriors return home on Saturday for Game 3.
5:30 tip.
Tomorrow. 5:30 tip, that's your Saturday evening. How about that?
Get your asses in the seats.
Can't miss that, Tim writes, unless you're going to open a new bar and don't want anybody to know where you're going. That's Derek.
I just don't really know the details.
You won't get a tech for not going, but why risk it?
Yeah, exactly. Why risk
it? Not watching. Why risk it? All right, well, maybe the Dubs aren't your thing tomorrow. Maybe you're over it. Maybe you don't want to hear about Jimmy and his lackluster offense and the Warriors maybe getting rolled again by Minnesota. Maybe you can't handle that.
All right.
We know you love going to Giants games.
Yeah.
They're in Minnesota.
Get on a plane.
Or just get on the freeway and head south. How about the San Jose Giants?
Oh.
Go see Mike Holler's San Jose Giants as they take on their hated rival Lake Elsinore, the Storm. That's tomorrow. That's at 5 p.m.
Oh.
You can lock into that instead of the Dubs. You can go down to watch Mike Holler's San Jose Giants. And Sunday.
By the dilemma.
At 1 o'clock at Excite Ballpark in San Jose. Maybe you can get your windshield destroyed by a home run. Much like Mike Holler.
Yes.
Who was on the call when his car got destroyed. It's headed for my car.
Oh, man.
All right. Maybe none of that, tickles your fancy.
I mean, come on.
Maybe you're not into any of those.
You're hard to please then.
San Jose Giants. Yeah. Talk about being hard to please. No Warriors, no San Jose Giants. Then what are you going to do?
People?
Maybe you're like Tim Webb and you want to get those noodles in shape. Get your guns in shape.
Oh.
Right? I mean, it's warm out. It's almost beach season.
Sun's out, guns
out.
out.
The dodgeball chancellor is an extremely close friend of mine. I helped him shed some unwanted poundage before beach season. Need to get your guns in shape? Hey, it's abs and glutes weekly fitness classes. It's the sport of kings and short kings alike. Saturday, 10 a to 12 p. at Thrive City, a lower body class designed to boost your booty and empower your abs. Walk out of that class thriving and ready to start your weekend. Don't forget to bring a bottle of water and a mat. You can find the full schedule of classes at thrivecity.com. Tim, you're gonna get your you're gonna boost your booty and empower your abs.
My glutes are shutting off, and then they don't activate, and then hence it goes in my lower back. So I tried to activate my glutes as best I could.
Yeah,
I tried to activate my glutes.
I have no idea where the hell that's from. Answer the question, Tim. Stop playing drops.
It's Tiger when he.
His glutes weren't firing.
He kept saying that. He was like, "Yeah, I couldn't activate my glutes." He kept saying that, like firing my glutes, activating my glutes.
Him and Jimmy and Steph have the same problem with their glutes.
That's a little different. He couldn't activate his.
Okay.
Jimmy's just got bruised.
Yeah, that's true.
I think we do the calendar better than anybody else.
I think so. But damn it, Tim, are you going out there to exercise your glutes?
No, I got a bar to go to open up. I don't want to tell anybody the details.
You won't get a tee, but why risk it?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So that's going to do it for your KNBR Bay Area sports calendar for the weekend. How about that?
There you go.
You want to set us up with some of our sound
so
here?
A week ago, your world was rocked when we learned about Scoops Callahan because we played some audio from Greg Popovich.
Champ, tell me about your fiery Francophile, the Parisian torpedo, Tony Parker. Can he continue to be your main butter and egg man and still croak the boys from Big D?
Nice, yeah.
Am I being punked or something?
And since that time, we've been obsessed with Scoops Callahan, this this character created by the Big Ticket in Dallas. So we've went through the archives, find some of his best moments when he's talking to people in press conferences. I think we heard from Bill Belichick, which, by the way, God, you hear what's going on with him and his girlfriend?
What's going on with Bill?
Well, Pablo Torre had a report on his podcast that she's been banned from UNC And UNC saying, like, not so fast, my friend. She's welcome as much as she wants to be.
Wait, banned from what at UNC?
Just being a part of the football department, being in meetings, being on the sideline. She's not allowed to be there. But they're saying, no, she's allowed to be there. So we'll see what actually takes place. But, yeah, Bill Belichick was the victim of Scoops Callahan a long time ago. Do we have that clip, Tim?
Jim, talk about your B-Town offense in the second half. They treated the boys from Big D like a couple of flapper girls who were a little loopy on the old gin and juice.
No. Next question.
Next.
Dude, Bill's not even entertaining that guy exists. Next.
Okay, do we have Tom Brady? I think Tom Brady, the same game, Scoops Callahan tried to give him a little zinger.
Jam, talk about the long touchdown pass to Dante Stallworth. It looked like you two were doing the jitterbug while the Dallas secondary was doing the Charleston.
Is that right? I don't know what the hell that means, but it was a great route, and it's easy to throw it when he's that wide open.
Tom,
great question.
Great question.
Okay, so Tom and Bill kind of knew what was going on there. Some guy was, trying to be a little bit of a troll. Eli Manning wasn't picking up on the character, though.
Champ, the game was a bare-knuckle brawl all night long, just like Dempsey and Tunney back in 26. Did you expect the boys from Big D to ratchet up the pressure and make you do the Lindy hop back there all game long?
We knew it was going to be a tough battle. We knew they were going to play well. They're talented on defense. They've been playing excellent these last couple of weeks. They've been getting pressure, and they stopped the run. So, we knew it was going to be a tough battle today.
Thanks, Champ.
Thanks, Champ. What did he compare him to from the 30s? What did he say?
Oh, Dempsey and Tunney, which is a boxing
Jack
fact.
Dempsey, dude. That's what Dempsey and Tunney back in 36.
Eli Manning it's not even phased. He was like, go out there trying to, win the game. So Eli Manning wasn't phased by Scoops Callahan. Scoops Callahan buffoonery. Neither was James Harden from back in the day.
Champ, you put the boys from Tinseltown really through the heebie-jeebies Wednesday night. How did it feel to play the one and really be on the trolley back in your hometown?
It was good. A lot of guys out there. First game as with some new faces on our team. So for us, it was just trying to come away with the win. It didn't happen, but we got another opportunity today.
Yeah, the video probably does a little more justice.
Because Harden's looking around because he's like
this guy serious?
He's like doing his media session courtside, at a shoot around. He's like looking around like, you guys hearing this guy talk to me?
And more shocking, James Harden did a media session.
Yeah, well, it was before a game, not after a loss. Right?
Yeah, it wasn't after he lost a pivotal Game 7. Do we have any more, Tim? Is there? I think Vince Young gets a. Oh yeah, we have Phil Mickelson.
This is my favorite one. So it's Phil Mickelson, right after he's finished a round.
Yeah,
this video is hilarious because Scoops Callahan, you see him in this one. He just walks right up to Phil. He's right up in his face. And he talks to Phil after he finishes a round. Here you go.
Yeah. Champ, was the key to winning today's tournament putting out the old Billy Baroo and sinking those putts like a Tommy gun on Valentine's Day?
Why are you yelling? You're a foot from me.
Scoops Callahan for the ticket here, Phil. Congratulations.
Thank you, Scoops.
Dude, Phil kind of laughs. He's like, why are you yelling? He's right next to Phil in his face. Like, why are you yelling? You're a foot from me.
I kind of like it when
Thanks, Scoops.
Thank you, Scoops.
The people are kind of entertaining. All right, I kind of get the joke here. But Popovich, Belichick, not having it.
Yeah. By the way, somebody checked in and said that was, this is 510 on the text line, says that was from the Patriots 07 undefeated season.
Yes, it was.
That's hilarious when Scoops just shows up.
Yeah, because it was in Dallas, and the Patriots went into Dallas when they had Romo, and they just beat the crap out of them. But yeah, no, Scoops I believe we'll get more because I think there's a one where he interviews Mac Brown and Vince Young, and recently he caught up with Caitlin Clark, so we'll try to get that audio for you next time.
Thank you, Scoops.
By the way, I found the article. So yeah, Pablo Torre on Bill Belichick and his girlfriend Jordan Hudson.
Yep,
Pablo Torre on his
podcast.
On his podcast, the Pablo Torre finds out he claimed that he had two different sources provide him information that said she's not allowed to be, I guess, a part of UNC football, whatever the state is.
I know, so excited.
I don't think you'll be hearing much from Jordan going forward. One source reportedly told Pablo Torre. Meanwhile, Belichick is making $10 million a year, highest paid in college football. And then UNC, this is on ESPN.com now. UNC came out. They issued a statement on Friday. UNC just got to issue statements on Belichick all the time now. Issued a statement saying Belichick's girlfriend is welcome at football facilities after reports claim she'd been banned by the school. While Jordan Hudson is not an employee at the University of Carolina Athletics, she is welcome to the Carolina football facilities. The school said in a statement, Jordan will continue to manage all activities related to Coach Belichick's personal brand outside of his responsibilities for Carolina football and the university.
God, I can't believe I'm saying this. Is Bill Belichick a liability when it comes to having him be your head coach right now? Because now the university has to answer for this girl.
So funny because it's just because it's Belichick that people are having to answer.
They're just ready for football to start. I feel like once football starts, it's like, okay, but right now?
It's the opposite of what having Belichick around usually is extra noise. We got Giants baseball in about a minute here. Tim, you got a note to self for us?
Note to self.
I'll make a quick note to self. Milkshakes and margaritas. It's a great day. Filth, go enjoy it.
There you go. Note to self.
Note to self.
People, respect your mothers this weekend. I couldn't think of anything. I'm sorry.
Note to self.
People respect
your mother. Spend some time with your mother.
Yeah.
I won't. She'll be in Florida this weekend. But
to your mother as well.
I love my mom.
Everybody else out there, note to self.
Note to self.
Tell your mom I said hi. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work.
That was better.
Dirty work on a Friday. That's going to do it for this week of shows. We'll be back with you Monday out of the Giants and the Arizona Diamondbacks. But you got a weekend of Giants baseball here. Giants and the Minnesota Twins. Pregame coming up here in about 30 seconds. Jordan Hicks against Chris Paddock. 2 righties. Giants have fared well against the righties. Good work today, Tim. Great week today, great week this week, by the way, as well. Thanks to our guest, Marcus Thompson. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. Just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. Giants baseball against the Minnesota Twins coming up right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah.
Thank you, Scoops.
I don't want to do your dirty work no more.